No mercy, only power. What if Naruto joined Cobra Kai?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was in Cobra Kai movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. A broken promise is a stain on the family's honor. Martial arts have become a sport that attracts thousands of people from all over the world, amateurs, fighters, and experts alike, but they've forgotten that martial arts aren't just about sports. Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do have started a Dojo War, looking for who is above and who has better teachings. Direct Cafe inspires a young fighter to break his promise. And Naruto Uzumaki never breaks his promises. Chapter 1. In a coffee shop in the valley, a young man was looking at a newspaper in an amused way, although much more entertaining was the headline in his hand. Dojo War in the Valley. It featured an image of several teenage boys fighting in the high school lobby using karate moves, and next to it, a larger image, the face of a tanned dark-haired boy. That fight, which had apparently started when two girls were chasing the same man, as the article said, had resulted in the injury and coma of a boy from the same high school, a member of one of the two opposing dojos. Cobra Kai, the winner of the previous tournament and favorite for the next one, who was now banned from any future competition, at least for an indefinite period of time. And it was a shame, because the boy seemed to have potential. Normally, rivalry between dojos or members of different dojos was common, even more so when both were in the same geographical area and much closer than one might expect. Add to this the contrasting styles of each and the mentality of the men who ran each dojo, who were completely opposite in every sense of the word. Add to this the history between the two men and the two dojos, and the bomb had gone unchallenged for too long, and things were actually calmer than they seemed, at least in the opinion of the boy, who took a sip of his tea while folding the newspaper and leaving it on the table. Cobra Kai was a place full of potential abusers, filled with rage that the teachers used in their teachings. Their motto of strike first and no mercy, the boy didn't fully understand it, might be fine in certain situations and circumstances, as any adult should know. But manipulable teenagers couldn't tell the difference between where, when and how they should use said motto, which could cause many more problems than one would expect, especially the no mercy part. Which could be fatal in a hand-to-hand fight, since the fight was between two or more people, and showing mercy in certain situations could be fatal. Cobra Kai's Miguel Diaz was the perfect example when he showed mercy to an opponent. He ended up falling straight to the ground, thrown over the railing by his opponent in a bad move, and hit his back against another railing at an enormous speed. It was surprising the kid was still alive. Emotions can wreak havoc if they are not controlled. Anger was a bad advisor in fights and led people to make the worst mistakes they would end up regretting for the rest of their lives. But did the boy who knocked Miguel down regret what he had caused? Robbie Keane, another of those involved in the fight and a member of Miyagi-Do, was the one who caused Miguel's injury. The boy who kicked the Latino over the railing appeared to have been locked up in a juvenile facility and would remain there for the next few months under the watchful eye of guards and with only limited contact with the outside world. Although that might not be enough for the teenager, much less after such an event. Robbie had been a member of Miyagi-Do until the fight, using a style focused solely on defense and removing all offense from the martial art. This dojo encouraged its youngsters to defend themselves, not to strike first, harder, or mercilessly as Cobra Kai did. Its teachings focused solely on patience, knowing how to wait for the right moment, and returning a blow with a counterattack toward the enemy. However, the Miyagi-Do sensei had forgotten the fundamental part of any martial art. Cobra Kai had barely even thought about that part, which was the mentality of his students, those who practiced karate. Robbie was pushed to the limit, and his rage led him to strike his opponent when the latter showed mercy in the fight, even injuring his opponent, in this case Miguel. What would have happened if the boy had died? Robbie would probably have been branded a murderer, which was much worse than being branded a heartless thug. The mistake both dojos made, at least for him, was their inability to handle teenagers and their volatile and changing mentalities, especially when the teachers seemed to have much more childlike minds and personalities than their students. And he knew this because he'd researched them thoroughly. When he learned he was moving to the valley, he investigated the place as much as possible, as well as anything related to martial arts. The place was full of dojos and martial artists, but the history between LaRusso and Lawrence was rooted in the 1980s, as were many of the anecdotes of both men, who were once again absorbed by karate. Western idiots, the boy muttered, taking another sip of his tea and rolling his eyes. To make sure no one understood him, he'd used his native language. Japanese. Despite his Western appearance, blonde hair and blue eyes, the boy had been born and raised in Tokyo, the capital of his home country, but his parents had always instilled in him the idea that he should learn languages and visit foreign countries to grow and learn to be a better person, or better than he already was. And that's what he had done. They let their emotions blind them with a thick fog. Mindakusai. It was funny to see the faces of the people in that cafe, Japanese, by the way, scrunch up when they heard him speak, probably in an attempt to decipher what he was saying. He knew how to speak English like his native language, all thanks to the rigorous homeschooling he received from private tutors and the constant English conversations he had with his younger sister. Thanks to all of that, he was now able to speak the language fluently, although American English was a little odd since he'd learned British and some words were different. But it wasn't anything he couldn't fix using only his ear. "Here's your chocolate mochi, Uzumaki-san." "Thank you." The Uzumaki boy nodded and gave the waitress a small smile as she placed his breakfast in front of him. It was 4 brown mochas, probably filled with cocoa and ready to be bitten. That dessert, or breakfast as he was calling it, was a Japanese sweet that they ate with tea, just as the English ate pastries at tea time. And today, after flying for hours, he wasn't in the mood for a heavy breakfast full of protein or calories. For one day, after months of dieting, it wouldn't matter if he got carried away. Bon appetit. The ringing of the building's bell drowned out the murmur of conversations, and several boys entered the building, wearing red and black sportswear with a cobra on the back. These, of course, were students from the Cobra Kai dojo, the champion of the previous and upcoming tournaments, or at least that's what their sensei and the students thought. "Did you see Hawk?" one of the guys asked as he sat down at a table with 3 other guys. The fourth went straight to the counter to place his order. He broke Dimitri's arm like Chris Jericho. And the idiot screamed like a little girl about to cry. "I think he cried, didn't you?" "Haha. Dimitri will be one-handed now, and his tears must have stained the floor," said another of the boys, looking rather amused. "The Miyagi-Do guys can't stop us. Even LaRusso hid like a rat and ran away from Tori. And we outnumbered them. Sensei Kreese will be proud of our victory over those Miyagi-Do guys, and we've avenged Miguel. At least this way they'll know not to mess with the Cobras," declared the 4th boy, the one who had gone to get the others' drinks. "Why did we come here? This place is for girls." "Calm down, we just came for some coffee. You don't have to make a big deal about it either. If Hawk or the others find out, do you know what they'll do to us?" "Jesus. It's just a coffee. If this place bothers you so much, let's leave." "There's no need to overact over a place with slanted eyes," grumbled one of the guys, who stood up. "I've already lost the desire to drink this stuff." Without further ado, without looking at the other customers, the boy dropped his coffee, which stained the freshly cleaned floor. This caused the customers to remain silent and the employees to glance at each other nervously before looking at a table. A sigh escaped her lips. The Uzumaki boy calmly finished his tea and placed the empty cup next to the saucer of mochi, which he hadn't even touched. Slowly, he stood up, lightly brushing the newspaper, and slowly removed the watch from his left wrist. "I don't think it's fair that you throw away that drink and then the employees of this place have to clean up your mess." Blue eyes stared at the Cobra Kai boy with a certain intensity. He was tall, probably average height, about 5 feet 7 inches, maybe even close to 80, with a body built from constant training. But he didn't give off that aura that said danger, nor could he possibly be intimidating, even though they were the same age. And that made Uzumaki take a step forward as the Cobra Kai boy stood up fairly quickly. "Since I see my words aren't reaching your little nutty brain, please leave this place. I don't want to end up breaking something and having to call the police. Because yes, I plan to call the police." Some teenagers weren't completely idiots, and others were completely. These moments and actions that kids engaged in were often referred to as teenage, which seemed to extend into early adulthood. One of the Cobra Kai kids, upon hearing the mention of the police, gestured for his classmates to follow him out of the club. "You'll regret this." But Uzumaki didn't respond to that provocation and snatched the mop from the employee, giving her an apologetic and comforting smile. The girl, slightly blushing, returned to her post behind the counter. That cafe had recently opened near the end of summer and had become popular with young people of Japanese descent as well as their parents. They served tea brought from Japan and other parts of Asia. They handmade the sweets they sold. And the staff's treatment of customers was befitting a good place, as was the calmness it conveyed. It was true that, given its light colors and calm atmosphere, the place didn't seem conducive to aggressive people. Men and women visited, but kids like the members of Cobra Kai ended up despising it, not seeing the place as suitable for tough people like themselves. "The lady would kill us if she saw you scrubbing, Uzumaki-san. My grandmother is very strict, but if we tell her what happened, I don't think she'll get angry," the boy replied, finishing cleaning and tidying up the table the Cobra Kai members had used. The Uzumaki hoped they wouldn't show up there again, because otherwise he'd have to break his promise. "I'm not going to allow you to clean and work for such elements. I'll take care of it, and if my grandmother says anything, you tell her what happened." The boy smiled for the second time and turned to the customers with a frown. "I'm sorry about what happened. We hope you can continue to recommend the place and that you come back. We hope that those thugs don't bother you again." Once again, the boy bowed to the customers of the establishment in apology, which made some of them, who were not used to it, feel uncomfortable, but they smiled with a certain acceptance and admiration for the young man, who showed himself to them as someone responsible and willing to keep his family's establishment safe. That cafe bakery had been opened by the boy's grandmother using some savings and with the help of investors who already worked with other family businesses. Because of this, the woman didn't look kindly on her grandson, her favorite, in fact, working as a simple waiter, not when he had the potential and resources to be better than he was and achieve his goals, which weren't too far-fetched. Still, no matter how sulking the woman might get, her grandson was willing to help out at his grandmother's place and keep it safe from kids like Cobra Kai or anyone else who might want to harm him. In the San Fernando Valley, only one martial art had been known for 50 years. Karate, and it had left behind a dozen dojos over the years. But was that all the martial arts that existed in the world? The war at the high school had caused adults to take anything related to martial arts with a grain of salt, but they had forgotten that these were not limited to karate alone, and not all teachers would teach kids the way Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do were currently doing, which put any contact sport in a bad light. The boy looked again at the table where the Cobra Kai had been with a certain intensity, almost as if he wished it would explode into 1,000 pieces, but it didn't. Karate is not used for this. Naruto. I told you not to help the girls with their work. Shut up, Oba-chan, I want a job as a sweeper, you old witch. The diners could only laugh with some nervousness. Chapter 2. The San Fernando Valley was a beautiful place to live. Nothing remarkable happened and the neighbors were friendly, getting to know each other, or some even better than others. But that calm that had always been a highlight of the valley seemed to have gone down the drain with the active presence of karate dojos and their students, who seemed to want to take control of any area within their reach. This had been demonstrated when the clashes between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do escalated and caused the huge brawl at the high school, which left several injured and one seriously injured. Now, Cobra Kai had seemed to gain renewed strength and, after another confrontation, once again injured the Miyagi students to the point of breaking one of the boys' arm. This was excessive and brutal, something inappropriate and unrelated to competitive martial arts. Martial arts had two branches, at least some of them, like karate and kung fu. These were easy to identify. The sporting branch and the war branch, for which they were created. Initially, before the present day, martial arts were used for survival, to fight hand-to-hand with enemies when nothing was at hand or when absolute silence was necessary. The use of karate and kung fu as weapons in war was documented in the history of Asian countries by their creators. Over the years and with the evolution of people during that period, as well as the interest of the majority of the male population and a certain portion of the female population in contact combat, martial arts shifted to a more sporting light, forgetting the techniques they used to kill their enemies or to survive under enemy fire. Dojos like Miyagi-Do, which focused on defense and counterattack, didn't focus on real defense and counterattacks, which would leave the opponent without adequate mobility or enough damage to prevent the person from continuing to pose a problem. On the other hand, Cobra Kai, which focused on offense, didn't focus on real offense and discarded many lethal moves. Despite the valley's problems, in the eyes of experts, it was a child's war, simple clashes between hormonal teenagers that wreaked havoc as if it were a natural disaster. In one of the houses located in Encino, in the San Fernando Valley, a young man with blonde hair was doing flag push-ups, legs pointed toward the sky, and using his arms to elevate his body. Naruto had discarded the clothes he'd worn that morning while at the family coffee shop and replaced them with a pair of swim trunks. It was still a bit warm. The last embers of August were trying to linger in the valley, clinging with their last bit of strength, and the golden-haired boy was taking advantage of this opportunity to get in some exercise to stay in shape. In fact, his body was in shape. Toned arms, a back marked by muscles, and a torso that looked worked. 99. Sweat had begun to trickle down his chin, falling directly onto the floor. To prevent the sweat from falling into his eyes, Naruto had to keep his head facing forward rather than backward, which put too much force on his neck and caused slight pains after half an hour in this position. 100. When he reached the 100 mark, he allowed himself to fall onto his stomach, causing a thud that was slightly muffled and barely audible. It was as if something small had hit the ground and the sound had been carried away by the wind. I use karate, but I use kung fu. We're not in the same league. That thought seemed arrogant, and it certainly was. Naruto had just proclaimed himself a better fighter and martial artist than the students at the Valley dojos, which he truly was. But he had a reason for this. Unlike the Valley boys, he used kung fu, not karate, though it wasn't a sport-oriented kung fu like the rest of the boys. No, the kung fu he knew had been used to murder, kill, and survive in war. It was used to defeat enemies once you'd run out of weapons, so you could return the pain to a giant 100-fold. Because of that, there were restrictions. Naruto took a deep breath and stood up at 5 feet 7 inches. He was within the average height for his age and for an athlete. Neither too tall nor too short, which gave him the perfect build for fighting and gave him the necessary muscles to not be easily pushed in any fight or lifted as if he weighed 2 kilos. He had, in the eyes of any artist, a nearly perfect body as it was not yet fully developed. Once he was back on his feet, Naruto removed the hair tie hanging from his wrist and began to pull his hair back into a small ponytail, leaving 2 strands framing his slightly tapered face. He had shed any trace of baby fat and looked much closer to adulthood than adolescence, even though he would only be turning 18 next year. Next year would be my last year to participate in the All Valley. He squared his shoulders, which seemed to pop back into place with a small pop, and began doing some post-workout stretches, which would relax his body and cool it down in a rhythmic, not abrupt manner, avoiding stiff limbs and potential after effects from the workout. Poor training and stretching could lead to injury, and injuries led to much more painful moments in life. And he wasn't about to go through an injury during the prime of his life. So, he started doing his own stretches to relax his muscles in the most appropriate way and avoid injury. He couldn't afford an injury now, another one on his record. At the grim thought, Naruto simply let out a deep sigh and closed his eyes. After exercises, people only stretched, perhaps using yoga. But he didn't just stretch his body to relax it. He also relaxed his mind, using meditation at the exact moment to completely relax. There were no noises, no distractions, and not even the birds seemed to be present at that precise moment. There was no sound that seemed poised to break the comfort of that moment, however brief, into which he had voluntarily induced himself. Naruto. The woman's voice broke the boy's moment of peace and silence. He shook his head and let out a sigh of exasperation at being interrupted. He unclasped his hands, which he had clasped in the sign of prayer, and lowered them as he turned on his heel, his cerulean eyes fixed on the woman who had interrupted him. She was elderly, though well preserved, with light blonde hair and brown eyes that could be very expressive when she wanted them to be. Her face was light-skinned and smooth, and she didn't at all look like a woman of 50, which was roughly her age. In fact, she appeared to be closer to 35 or even younger, which was surprising to anyone who saw her. The woman was dressed up, with her hair tied in 2 ponytails falling over each of her shoulders, wearing elegant traditional Japanese clothing and a symbol on her back. Naruto, though, was already familiar with the symbol, and he only snorted because his grandmother didn't seem to want to hide it. "We're having guests over today, and you're not ready yet. Does that sound nice to you? You know very well, Grandma, that my training time is sacred. I won't cut it short just for a business dinner with a family that owns a well-known car dealership in the valley," he murmured, grabbing a towel that was on the only nearby chair. "You told me to focus on myself, and that's what I'm doing." "You're impertinent when you want to be, brat," the woman snarled, twisting her lips into an arrogant smile. "Or maybe you're afraid of making a fool of yourself. Ridiculous. You haven't been to class, even though I already signed you up. You're spending your time inside my cafeteria, like a lonely, bitter teenager. You should live your life a little, kid." A little joy, the woman grabbed her grandson's arm and began dragging him into the house. "Won't hurt you. Come on and get dressed up, you spoiled brat." Amidst huffs and puffs, Naruto walked straight towards the staircase leading to the upper floor where the rooms were, both his own and his grandmother's and the guest rooms, and entered slamming the door. Tsunade Senju, his grandmother, was a woman with just as much temperament as his mother, although his mother was much more terrifying than his grandmother, but she wasn't stupid enough to try to find out. Who, in their right mind, would try to annoy a woman to the limit? He wasn't going to be the first man to do so, especially when his paternal grandmother was capable of hurting his grandfather to the point of sending him to the hospital. Thinking about it sent a shiver down her spine as she pulled her chosen clothes from the built-in closet in her room, which was moderately large, enough for a queen-size bed, a desk on the other side of the room housing her laptop, computer, and 2 monitors, as well as notebooks and other odds and ends. The walls, masking the bluish hue of the room, were covered with posters of various athletes. Ibrahimovic, a powerful and enormous player, as well as a tough guy. Mike Tyson, a retired boxer. Bruce Lee, a martial artist and actor. Sports were one of his hobbies, the one that had been most present in his life since he was a child. Like all children, he had been on a soccer team, courtesy of one of his uncles who was a fan of the king of sports, and it wasn't until he saw a Bruce Lee movie that he decided to learn martial arts and practice contact sports. However, his intention was always to go beyond sports, to learn martial arts properly and in a real way. "I guess this is for life." The reflection in the full-length mirror gave Naruto a perfect image of himself. A tall, athletic boy with muscles well formed from training and barely any baby fat left on his teenage face. However, as the mirror gave him a full view of his left abdomen, a jagged scar could be seen, a memorable one. Seeing it, he could only briefly close his eyes and hide it with his white t-shirt. His clothes were already covering his body. A white long-sleeved button-down shirt, beige chinos, and white dress sneakers. For decoration, he hung a surfer pendant around his neck and a watch on his left wrist. Welcome. Naruto took a deep breath and left the safety of his room, heading down the stairs toward the entrance of the house. The guests were already there, all smiles and compliments on the house's decor. But he would be more critical of those people. He preferred to wait until he could fully judge them. This is my grandson, Naruto. He's already enrolled at the local high school, Tsunade said, introducing the boy to the guests. This is the LaRussos, owners of LaRusso Autos Group. Daniel and Amanda LaRusso. It's a pleasure. Naruto accepted the kiss on the cheek from Amanda, who seemed like a calm and gentle woman at first glance. But everyone knew that mothers were dangerous when they attacked their children. And then he accepted the handshake from Daniel, which was actually tight, but because they both gave each other the strong, measuring handshake. How old are you, Naruto? Amanda spoke calmly, having picked up on her husband's grip. Lately, due to John Kreese's presence and all the chaos at school, Daniel had been feeling much more stressed about the Cobra Kai's constant presence in his life, and the fear his daughter had generated toward one of the Cobra Kai girls only increased the man's protectiveness. 17 going on 18, Mrs. LaRusso. This is my junior year and after next year I'll be off to college. Just like our daughter Samantha. The woman pointed out, smiling even wider. Sam's also a junior. You might be classmates. Could be, the boy admitted, giving a small smile. I just hope I don't have to see chaos at school again. My first day was marred by karate kids fighting in the hallways and one poor kid injured his back, I think, when he was thrown from the second floor. Naruto saw the sparkle in Daniel's eyes and felt Amanda close her mouth a little abruptly and tightly. His grandmother gently hit him, letting him know that his words weren't well received. Cobra Kai are bullies. You should stay away from them. They cause trouble everywhere and for everyone they associate with. Lady Senju, I only mention this for the safety of your grandson. John Kreese is a dangerous and unhinged man, if I do say so myself. Tsunade's eyes glittered slightly before she twisted her lips, giving a brief but dangerous smile to the man who barely noticed it, as it seemed like a simple grimace, as a gesture of gratitude for the warning. Don't worry too much about my grandson. He wouldn't try to join those Cobra Kai even if you paid him. In fact, to get him out of the house, I'd have to pay him. Hahaha. The boy sounded shy. Grandmother. Mr. LaRusso, I hope this meeting will be fruitful for both groups. Chapter 3. The remnants of August were still present in mid-September in the San Fernando Valley, with the sun high in the sky and rays striking with a force befitting the summer-fall season. West Valley High School had reopened after increasing security at the school entrances with airport-like checkpoints and allowing security officers to search students for weapons inside their belongings. A mistake the school and its faculty had made was trusting the students and protecting those who proved problematic. The Cobra Kai boys were proving to be much more cunning than the Miyagi-Do boys, even managing to get the guidance counselor on their side and distorting what happened in the fights the boys were having inside the school, even breaking the arm of one of their rivals outside the school in another fight between the Miyagi and Cobra Kai boys, which hurt the pride of the Miyagi-Do students and boosted the ego of the Cobra Kai boys. By early October, the Cobra Kai boys were still at the top of the school, despite some of their members being beaten by the Miyagi-Do boys, as was the case with Hawk. Hawk, out of his own ego and jealousy, was the one who caused the arm of his former teammate and friend to break, which was a severe blow to Dimitri. He went from being an ace to once again becoming the laughingstock of his classmates, being bullied by some Cobra Kai boys, while his classmates looked on and the teachers were absent, at least to the support of the Miyagi boys. That's how Naruto met Dimitri Alexopoulos. At the school entrance, trying to pick up the notebooks and pens that one of the Cobra Kai boys had knocked out of his hand. With his arm bandaged, he had trouble carrying all his school supplies and backpack without any mishaps, which was impossible, especially if he was being bullied by boys from the rival dojo. Seeing the tall, dark-haired young man bending down and picking up sheets of class notes, Naruto snorted and shook his head slightly, puzzled by such rudeness. Many young people walked past the boy, but no one had wanted to help him. Could it be because of their fear of the Cobra Kai boys? Naruto couldn't get into the minds of all the students, but he did find it too discouraging. He just snorted again and bent down to help the boy. Dimitri quickly looked up from the floor as a hand reached out and took one of his notebooks. He showed mild surprise at the sight of an unfamiliar face, with intense blue eyes that almost forced him to look back at his things. For a single instant, he felt overwhelmed, as if he were being harassed by Kyler and his bullies again. Thank you. The two boys were already standing, and Naruto was placing the notebook in the dark-haired teen's good arm. You're welcome, that's what we're here for. You're new, aren't you? I mean, your face doesn't even look familiar, and I know every face in this place, except for the new ones, of course. That doesn't mean I'm popular, but I consider myself a rising star. Naruto raised an eyebrow before showing a brief, amused smile. Dimitri was a talker and could say several things ironically, probably because of his personality. And he found it amusing, even if it was only a few words they had exchanged. Those were Cobra Kai, right? Dimitri followed the blonde's nod and looked at Kyler and his classmates, who were moving toward another part of the school. Seeing them, he just snorted. Yes. They're from Cobra Kai. You'll quickly recognize them. They always wear reddish clothing and have a cobra symbol on the back or somewhere else. Dimitri shook his head and looked back at Naruto. I would recommend you stay away from those idiots. I'm Dimitri, by the way. Naruto looked at the hand extended towards him, causing things to dance and almost fall over, causing the boy to grip them tightly again. Naruto. Don't worry about shaking my hand. You'll do it another time. Naruto and Dimitri said their goodbyes and headed in completely opposite directions. Since it was his first day at West Valley High School, he needed to pick up his schedule and find out which class he'd be in for the rest of the year. Therefore, he had to go to the school's office, where a student was waiting to guide him around the school in his own class. The tension could be cut with a knife. It wasn't just the members of Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do who were tense. The students from first to last year were tense, their eyes darting between the members of each dojo every few seconds, as if another war could start from a simple clash between any of the rival members, but that would get them expelled, and Cobra Kai's plays had shown that they weren't just muscle and cunning was within them. Although, if Naruto was honest, that was the fault of the Miyagi-Do boys, who couldn't put aside their inner rage and made more intense and furious plays, returning the taunts to the Cobra Kai in a way that even the teachers noticed with just a glance at the students, because they couldn't put aside their own feelings to counterattack their rivals, and because of this, the Cobra Kai boys were placing themselves above their rivals. I guess they've won the war in the following battles, Naruto walked toward the school's reception desk with his backpack slung over his shoulder, feeling the eyes of the other students on him. He was like a new toy, a children's trinket, or a novelty that had recently appeared, and in fact, he was the latter. A novelty for the students and teachers, someone they needed to evaluate to see if they should be careful. And the latter was understandable. In high school there were three groups. The popular ones, the middle ones, and the forgotten ones, although they could be considered nerds, but this could be a completely different group of the hierarchy, and within the popular ones, there were usually those who bullied the forgotten ones and looked down on them. Both teachers and students wanted to see which extract he fit into, where he would be placed in the already established hierarchy, even if he did nothing to choose one of the extracts that were already placed, like foundations in that microsystem. But, in any case, being categorized with labels wasn't a problem for him, and he wouldn't even do anything to change it. The reception was a window where a young woman was sitting behind the desk, in front of a computer screen with her hands placed on the desk, as if she were thinking about something to write. Naruto took the opportunity to look at her, only briefly. She was a woman of about 25 or 30 years old, with a slightly round face and arms as thin as her own body, almost like a stick, and the clothes seemed to be too big for her, since they were too loose, and the boy noticed it when the woman moved her arm a little, causing her sleeve to move, and he could see the arm under the fabric, which was much bonier than he might expect. Good morning, the woman ignored his eye exam and smiled at him with a calm, collected smile. Can I help you with anything? Good morning, he took the registration form and slid it across the counter into the woman's hands. It didn't take long for her to take it, scanning it with a quick flick of her eyes to capture the important information. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a new transfer student. I didn't show up because of the chaos of the incident a few weeks ago. I'm here to retake the plaza. Oh, yeah. The woman nodded at Naruto's words and nodded a couple of times, typing and looking at the teenager's file on the computer, while glancing at the sheet of paper he had given her. The head teacher told me about your case and that you would be coming today. Your guide has been notified, so she should be here in a few minutes. Still, these are your classes, schedule, and locker. Thank you, miss. She gave a charming smile, the one she used with strangers, and took the schedule he handed her and the locker number she'd been assigned. She'd brought all the books for the subjects she'd selected when registering, and now she could free up some of the extra weight from her backpack and shoulders. He didn't have to wait long for his guide. The girl stopped in front of him, giving him a brief calm smile, as if she had known him all her life, something that allowed him to scan the girl with a glance. Dark brown hair, slightly tanned skin, probably thanks to the summer, and intense chocolate brown eyes that shone brightly. That girl, for Naruto, was too zen, probably dedicated to peace and calm, but he didn't dislike her, on the contrary, it comforted him to see someone different, with a vibe opposite to that of the rest of the school. Hello. The first to break the silence was the girl, showing a bright energetic smile. My name is Moon, and I'm going to be your guide and classmate since we have many together. It's a pleasure, Naruto accepted Moon's hand, feeling how soft it was and smaller, slightly, than his own. My name is Naruto. I hope to be in your care. They both smiled gently at each other, and seconds later, Moon guided him through the school, showing him the places that were important to them. They passed by the laboratory, where they would have biology and physics classes under the tutelage of Mr. Johnson. She showed him the soccer field and the gymnasium, where Professor Williams would teach physical education. And Moon left for last the classroom where they would take their primary classes, the required ones for their schedule. Math and language, as well as any supplemental classes they had chosen. Naruto wasn't a big fan of theory, and his specialization in sports made that clear to others, but he wasn't a teenager who was dense with academics either. Unlike his classmates, he had chosen several languages to fill out his school report, which included Spanish, German, and French as his electives, reinforcing his English with tutoring classes. Being Japanese, his native language already gave him an advantage that not many of his classmates had. But he stopped thinking about classes. Moon was a nice girl, very friendly, and always tried to show him her good side, which Naruto accepted with a brief smile. She was easygoing and approachable, a person who had no enemies, because from what he could see, Moon hated all types of conflict, and he saw the flash of discomfort when they crossed paths with the Cobra Kai boys. I see. A stabbing sensation had appeared and hadn't gone away, as if someone had placed a pin in the back of his neck and was just pressing firmly, trying to pierce through. Taking advantage of the fact that they stopped at his locker, Moon guided him to put his books down. Naruto looked over his classmate's head. The boy was staring at them intently. Normally, young people could go unnoticed, whether they were boys or girls. But the boy staring at them couldn't be pushed aside. A huge red mohawk adorned his head, with wide, firm spikes that, if it weren't for the fact that they were made from the boy's hair, one would have sworn they could pierce someone. A scar adorned his upper lip, a very distinctive mark. But physically, he wasn't too remarkable. He was thin, with Cobra Kai sportswear covering his body, but Naruto had no doubt he had muscles beneath the fabric. This boy's dark eyes looked resentful, as if he were ready to stab her like two knives he wanted to use. What do you think of the institute so far? Naruto returned his attention to Moon and took the opportunity to put a set of books in the locker. Pretty good, he shrugged. Who's that staring at us so much? Following Naruto's finger, Moon looked in the direction he was pointing, interested in who was asking. But that interest turned into a frown when she saw the boy with the enormous mohawk, who had turned around and was facing away from them, talking to Kyler and the other Cobra Kai members. It's Falcon. Hawk. The name that the Cobra Kai boys mentioned when they visited his grandmother's cafeteria came to Naruto's mind. Falcon, the boy who broke Dimitri's arm Chris Jericho style, leaving him injured and without one of his arms. He stared at us. Moon's brow furrowed deeper, forming a face of confusion and slight displeasure that did not go unnoticed by the Uzumaki, who raised one of his eyebrows as he looked at her, trying to understand her behavior. He's my ex. The 3 words, Moon made everything clear and tore her eyes away from the boy who had been her boyfriend, still showing a slight glimmer of anger and frustration that was trying to gain strength. But Moon was smart and squashed those feelings with a simple blink, which Naruto admired but didn't mention. I don't think he likes me. No one who isn't in Cobra Kai likes you, Naruto. Unless you're in that circle of hormonal, stupid kids, he won't like you at all. He's an idiot. He didn't refute Moon's outburst and only smiled slightly, accepting the insults towards Hawk, as it wasn't his place to intervene. Hawk's jealousy was clear, but Moon's determination to stay away from Cobra Kai or the fights was also clear and even stronger than the crested boy's feelings, if you asked him. And he didn't understand how Hawk allowed his mind to be flooded to the point that Moon left him. Naruto knew the boy's feelings, because he was one, but even he wasn't as idiotic as Hawk had been. He snorted. Idiots will always be idiots. A saying or something. Moon smiled at him, and Naruto smiled back, taking the book for the next class. From my teacher. Chapter 4. The first days of school were always tough for students. They had to return to a forgotten routine, take notes again, and study in the afternoons, while balancing their extracurricular classes with their usual activities and studying, which generated stress in those who didn't plan or think things through. Many students, in fact, left exercises and studying until the last minute, rushing through any assignments in the final hours and allowing themselves to be influenced by their classmates and their extracurricular activities. It was no different with the dojos. Teenagers enrolled in the various dojos in the San Fernando Valley had to create a perfect schedule to study, complete homework, and train to continue perfecting their skills, all with their eyes on the next tournament to declare the valley's next champion. In the previous edition, Cobra Kai had taken first place, beating Miyagi-Do, although the current champion was in recovery, if the news was to be believed. Coming out of a coma, regaining mobility in his legs, and getting back into shape was a task that would test the mind of anyone, whether adult or mere child. Miguel Diaz would have to work hard to reach the level of his opponents, and Cobra Kai would have to support him so he could recover to 100%, something that probably wouldn't happen, and they would have to find another champion to lead them to victory. And probably, the Dojo War would return. The San Fernando Valley Mall was the only place where young people gathered and sought a way to calm their adolescent minds, entertain themselves, and escape the stress of their lives. There were cafes, a laser tag, and various stores that teenagers often made their territory or comfort zone. At a table in one of the cafes, 4 teenagers were sitting. They had recently occupied the table and had given their orders to the cafeteria employee, who, with a smile, took their orders and told them to sit down. She would bring them their orders once they were ready. The boys complied, walking to the table with their backpacks in tow. "Thanks for this morning." Dimitri nodded to one of his tablemates, smiling a bit forcedly. Because his injured arm was bandaged and strapped down, he could barely move it, much less use it, forcing him to use only his bad hand to pick things up, eat, and write. His notebooks had been filled with ugly handwriting that, despite him not having pretty ones, stood out sharply in his notes, which he didn't like at all. "You're welcome, Dimitri." Naruto returned the gesture, giving a much more confident smile than Dimitri's, much brighter. Unlike the brunette, he hadn't been bullied by anyone throughout his school years and had always relied on his own confidence to face problems, something his grandmother had instilled in him and his other siblings. Because of this teaching, he could see the insecurity in Dimitri's eyes and how it seemed to have resurfaced with more force after the incident that caused his injury, and it didn't seem to be something that was going to diminish anytime soon, which could lead the boy to serious trouble if he found himself in trouble again. "It's none of my business. This place is very cozy, although I prefer that new Japanese cafe they opened near the center, I think a few blocks from here." For Moon, all cozy places were her favorites, but ever since she visited the newly opened Japanese cafe in the valley, she had transformed it into her safe haven. The matcha and coffee they served were quite good, and the tea made her shiver with pleasure and was incredibly relaxing. "I haven't gone. We could go one of these days." The last member of the group was a broad, dark-skinned, and fairly tall boy, perhaps even taller than Dimitri himself. His short close-cropped hair was as black as onyx, and his brown eyes seemed darker than Moon's. "That's a good idea." Moon clapped, giving a clap that made her look even more adorable. "We'll have to take you then, Chris." Chris, the tall, dark-haired boy, gave a brief, embarrassed smile. He could be a former Cobra Kai and, at the same time, a teenager with a body that could become a weapon if he played it right. At least Naruto saw that Chris's massive body could generate a tremendous amount of muscle, and if he wanted to, he could become a brute force fighter that few could bring down. "The tea is quite mild," Naruto stated, nodding and smiling. "Pretty good, honestly." The waitress approached the table shortly after, placing 4 different coffees with a dessert for each of them. Naruto had ordered an Americano, and his dessert was cheesecake. Moon had selected a cappuccino and paired it with a croissant with peach jam. Chris had chosen a latte and paired it with a chocolate donut. And Dimitri had chosen a hot chocolate bar and paired it with a muffin, which might highlight the slightly childish side that everyone has. Naruto didn't mind the boy's choice, even if hot chocolate wouldn't have been his choice for dessert at the moment. "They have all kinds of Japanese desserts, and I think some meals too. The dangos, the matchas and another variety I didn't try," Moon admitted, taking a sip of her cappuccino. "And the waitresses are quite friendly and polite. It doesn't seem like a place where men work, from my first experience." Naruto sipped his Americano and didn't respond, either denying or confirming Moon's doubts. His grandmother had personally chosen the employees, and all of them were trusted by the family for various reasons. Without a doubt, his grandmother would break 1,000 bones just to protect them, something Naruto didn't even doubt for a moment. Tsunade was a tough, respected woman who wasn't afraid of either men or women, as she made her own rules. "If you only knew Moon." "I'm looking forward to going more and more," Chris admitted, smiling even wider. "I'm such a big fan of sweets." The last part had sounded a little sad, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at the boy's hesitation. Analyzing how Chris had mentioned his passion for sweets, there was no doubt that he had been teased about it, probably pushed a little into bullying because of it, but not too much. His enormous body put off many boys, and he probably hid enormous strength beneath that kindness. "I'm also a fan of sweets." She broke off a piece of her cheesecake and brought it to her mouth, savoring it. "I love mochi and dango, but my favorite dessert is cheesecake. I have to try them all everywhere I go. I think Grandma's a little fed up with them, to be honest." "Do you live with your grandmother?" Moon's curiosity led her to ask about the blonde's family, tilting her head slightly and giving him her full attention. Chris and Dimitri's mouths never stopped as they ate, but their ears and eyes never left the Uzumaki for even a moment, waiting for his answer. "Yes, I live with my grandmother. I recently moved in with her after finishing my studies in Japan, supported by my parents, to improve my English. She's opened a few businesses in the valley and I want to help her with that too, even though she's too stubborn. Almost as stubborn as my little sister. Moon's eyes lit up. Do you have a little sister? Yes. His name is Myth. Look. Naruto took out his phone and opened it, clicking on the Instagram app and swiping to a specific profile. That of a girl with bright red hair, purple eyes, and a wide charming smile. In the photo, this girl was wearing cosplay from one of his favorite series, the character known as Vi. This is Mito, she continued, passing her phone to Moon, who shared it with Dimitri and Chris. She's really into cosplaying an anime and fiction series. She created that profile to boost her modeling career. Is she a model? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Dimitri for a moment. Yes, and athletic. Although that last part isn't something too public. Maybe you'll meet her during the holidays. She'll come and watch me so I don't break things. Moon's mouth formed an almost perfect O and then transformed into a mocking smile. Is she the protector? Naruto raised an eyebrow, then let his lips curl into a mischievous smile. She's protective of me and other girls. I don't think any woman has managed to win her approval, and that's a little frustrating, if I may say so. She wants certain standards, and I don't think everyone lives up to them the way she expects. She took another sip of her coffee and finished the cake. Honestly, I'd be the same if she were to look for a guy, although I don't think those are her current interests. She's focused on her career and projects, as well as sports and her studies. Jealous brother? Overprotective? The coffee ran out after the last word, and the set was completely empty. It had been a good cheesecake, and the coffee was satisfying enough for him not to regret what he had paid for that snack. Hey Moon. Dimitri looked up from his own snack. How's Sam? Do you know if he's coming back? At the mention of someone he didn't know yet, Naruto raised one of his eyebrows and remained silent as he listened to Moon talk about her friend Sam, how she was dealing with the trauma of being hurt by Tori, and how her parents were supporting her, but it was a complicated job. Trauma from attacks, The mention of trauma from injuries made her frown slightly, her displeasure showing in the sparkle of her eyes. But what she really wanted was to destroy the person who had traumatized this girl. Couldn't the senseis see what teenagers could go through? The Dojo War had left more than one with injuries or traumas they would have to fight to overcome, something that could have been avoided. All of that would have been unnecessary if adults had done their damn jobs. Can't Miyagi and Cobra see what they're doing to mere kids? But Naruto didn't put it into words. He remained silent as Moon recounted her last outing with Sam. The girl, the daughter of the LaRussos, had finally left her home after the last incident when Dimitri suffered a broken arm and the Cobra Kai had outsmarted them, setting a trap that the Miyages fell into without even realizing it was a trap. That's not my problem. Again, he dismissed those words and events, relegating them to the back of his mind, discarding any intention of helping or getting involved in the conflict. He had a job to do, expectations to meet, and a promise to keep. And he wasn't going to give all that up for a dojo war. Do you like karate? Dimitri said to Naruto, snapping him out of his thoughts. You could join Miyagi. I don't think I will, Dimitri, the Uzumaki declined politely, giving an apologetic smile. I don't like fighting. I hate using my hands for anything other than playing instruments. I must decline that offer, though thank you. Ow. I was hoping that with your help, we'd win the tournament this year. We need some help, too, Chris muttered, his head down. Hawk, his cronies, and Keen are probably going to be a pain in the ass. Robbie? Has he joined Cobra Kai? One of the guys saw him near the Cobra Kai dojo and entering it, so I doubt he stopped by to say hello. Dimitri looked dejected, his shoulders slumping even further and his head bowing. Without Robbie, Miyagi-Do was destined to lose. Cobra Kai had Miguel and Robbie, the two best fighters of their year. There was no way they could win, no matter how hard they tried. They didn't have a champion. Tori, Robbie, Halkin, and Miguel, we definitely won't be able to keep up with them, on or off the mat. Naruto disagreed with the two boys' pessimistic thoughts that would undoubtedly lead to certain defeat. Were they giving up before fighting? They hadn't bled, they hadn't sweated, and they were already giving up. That wasn't the will of a martial artist. But both boys had only been practicing for a year, and their teachers didn't see fit to teach them anything beyond beating their opponents, which was an insult. Suddenly, a beep followed by another interrupted the four teenagers' conversation. Moon grabbed her phone, followed by Dimitri and Chris. Naruto raised his right eyebrow and leaned back in his seat, waiting to find out what had happened. My god. What is it? Sweet Machi, the Japanese cafe is destroyed. Moon turned the phone over, and Naruto could see what the girl meant. The windows had been smashed from the outside, with some bricks now lying on the tables inside the establishment, accompanied by small pieces of glass. Chairs were scattered throughout the establishment, their legs and backs bent. Desserts had been scattered all over the counter and the walls, even the floor. And, enormous, on the facade, a cobra had been drawn in a bright, striking golden spaghetti. Naruto clenched his right fist for a moment, his eyes focused on the wrecked storefront. Had the employees or his grandmother been hurt? Would they have serious injuries if so? It's Cobra Kai. Even marking that spot with that golden cobra wouldn't get you confused. The Cobra Kai guys are bastards. There's no proof, Naruto spoke calmly. It may or may not have been them, but it doesn't matter. What matters are the people who work there. I hope they're okay. Moon watched Naruto stand up, picking up his backpack. She sensed something in his eyes, his voice, and his body language that she didn't like, something that made her worried and wary. Are you okay? Yeah. Don't worry. She threw her backpack over her shoulder, her bangs covering her eyes. It's been a rough first day. I'm going home. Do you think he's okay? Moon turned around after watching the Uzumaki's back as he walked away. He seemed angry. Yes, I've noticed something like that, Chris admitted. But we can't do anything, right? Do you think that place belongs to his family? I hope not. Dimitri's eyes showed concern. He's a good person and doesn't deserve that. Chapter 5. Sweet Mochi, the newly opened Japanese-style cafe, was completely destroyed. Hundreds of pieces of glass from the windows and doors were scattered across the floor, mixing with the scattered cake batter and spilled coffee, creating a crack with every step taken. Anyone walking through the place was careful not to slip on the mochi and cakes that were scattered like a minefield throughout the place. They even stained the walls, pictures, tables, and if you looked closely enough, you'd see some of the dessert batter stuck to the ceiling, dripping down onto the tiles. The cash register had been forced open with a crowbar. The area where the tool had been placed to apply force was visible, denting the machine and pushing the drawer out, allowing the perpetrators to steal all the cash from the register without leaving even a coin, although that didn't seem to have been their initial intention. Whoever had caused that damage to the store had done so with a clear intention of destroying it, and stealing the money had been a secondary matter, something they had profited from without even flinching. A huge yellow cobra had been painted on the facade of the establishment, its tongue sticking out of its mouth, as if threatening any passerby who dared to look at it, with slanted, wild eyes that promised pain if they dared to oppose what had happened, becoming a declaration of intent. Everyone who saw the cobra could guess who had done it, but they didn't know the motive, and they weren't really sure it was them. The cameras were smashed, and for some reason, the recordings were erased, leaving no trace of whoever had stolen or erased them, protecting the perpetrators and preventing the identity of those responsible for the destruction from being known. Nervous and somewhat fearful, the cafeteria employees had stood aside, watching the headed men destroy the establishment and cause all the chaos, leaving them with an unpleasant feeling in their chests that they wouldn't be able to erase from their minds for a long time. It doesn't matter, girls, Tsunade's firm voice calmed the atmosphere a little. The Senju walked directly inside the establishment, unconcerned about the constant crunching of the glass or the possibility of slipping on the cream and batter of some of the cakes. Frowning, she looked around her entire establishment, seeing the smashed tables, bent chair legs, and cream, coffee, and tea stains. This is going to take a week to replace and repair everything. But boss. It doesn't matter. Tsunade's voice stopped her employees' retorts. She didn't look at them, her eyes shining with a certain intensity as she searched for any clues as to the culprits. We'll gather all this stuff up and I'll hire the same team that decorated the store. We'll replace the broken furniture and glass, repaint, and restock all the food those bastards destroyed. You can take this week off. But Mrs. Tsunade. No more talking, girls, he bent down, taking a piece of glass in his bare hand. You can go. The girls didn't respond to their boss when Tsunade's voice came out harsher than usual, indicating that she was holding back. If her tone of voice wasn't enough of an indication, the veins in her hands that popped out when she strained might be just what someone needed to see how angry Tsunade Senju was. And since she couldn't direct her anger at the culprits, she had to swallow that feeling to the back of her mind, locking it away. Those bastards. Cobra Kai were the prime suspects due to the spray-painted graffiti on the building's facade. But while the Cobra Kai dojo was the prime suspect, it could also be a victim or simply collateral damage for the people who did it, using the dojo's image to lead investigators toward them. Tsunade wasn't that stupid. Cobra Kai caused this, I know it. And it's all because of the incident the other day. If Naruto sees it. Tsunade's thought stopped when the sound of a small bell reached her ears. She tensed, crouching there, to the point of cutting herself slightly on the crystal she was still holding. Without complaint, she stood up, gripping the crystal tightly until it crumbled in her hand. Naruto. There stood her grandson, backpack slung over his shoulder, his unruly bangs hiding his eyes. But she didn't have to see those blue eyes to know what Naruto was thinking or feeling at that moment, standing there, looking at all the destruction caused by a few simple vandals. It was her grandson. She'd known him since he was born, since she held him in her arms. She dropped the small pieces of glass and walked toward the boy with sure firm steps, not caring if they were being watched, and wrapped her arms around him, holding him firmly against her chest, as if she wanted to keep him with her for the rest of her life. And Naruto didn't respond. He didn't raise his arms to return the gesture or open his mouth to reply to his grandmother, and he remained completely still, like a statue. But Tsunade felt him breathing. His chest moved, and she could hear his heartbeat. "You need to calm down, Naruto," she asked calmly, moving away from him slightly. Her tone of voice was calm, but much firmer. She knew her grandson well enough to know what was going through his mind even when they weren't together. "We're going to call the police. They'll bring us justice for this vandalism." Despite saying that, Tsunade doubted the Valley Police would do anything against Cobra Kai and the perpetrators of the vandalism. Miyagi-Do's rival dojo didn't seem to want to disappear and had reinforced its ranks with many more members and a new master, if she could believe the whispers she was hearing. And she didn't want her grandson involved. Naruto didn't respond to his grandmother's anguished words, even though those hazel eyes looked at him pleadingly. How could he calm his mind when his grandmother's efforts had been destroyed? How did she expect him to react? He balled his fists, but didn't push Tsunade away even an inch, allowing her to hug him again. He felt his grandmother squeeze him tightly, almost afraid of losing him, as if he would disappear like a puff of smoke. But he didn't even move or react when his grandmother's eyes burned brighter, probably trying to stop him from doing what his mind was telling him, what his self was screaming at him. "Help me, Naruto," his grandmother's voice sounded lower, as if far away. He moved his eyes, following the woman's steps as she began to remove the chairs from the tables, placing them on the floor with great care, although they didn't seem to want to stand up like any other chairs. "Let's start fixing this. We'll make it much prettier." "Pretty? And we'll decorate it differently. I've been mulling over some ideas for a while, and this has worked out well for me. We'll change it, make it better. You'll see more customers coming to the place, and it'll get packed. We'll reach a lot more people." "More people?" "Adults, children, adults, and young adults." Tsunade turned to look at her grandson, smiling. "We're even going to take the place to other cities." The blue eyes turned cold, fixed on the woman's face. Tsunade was smiling, but her smile was hesitant, trembling, and the joy she was trying to convey didn't reach her eyes, which had dulled, losing that characteristic sparkle that made them so intense when she was angry. "That woman." Grandma. Naruto slowly bent down, picking up a piece of coffee and cream-stained glass with his right hand. "Go home and take a break, okay? I'll take care of the repairs and contact the construction crew. I'll ask Leeksa to come over so I can file a vandalism report and have them investigate." He spoke as calmly as his mind, his voice, aloud. Inside, he was filled with that thirst to take revenge into his own hands, even if it meant repeating what happened a few years ago, the reason he wasn't in Japan. But he couldn't disappoint his grandmother, his teacher. He closed his hand over the glass and felt his skin cut, blood oozing from the wound and staining the edge, dripping and seeping between his fingers. "Rest, Grandma," Naruto begged, gently placing a chaste kiss on her forehead. "Please." Tsunade trembled under her grandson's kiss. Her ears were filled with that soft, firm, and comforting voice, making her sigh for a moment to control the tears that were about to fall. It was complicated. She wanted to cry and break down, even though she came from an important family in her country. She was a senju. But she had put her whole heart into that cafe, into her personal project. "It's okay," Tsunade's shoulders slumped, making her look even more defeated, even more ancient, almost as if she'd lost all the energy that kept her going. "I'll wait for you at home. Don't stay out late." "I won't, Grandma," Naruto replied, placing several chairs at one end of the cafeteria. "Just rest and don't think about anything else. I'll take care of it." He took a deep breath to calm his mind and tore his eyes away from the door once his grandmother walked through it, focusing on the damage the burglars had caused. But he wasn't dense, much less an idiot. He knew this was Cobra Kai's doing, the kids who were here the other day causing a ruckus. Why was he such an idiot as to let them get away and leave the cafeteria? If he had been the same man from years ago, blood would be dripping from his fists right now. But he had softened, becoming a mere shell of his former self. Cobra Kai. Naruto placed the chairs on either side, stretched out along the two walls, and propped them up so they wouldn't end up on the floor, disassembled. The legs of each one had been hit with some blunt object or moved with greater force than usual, and he doubted it was the latter. Those idiots have destroyed this. He saw the destruction with his own eyes, not from Moon's phone, from the video they distributed to school groups. And he felt his heart stop for a moment, then start beating again, but with an unbelievable force and intensity. "You made the wrong woman cry." The Uzumakis had a code that every member of the family followed to the letter, a code they shared with every new member who joined the family, and they always followed it, even though it was simple. Keep your promises. Every member of their family had kept their promises, from their maternal grandmother and great-great-grandmother to their little sister. And they had never regretted those promises or what they achieved with them. Until now. Naruto shook his head. His lower jaw was much tighter than usual from the force he was using, and it was surprising that his teeth weren't shattered by the force he was exerting. But what could he do? He had a promise binding him and preventing him from acting as he pleased. His teacher, his mother, his father, his grandparents, they would all be disappointed if he broke it. But I can't just stand here, like a cowering idiot, like a chicken. They made her cry. He cracked his knuckles and stretched his arms slightly afterward, causing his back to loosen and every bone and muscle to fall into place. Now, after that simple movement, his mind was much clearer and his eyes were much darker, more furious, though it was a much darker, much colder rage. I'm sorry, teacher and family ancestors. The destruction of the cafeteria didn't matter much to him, or it wouldn't have mattered if his grandmother had smiled at him with her usual confidence, with that strength she always showed. But he didn't see that confidence and strength, and he could see the trembling of the smile and the gleam of tears in her eyes. If Tsunade hadn't broken, he wouldn't have to break several bones with his own hands, with his strength. Naruto Uzumaki let out all the air he had in his lungs, relaxing every muscle in his body and mind. He stretched out to his full length, cracking every bone in his body, including those in his feet. When he finished stretching and imprinting the destruction of the family cafe into his mind, he spun around, a new resolve shining in his eyes. I'm sorry at the same time that I'm not. Just this once, I suppose, and Uzumaki can break his promise. Chapter 6. Nights in the San Fernando Valley were warm even as winter approached, allowing young people to enjoy drive-in movies and other activities in mid-October, as the last vestiges of summer fled the valley until the following summer, leaving it as a memory until May or June arrived again, when the weather would warm up again. But even though that was going to happen, the valley's young people didn't stay locked up at home and flooded every space with their presence, enjoying the recreational areas appropriate for their age. The adults allowed their children to move freely around the valley, the mall, the drive-in theater, and the cafes and restaurants without them, giving them the freedom they so cherished. And the kids, especially the high schoolers, enjoyed themselves without their parents' presence or the judgmental, annoying eyes that always watched them. In a way, they were free and still under their parents' care. The valley was one of the best places to live, even with the ongoing dojo wars between the two main dojos in the area, something the adults, until now, hadn't paid much attention to. Until Miguel's injury. From that moment on, the young people remained free, believing that the main culprits of the high school fight had received their own punishment, and so they had, with things much calmer and the parents more reassured until the destruction of the cafeteria, which had once again put the parents on edge. But without evidence, witnesses, or information, the culprits escaped all attention, and no one could catch them until someone betrayed themselves. The group of 4 teenagers sat at a wooden table in the park, laughing, with beer cans scattered on the ground next to the bench. They each held a can of drink, smiling with a certain confidence and toughness as they talked, mocking anyone who wasn't strong or Cobra. They were Cobra Kai students. Ha. One of the boys' laughter echoed through the night in response to a comment another boy had made. I don't know how you guys managed to paint the front of that cafe. And you broke everything. Well, another of the boys replied, flashing a smug proud smile that shone in his eyes. The truth is, Kyler really worked hard to get us to paint that Cobra on the facade. Surprisingly, the workers and the police didn't intervene and we were able to get our revenge. Throwing us out like we were nobody. And that kid got on our nerves for spilling some coffee. He deserves it, acting so cocky. The destruction of the cafe had been incredibly satisfying for him, one of the things that filled him with satisfaction for having completed his revenge. One of the customers had pushed them out of the establishment, discouraging them from having a drink there, and the employees hadn't even tried to protect them. They had given power to an idiot. And that had made them look weak, something Cobra Kai wasn't. They weren't secondary characters. And they had proven it by destroying the cafe, striking back just as the master had taught them. Haha. I'd love to see his face when those girls tell him what happened. If I catch him. He goes to high school. He hangs out with the Miyages. The mention of the Miyagi-Do irked the 4 teenagers. Their eyes shone with a certain intensity and they displayed mocking smiles. They had defeated them. They had won the All-Valley tournament, placing themselves as the best dojo in the valley. They had defeated the Miyagi-Do both in and out of fights, gaining the teacher's support, and the teachers always punished LaRusso and his fellow dojo members by placing them in the worst position within the school. How could they possibly defeat them, ranked so far below them? If Miyagi-Do couldn't defeat them, how could a simple cafeteria waiter? If he hangs out with those losers, he's definitely just another one in the crowd. We don't need to worry, the boy who participated in the destruction of the cafe intervened in the conversation for the second time, his voice unmistakably confident. We'll destroy those Miyages' place, and that foreigner will learn what he deserves. So, it was you. Blue eyes as cold as ice itself. A small point of white hot light that moved slightly, from which a thin wisp of smoke rose, standing out in the darkness. Shortly after observing this image, the 4 Cobra Kai students heard the echo of footsteps, such that they stood up and took a step forward. "I guess I'll take it out on you guys, shit Kai." The darkness fell behind. Naruto stopped near the 4 dojo members, standing about 5 or 6 meters away, looking at them with his cold eyes. He tossed his cigarette aside, and the Cobra Kai saw the blonde's clothing. A tight black t-shirt, worn jeans, and white sneakers. "It's the one from the cafeteria." The boy who participated in the destruction of the cafeteria was the first to recognize Naruto, pointing a finger at him. The Uzumaki smiled coldly, accepting the point of view as his face turned into a mocking gesture toward the boy. "It's obvious, genius," he declared, his smile widening. "Is that the extent of your one brain cell?" Those words caused the Cobra Kai to tense up and growl. 2 of them tossed their beers aside, but one of them stopped them, tossing his beer and walking confidently toward Naruto, flashing a mocking smile. "Don't try to sound confident, idiot. We are Cobra Kai. We strike first. We strike hard. No mercy." Swiftly, the boy's arm moved towards the blonde, intending to strike his face, hoping to hit him directly. They expected Naruto to be incapable of defending himself, to be incapable of mastering martial arts. But the Uzumaki reacted with the same speed as the Cobra Kai boy and deflected his arm with a simple punch of his own, allowing him to shoot his claw-like hand directly towards his neck, hitting him in the Adam's apple. Gasping, the boy fell to his knees, searching for any way to get oxygen into his lungs. He couldn't speak, and his eyes filled with tears, leaving him almost blind, clouding his vision. "You bastard." The other 2 Cobra Kai moved forward, leaving the one who participated in the destruction of the cafeteria behind, still sitting at the table, beer in hand, not knowing what to do. But Naruto knew what he had to do and how to do it because he moved forward and responded to the attack. He stomped hard, deflecting one blow and blocking the others. Using his upper body, his entire torso, he pushed the attacker from the right, causing him to stumble and allowing him to focus on the attacker from the left. "You're going to." The voice of the boy on the left died in his mouth. Naruto punched him in the Adam's apple, causing him to choke like the first. Without hesitation, he shoved him to the ground and stopped the leg of the boy who attacked him from the right, bringing his elbow down directly on the boy's knee, striking it hard. "Aya." Using his leg, he swept him forward and threw him onto his back, onto the ground. "You know how to fight." They both looked at each other. Naruto ignored the 3 Cobra Kai behind him and fixed his eyes on the one he had left. The remaining Cobra Kai, on the other hand, looked back at him calmly, but with a hesitant certainty that was evident in his eyes. Naruto knew that this boy had seen him beat up his teammates and was probably thinking about the possible injuries he was going to cause. But he hadn't expected what he really had in mind. "I know how to fight, shit Kai. And I'm going to show you why you shouldn't have destroyed my grandmother's cafe. You cowards shouldn't have come back for revenge." The boy reacted by throwing a direct punch towards the blonde's chest, but the latter reversed it by grabbing him by the wrist and pulling him towards him, allowing him to use his head and forehead to destroy his nose with a direct blow. "NH. You don't expect me to use my martial arts on you, do you? I'm breaking my promise, but I'm not going to use what I was taught on shit like you." Blood trickling from his nose, the boy stumbled back several steps, surprised by that blow to his head. How had he allowed that to happen? Would it be like when one of his classmates was overtaken by an untrained one? He wasn't going to allow it. If he did, Sensei Kreese would kick him out of the dojo and replace him as if he were nobody. It wasn't going to happen. "I'm going to kill you." He attacked again, but this time Naruto reacted by throwing a faster punch. The 1-inch punch straight to his opponent's chest. He sank his fist, feeling his opponent's ribs seem to break, how it sank. But he didn't stop and pushed with his arm, knocking Cobra Kai down, making him fall onto the bench, causing him to hit his back on the edge of the bench, making him grunt in pain from the blow. "Ah. Now, stop this whining." Naruto pressed his foot against the boy's chest, pushing him down onto the stool and preventing him from standing. The pressure against the edge was causing discomfort in the boy's lower back. "If you start crying, then it means you shouldn't do these things. You should accept the consequences of your actions. Stop him." "No, I won't." He swung his fist, smashing the boy's chin with a sharp blow. "Now. I want you to tell me who else went with you to vandalize my grandmother's place." "Never." Another blow. "I won't tell you." Another blow. "I will not betray my dojo brothers." Another blow. "Aid." At the last scream, Naruto grabbed the boy's chin and, using his right hand, pulled out a tooth, earning a scream from him that echoed throughout the area. "I'm sorry about this." He jammed his tooth into the boy's pants, giving him an apologetic smile. "You're not going to talk, are you? Fine, I don't care. I'm coming for everyone." Cobra Kai dies. A few water snakes have bothered the tiger, and I'm tired of your games. You've bothered the wrong people, and you've woken me up. After a prolonged silence, Naruto struck the boy directly in the face. There were several blows, one after another, constant, fast, one after the other, and without pause, because he didn't stop. One blow, another, and another, turning the teenager's face into an unrecognizable bloody mess, and to make it human again, they would have to use surgery for the entire reconstruction. Naruto slowly stood up, leaving the boy unconscious, his face completely destroyed. Nose, lip, chin. Several cuts were oozing blood, and his fair skin had turned completely red, as if wine had been spilled on him. I don't know who was responsible for destroying the cafeteria, he declared, looking at them coldly. I'm coming after all of you. I'll chase you like a dog after its prey, and I'm going to bite your jugular when you least expect it. He wiped the blood with the boy's pants. Cobra Kai strikes first, hard and without mercy, huh? I'm going to show you what mercy is. He had broken the promise he'd made 5 years earlier. He was the first Uzumaki to disregard the family motto, and he had tarnished his family's honor in the worst possible way, leaving his subsequent promises with a shadow of doubt. He would be judged by his relatives, and his parents might disown him. He had become an outcast within the Uzumaki family. But it didn't matter. Those boys made his grandmother cry, the woman who helped him on many occasions. The woman who changed his diapers. The woman who always advised him. The woman who protected him psychologically when certain events happened. Naruto took a deep breath and took out a second cigarette. Uzumaki always keeps his promises. He brought the cigarette to his lips and lit it. They're going to hate me, even Grandma. Chapter 7. The mind must rule over the body, controlling it in all its actions, at all times. People with a strong mind usually overcame any adversity and were able to get back on their feet after being knocked down. If one controlled their mind, they were able to control their body to a certain extent. But controlling the mind meant controlling their feelings and thoughts. During a fight, emotions and thoughts ultimately led the fighter to make decisions that determined the outcome of the confrontation, and if it was a fight to the death, one could lose one's life in the fight. And no one comes back from death. These thoughts were running through Naruto's mind as he punched the sandbag. It had been going on for several hours, and his legs were red from the relentless pounding against the bag, where the fabrics wear from the force he applied with each blow was visible on one side. And he hadn't stopped, even though his lower limbs seemed to be wanting him to fall and rest. I wasn't going to allow it. He was in control of his body and mind, but he'd let his emotions get the better of him. That punishment, although more like training, was only the beginning of what was to come after the fight against the Cobra Kai boys and the breaking of his promise, something that was already weighing on him psychologically. His family would be angry. The Uzumaki's honor was something that hadn't been tarnished in several hundred years, and it remained intact even after Japan's feudal period, where his family was an important samurai clan that served the emperor. But he, hundreds of years later, had been the first Uzumaki to break an oath, a promise, and turn his family's honor into something that other people could discard. They were no longer socially upright and could be disowned simply for having broken an oath. My mother will be angry, they will disown me. Ashina Uzumaki was a woman with a strong character, the same character that captivated her father, if her grandmother's words were to be believed. And she had demonstrated this character in various situations, even when she got angry with him and her little sister. But despite that, she was a woman willing to follow through on a promise to the very end, something that led her to become a nationally recognized businesswoman, as she wasn't interested in the international market. Despite that, many magnates from other countries and important politicians knew her and wanted to do business with her. His father was no different. Minato Namikaze wasn't as strong-willed as his mother, and his smile was always warm and calm, ready to brighten anyone's day. Naruto admitted that his father was a moral support. But unlike him, his father followed the family motto and kept his promises, becoming a renowned chef on several continents and hired by the finest hotels and families. Both Minato and Kushina never broke any of their promises, no matter who they made them to, and they went to the very end, keeping the family's honor intact. But he had brought a stain on the family, dishonor to the family name and to his parents. I should have kept my promise not to fight, not to let myself get bogged down in anger. He hit the bag again. It thrashed under his blow, creating a squeaking noise as it moved, shaking the chain that held it to the ceiling. If he hit it again, it would probably give way to his force. The teacher and my parents will scold me. I've already tarnished the family's honor once, but it wasn't by breaking a promise. Now. Another blow caused the sandbag to shake and some dust to fall from the ceiling, though it wasn't exactly dust. Some paint separated and fell on the blonde's head, though he didn't even flinch at feeling his hair being brushed by an external object. What he did was simply hit harder, with intention, and the fabric finally tore, letting the sand fall to the floor in a light-colored cascade and slowly emptied. Shit. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a swig from the bottle he had on a table a few steps away. It felt refreshing, so much so that even his mind now seemed much calmer, almost as if he had taken a sip of water after weeks without even a drink. But even though I was thinking more clearly, it didn't mean I was better. So what have you done? The Uzumaki stopped drinking from the bottle and unceremoniously took off his gloves. I beat them. I knocked the wind out of 2 of them with a blow to the Adam's apple, but they'll survive. I broke another's knee, and the last one, the one who took part in the destruction of my grandmother's cafeteria, I smashed his face in trying to get information. He threw the towel toward the chair and grabbed the edges of his t-shirt, yanking it off. I think I broke some of his ribs, his nose, his lower jaw, and from the cuts, he'll have to undergo surgery to be recognized. There was no remorse in those words, and his eyes didn't even show sadness for what he had done. A hint of disappointment could be seen if anyone looked closely into his blue orbs, but it was soon replaced by an iron confidence that he maintained as a facade for everyone else. So you've fought again? I have, yes. Naruto turned around. I don't see you worried about all those promises to your mentor or anything like that. I don't even see you a little overwhelmed. Are you okay? I'm not going to talk about that with you. Sure. Lixa? Lixa's lips twisted into a small, slightly shy smile. Her golden blonde hair was tied back in a ponytail, but a few strands framed her face, leaving her eyes fully exposed. They glowed a pale gray that looked like something out of a cloudy day in hell. We're friends, I'm not just your lawyer. Naruto looked at Lixa. Her face was heart-shaped, with high cheekbones and slightly slanted eyes. She was quite tall, over 5 feet 7 inches, with a slim waist and long legs that gave her that height. We are, Naruto admitted, looking at her directly, more firmly than he usually did, but it's not something I want to talk to you about. I called you because of the possible consequences of the fight I had with those stupid brats. Naruto Uzumaki calling me about a legal matter? Are you serious? He crossed his arms under his chest and smiled mockingly. You've changed. Can they destroy me? No. I know you. If they take this to legal matters, something their teacher won't allow because of his pride and philosophy, you'll destroy them. You're not going to let them tarnish your family's honor, are you? The boy didn't admit it openly, but he did so by remaining silent as she looked at him, waiting for his response, even though she knew her without him saying anything. Everyone who knew Naruto Uzumaki knew that he would try not to tarnish the honor of his name, of his family. And if he did, as on that occasion, he would try to keep it from being seen publicly and ensure that only 4 or 5 people knew what had happened. You know me too well, he admitted, sighing. I'll do whatever it takes to ensure my family isn't harmed by my actions. I got into this dojo war by beating up those idiots. I don't want it to reach the wrong people. Not even Mrs. Tsunade's. He winced at the mention of his grandmother and stopped the most hurtful response by biting his tongue. His grandmother would soon know what had happened, whether he told her or not, which could mean a lot of trouble for him for having done the very thing she didn't want him to do. But could he allow Cobra Kai to laugh at his family, at his grandmother's dream? I'll keep it with me, he replied, finishing putting on his new shirt. Don't tell him. With a zip gesture, Lixa swore to secrecy. You know she'll find out sooner rather than later, and she'll be mad if you don't tell her. The old woman's temper was almost legendary in her family, and if certain things that shouldn't be done were done, Tsunade could have much more temper than usual and was capable of using blows with her fists, which were known as love fists, something that came from the Senju family, that of her grandmother. He knew he would hurt her when he dug himself in, and he knew he would disappoint her, but he couldn't tell her now, couldn't confess what he was about to do if the consequences were what he expected. John Kreese wasn't the kind of man to let his students run away from a confrontation, and he wasn't a teacher who thought of hiding. He would send his students to beat him, chase him, and harass him like they did with the boys at Miyagi-Do, which would lead to confrontations at school. But Sensei Kreese's mistake was that he didn't know him as a person, nor did he know about his own mentality or what he was capable of. Daniel LaRusso, master of Miyagi-Do, wasn't a master to strike first, putting his personal conflicts before those of his students and the well-being of his dojo, something Naruto wasn't capable of. He was capable of doing what he had to do to root out the problem, and on this occasion, he beat the Cobra Kai to the point of injury because he had to, both for personal satisfaction and as a warning and revenge. But Cobra Kai would come for him. It doesn't matter what my grandmother thinks, as long as those bastards know not to go near her. He clenched his fists rather tightly. I won't allow it. His voice modulated, deepened, and became much fiercer. When he looked at Lixa, she shivered under his intensified gaze, sending a chill through her, almost as if an icy wind had enveloped her. Well. Thanks for keeping my secret, Naruto looked at Lixa with a calm gaze, with the candid glow he usually had. I'll make it up to you. A dinner? Hey? You'll make it up to me with dinner, she said, smiling. I have to get back to work, but your secret is safe with me. Don't worry. Thank you. Naruto looked at the mangled sack and the sand scattered on the floor. He had done that with his own strength. But no matter how much stress he had released, he still needed something to calm the chaos inside his mind. I'm going to tear them apart. They're a cobra, aren't they? Then they'll see what the white tiger is. Chapter 8. The Valley High School had been filled with welcoming banners and murals with photographs of Miguel Diaz, the boy who had finally left the hospital. It didn't take long for the news of his recovery to reach the students. Miguel had managed to complete rehabilitation and could use his legs again safely, almost as if he hadn't fallen 20 meters onto a railing. And it was news the entire school wanted to celebrate, even if they didn't know the boy, but they were there cheering him on from the shadows. Recovering from an injury like Miguel's was arduous work that could push the mind and body too near the limit. Falling, getting up, feeling the futility of the legs that had once supported one, sapped morale until the person finally lost the faith and will to keep trying, even with constant support. This had not been the case with Miguel. The teenager had received constant pressure from his teacher, his only father figure, and had managed to recover from the injury, turning that moment into a thing of the past that would, in the future, give him strength in times of need. Or at least, that was how Naruto saw Miguel's injury. A point in his history that would allow him to draw strength from weakness when he needed it most. It would also be a moment of learning, of not repeating the same mistakes that led to his injury. But would Miguel be able to see his mistakes and abandon confrontations? Naruto doubted that Miguel would abandon his teammates, although he also doubted that he would return to Cobra Kai after the injury they caused to Demetri, and he could see how the boy's eyes lit up when he saw his friend's casted arm, although he saw him in the good company of Yasmin. The girl showed her cheeks flushed, and Demetri didn't know where to hide, being caught with the most popular girl in school being a nerd. But Demetri had turned the tables. Yasmin had been part of the popular group and was always accompanied by Moon and Kyler and the boys in their group, being Demetri's bullies and the nerdy kids. But the teenager had turned it to his advantage thanks to karate and the punch he landed on his former friend Hawk, although this led to an injury that kept him away from training for a while. Cobra Kai hasn't responded to my invitation yet. He shifted his eyes to Hawk, Kyler, and the Cobra Kai boys. Ever since the day he beat up the 4 boys he found alone, one of whom was responsible for destroying his grandmother's cafeteria, they hadn't made a move against him and had stayed away from him as if he didn't exist, and the incident where he smashed one of the boys' face in was non-existent. But Naruto knew that wouldn't happen. The Cobra Kai boys, probably guided by their sensei, were waiting for an opportunity to attack him when he least expected it. Or were they checking to see if Miyagi-Do was supporting him? He didn't belong to Miyagi-Do, but he had no doubt the Cobra Kai boys would be evaluating who could come to their aid if they started a fight. Although he knew they would wait until they were outside the school to make any move. That's if they don't hit me with a bowl or something like that, like they did to the Miyagi guys. The Cobra Kai members were intelligent, cunning, and used the school's rules to protect themselves from Miyagi-Do's counterattacks. The latter were positioned as the bad guys in front of the teachers, while the latter protected the Cobra Kai members, as if they were the ones being bullied. They used the school's rules in such a way that they always benefited and were never caught by the faculty in their games. Cunning and idiotic. If they push. Naruto closed his locker and looked away from the Cobra Kai, feeling his thoughts darken. Unlike the Miyagi-Do boys, he had no problem breaking their bones and putting aside their games. He might get expelled, but he had to know who vandalized his grandmother's cafeteria. Even if it was with blood. Look, Miguel. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned around, watching Demetri and Miguel walk towards him. The tall boy was pointing at him, and when he saw him looking back, he smiled. Let me introduce you. This is Naruto Uzumaki, a transfer student. Miguel stopped in front of Naruto, and the two looked at each other. They were almost the same height, although Naruto towered slightly over him. Now that the blonde had cut his hair, it was messy, with strands pointing in different directions. The first to reach out was Miguel. It's a pleasure, the boy said, and Naruto shook his hand. For a moment, they both exerted more force than necessary, as if gauging their strength. But that aggressive interaction disappeared almost immediately when they both smiled at each other. Demetri has spoken highly of you. You helped him with Kyler's thugs. Not just Kyler, the blonde replied, feeling the need to be honest with Miguel, but with all your dojo mates. Confusion quickly filled Miguel's dark eyes, and Naruto saw that hazy light flicker, gaining even more strength and intensity. Had Demetri kept the news of Cobra Kai and Falcon from him? One look at the boy gave him the answer to that question. Demetri had kept the news of his injury from his friend, probably in an attempt to make peace. Or maybe it was because he didn't want Falcon and Miguel to fight. Faced with that doubt, Naruto understood Demetri's dilemma. He was caught in the middle, afraid of being abandoned by his best friend and by Miguel, who would likely try to return to Cobra Kai. But Miguel's confusion turned into suppressed anger. into contempt and disappointment at what his teammates had done to one of his friends, even if Falcon was his other best friend. I see, Miguel's voice stumbled, his eyes flicking doubtfully between Kyler's back and Demetri's. Why didn't you tell me? Miguel's gaze was intense and his voice turned harsh, showing a bit of his anger at discovering that Cobra Kai was hitting his friend when it wasn't supposed to be that way. And Hawk? The teenager asked, speaking again without letting Demetri answer. What has he done? Did he let you get bullied? At such direct questions, Demetri flinched slightly, unsure of where to hide. He internally cursed Naruto for getting him into this mess, but he also couldn't stay angry with the blonde when the situation was his fault. He'd single-handedly gotten himself into all this trouble by not being truthful and not bothering Miguel when he was injured. Hawk broke my arm, he admitted, looking down and embarrassed. When we went after the Cobra Kai at the mall, they set a trap for us. There are more of them. They are stronger. They are much more aggressive than us, and the teachers support them. We can't just fight them, Miguel. Sam recently returned to school, but how long will it take Tori to hurt her emotionally again? And look at my arm. Broken. And by someone I thought was my brother. His eyes were blazing furiously, and his voice became slightly shaky with insecurity. It was the first time he acknowledged that they couldn't win in front of anyone other than their own reflection in the mirror, which always looked back at him with those eyes that projected a defeated look. Without you, because I know you'll return to Cobra Kai, we don't stand a chance. Their ranks have swelled with athletes like Kyler, and I have no doubt they'll soon have more star fighters. They have Tori and Hawk. You'll be next. Even Robbie has joined them. He's been spotted lurking around Cobra Kai. He doesn't stand a chance. Miguel didn't respond to his friend's words and remained silent, pondering, ruminating over each of the words Demetri had said, all of which were half-truths. Did Cobra Kai really have better fighters than Miyagi-Do? He couldn't think about how the sensei was feeling after losing Cobra Kai, how it affected him to be kicked out of his project and for his students to turn against what they were. He couldn't even imagine how Demetri felt when Hawk went so far as to break his arm, forgetting that they were almost brothers, eternal companions. Thinking about it made him slightly angry. He clenched his fists and looked toward the Cobra Kai gang. Unconsciously, he took a step, then another, toward Kyler and Hawk, but a hand stopped him, gripping him tightly by the forearm. I wouldn't do it if I were you, Naruto intervened, turning his fingers and hand into an iron shackle that tightened around the boy's limb. They're fine with fighting, but they'll tell the teachers on you. They'll use anything they can to make you look bad to the adults, turning you into an outcast like Miyagi-Do. So? Miguel turned, looking into those blue eyes that shone intensely. Should I just let him go as he is? Hawk is my friend. And he hurt my other best friend. How can I not intervene? He broke his arm. It didn't kill me, Demetri pointed out. And it wasn't that bad, either. No. Yasmin. The name made Miguel stop, and a mocking, mischievous smile appeared on the Uzumaki's lips. Yasmin was a popular girl, even after the confrontation with Aisha and everything that happened afterward, becoming very close to Demetri to the point where he could see the two of them kissing in the corners too frequently. Not even in his dreams had Demetri been able to be with her. But reality often surpassed fiction, and the girl ended up being drawn to his new attitude, probably thanks to karate. Are you dating? You saw how they ate each other, Naruto let go of Miguel's arm. They've been like this for days, and the teachers are even watching them now. Hahaha, you should see the librarian's face. She caught them between the shelves once, like any hormonal teenager. But you not shouted. I'd appreciate it. I'm not going to make fun of you, Demetri, he shrugged at his friend's offended look. If I didn't make fun of you, I couldn't be your friend. That's the rule. That change of subject calmed Miguel's spirits, and his mind stopped focusing only on Hawk, Kyler and the rest of Cobra Kai, turning towards a new objective. I'll have Sensei open another dojo. Naruto and Demetri looked at him in confusion for a few seconds. If Kreese had Cobra Kai, Johnny Lawrence almost certainly didn't have a dojo or students to teach, so he'd have no income and no support. All of his students, except Miguel, had left him and remained in Cobra Kai, their minds washed by Kreese and their teachings different from Johnny's. And that could end badly in many ways. If Cobra Kai exploded with Johnny for his personal reasons, what will happen now with John Kreese in charge? That doubt was too dangerous to entertain and too risky to answer, because Kreese was a man who had lived through war, traumatized and dangerous in many ways, as he had proven on many occasions to the point of being a real danger. Would he be a danger now, being the teacher of teenagers? Naruto saw the danger in that. Children with malleable minds being in the custody of a man traumatized by war and the loss of companions, of having tainted his hands. This could get out of control. His family's honor had been tarnished by his actions, by his broken promise. But could he have continued as he was, even with Kreese in the valley? Naruto doubted it, and very much so. The Cobra Kai boys were dangerous if they followed Kreese's teachings, and now that their numbers had increased. It's best to put these thoughts aside, he declared, shaking his head when Miguel and Dimitri looked at him strangely. I was just talking to myself. What do we have now? Computer classes. Lendokusai, he muttered. I forgot the book. Yours just in case. Naruto and Dimitri looked at each other and smiled. Do you have a computer too, Miguel? Yeah, I think so. I have to pick up the reception schedule. See you in a moment, guys. They both watched as their partner turned in the opposite direction they were heading. You know he'll talk to Hawk, right? He's your friend too, Dimitri murmured, a little dejected. It's only natural that you talk to him. I'd do the same. I hope you get lucky and Eli comes back to his senses. The bitterness in Dimitri's voice was noticeable, and Naruto looked at the boy and saw how he looked at his casted arm. Sigh. I'll teach you a few things so you don't get hurt again, whether he's Hawk or not. Chapter 9. West Valley classes weren't too heavy. Biology, science, math, language arts, gym, Spanish. Over the next few days after Miguel Diaz's return, things seemed to have cooled down, and both Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do seemed to have focused their minds solely on studying. The boys and girls from both dojos didn't cross paths in the hallways or even look at each other. As if they didn't exist, the Cobra Kai boys ignored the Miyagi-Do boys as if they didn't exist, just as the others did with the Cobra Kai boys. They didn't recognize each other, look at each other, or speak to each other, and even the constant harassment of the Cobra Kai boys towards the Miyagi boys had reduced to almost zero, as if a war between the two dojos had never started, as if the incident at the high school had never happened. The calm before the storm. Nobody knew why, but that calm was perfect to personify the saying, the calm before the storm, because the rivalry between the two dojos could not disappear as if it had never existed, even when Miguel had renounced his old dojo, and, although he did not join Miyagi-Do, he was not aligned with the teachings of John Kreese, being Johnny's only faithful student. Why Cobra Kai's pride took a blow after losing its King Cobra, its star fighter. Though the attention of the Cobra Kai guys seemed to shift towards two teenagers. Robbie Keane and Tori Nichols, with the former not fully aligned with Cobra Kai yet, but seeming to be the path the boy was going to follow. Those who paid attention could see patterns in what Cobra Kai was doing and what it might do in the near future. Bringing its revenge to fruition. Naruto was certain of the latter and that the Cobra Kai members hadn't given up. They were waiting for the right moment for their next move, enjoying a peace that wasn't about to last long. The chances of Cobra Kai making their next move soon were almost 100%. And they still haven't taken revenge for what happened to their colleagues. 2 weeks ago, he had beaten the 4 Cobra Kai students, injuring 2 of them. He shattered one's knee with an elbow strike, causing the boy's leg to buckle so badly that the knee gave way without too much trouble. He savagely and directly hit the other, destroying his face, until it became a reddish mess of cut skin and warm blood that stained his clothes. That boy would probably need surgery to get his face back, although he would bear scars for the rest of his life, being one of his worst memories. He deserves it. Biting his tongue and the inside of his mouth, Naruto squashed the feelings as soon as they appeared, trying to get rid of them. Though the chances of him ever being able to let go of the anger they'd caused him to grow were too small. He couldn't just forgive. They'd destroyed his grandmother's coffee shop, all the effort the woman had put into building her business. And teenagers had destroyed it. Naruto stopped in front of the crosswalk, holding his backpack in his right hand. Beside him on the left, Moon was mentioning something to him about a new song or a plan to break the tension that had settled in the school. And he agreed. The tension between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do was palpable in the school, a growing feeling that Cobra Kai would soon make their move against Miyagi-Do or against him. The members of Cobra Kai couldn't stay still and calm for even a couple of hours. They needed, almost like breathing, to be able to rise above and believe themselves superior, the best in the world. The movement to the left made Naruto move his head slightly and ignore Moon's voice, which was placed below the sounds of the street, being turned into a soft murmur that could be forgotten. It could even make you sleepy. Moving and planting his feet firmly on the ground, Naruto pulled Moon and protected her with his body, covering her with his entire left side and placing his shoulder as a shield. Swiftly guided by its owner, the wooden bat slammed into Naruto's left shoulder, shattering into several pieces that flew. With a screech, the motorcycle stopped about 10 meters in front of the zebra crossing, and a boy jumped off the back while the driver put the kickstand on. The boy with the bat threw the shattered object to the ground and took off his gloves as he unzipped his jacket. Kyler's dark eyes gleamed with a certain satisfaction at the sight of his injured target. How could he have been so stupid as to protect Moon? He hadn't intended to hit her, but it had been the best thing to do. The fact that the Japanese boy thought he was going to hurt her gave him the opportunity to shatter her left arm with a swing from a sturdy wooden bat. Naruto. What the buck are you doing, Kyler? Moon looked straight at her old friend, her eyes filled with anger. Even she, who hated fighting, could feel angry at people like Kyler when they acted like this. What? He hit my classmates. the boy replied, sounding arrogant. He must have known we'd get back at him, and it would be twice as much as he did to the kids. Tyler's pride was what drove him to make that move at that moment. He took advantage of the fact that Dimitri and Miguel were far away, perhaps on the other side of the valley, and decided to attack Naruto when he was most vulnerable. He might not have been very smart when it came to studying, but he certainly had been smart enough to create that moment and that move. They had struck back harder, just as Sensei Kreese had mentioned. And they weren't going to stop there. You're an idiot. Moon crawled out from under Naruto's body with some difficulty and crouched down beside him. Blood had soon appeared on her left temple, falling in red threads that stained her entire cheek and chin, and even soaked the collar of her jacket and the strap of her backpack. Moon, step aside, Kyler said, walking toward the two of them. Let's record the lesson for him like he did with Luke. What did you do with Hei? Another boy appeared behind her and firmly grabbed her waist and pulled her away from Naruto. This is for the beatings you gave Luke. Kyler stopped 2 steps away from Naruto and crouched down in front of him. Several steps away, Moon was trying to break free from the other boy's grip. We're going to turn your face into a bloody mess like hers. We're going to leave you unrecognizable, just like we left that lady's cafeteria. Is that your grandmother? She must have cried when she saw how we left everything. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed loudly throughout that section of the street, full of mockery for the downed boy. He stood up and looked at his companion, who was holding Moon. Better way. This guy and I, he jerked his thumb at the guy riding with him, are going to beat this idiot until his face is unrecognizable to the woman at the coffee shop. They'll have to see a picture too. It was fast, although he could see it. Tyler dodged the blow by taking a step back, though his eyes had widened in surprise, and the sensation of something brushing against his chin lingered in his mind for a moment before he looked at the cause of that treacherous attack. He was standing, blood trickling down his right temple. Unlike the Cobra Kai or Miyagi-Do guys, Naruto had his fingers slightly flexed, simulating 2 claws, while his left arm was stretched out and his right arm retracted and raised to face level, pointing his knuckles at Kyler. This stance wasn't karate, and it didn't even seem to be something the Cobra Kai guys would recognize, no matter how closely they looked at him. BFFF. Ha 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 ha. Naruto wasn't fazed by the laughter surrounding him. He closed his left eye, preventing the blood from entering and impeding his vision, and focused his single eye on the 2 boys in front of him. He knew about the boy behind him, but he didn't see him as dangerous since he was holding Moon, and he didn't seem worried about him. Not even Kyler and his partner were worried about him and his posture. And what's that pose, huh? Are you going to try to ask me to dance? You're not my type. Ha ha ha. He didn't respond to the taunt. He bent his leg slightly and let his waist be his center of gravity. He wasn't going to use his kung fu to fight. He didn't want to stain the art of his master and his companions with his anger and his desperation for some blood. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath, but he didn't abandon the bending of his legs. Stop looking at me like that, idiot. Tyler took the first step and also made his first mistake. Giving up on the idea of guarding his opponent's limbs to evade any blows. Trusting that his opponent's damage was sufficient to allow him to fight without any problems. Kyler made several mistakes, but the first was that step because his enemy's arm moved directly toward his neck and Adam's apple, likely intending to kill him with a single blow. He wasn't controlling himself like he had against the other boys, and fate had it that Naruto missed slightly due to his closed eye and head injury and landed a blow lower in the neck, causing Kyler to choke for a second, as if gasping for air. Placing his left hand fully open, he delivered a palm strike after the first contact and used all the strength in his waist and legs to push and throw Kyler onto his back. Don't look down on me, Shikai. He cracked his fingers as he flexed them slightly. This caused Kyler to glance at him briefly and his partner to get into position. The boy holding Moon had let her go, and it wasn't long before she was running toward him. But I'd already seen it. Naruto spun around and slammed the heel of his right foot into the third boy's back, causing him to stumble forward and nearly fall flat on his face. By the time he managed to stand up and position himself to Kyler's right, he was once again staring at the 3 Cobra case with one eye. It's 3 against 1. And you're hurt. Naruto. Sounding worried, Moon tried to go to the blonde. You don't have to do this. I don't want you to see this, he admitted, taking a deep breath that filled his lungs. I don't like fighting, Moon. I hate hurting people. But now you'll know, if you stay, why I made that decision. Why it's not just for no reason. The 2 Cobra Kai boys flanking Kyler moved first, and he followed. The exchange of blows began the next moment, and as if in a reenactment, Naruto positioned himself between the 2, his eye on Kyler, deflecting and blocking the other 2 boys' attempted blows, causing both of their anger to rise, his frustration growing. One of the boys charged with a direct blow to the back of the Uzumaki's head, but the boy struck the boy's stomach with his foot, launching a kick backwards, causing the boy's companion to decide to attack, seeing him in an unfavorable position. But it was not to be. Using the ground as support, he spun and hit the boy with a spinning kick that knocked him to the ground while leaving him in front of the other boy, whom he kicked in the stomach. This boy launched himself again, but Naruto blocked both of the boy's arms and, as he fell on his back, placed both feet on the boy's chest and threw him into his other companion, knocking them both down. He took a breath and jumped to his feet. "Do you want to continue?" He cracked his neck and, with his left eye open, stared intensely at Kyler. "Take advantage of the fact that I'm hurt, Kyler. Take advantage of the fact that you have the pride to keep fighting, because when I recover from this blow, I'm going to kill you." That last word was meant to scare the Cobra Kai boys, but Kyler didn't even flinch. He threw his jacket to the floor and got into Cobra Kai's attack stance, looking down at him with arrogance and mockery, which was reflected in his smile. Good, Naruto cracked his knuckles again. "You've made your choice." Kyler and Naruto launched into an exchange of blows. The former was confident, utilizing what John Kreese had taught him. But the latter had blind faith in his knowledge and experience, which could have been 5 times greater than Kyler's. It showed when Naruto was the first to strike, causing his opponent to take several steps back. But it didn't end there. Using the strength in his legs, Naruto jumped up and kneed Kyler to the face, allowing him to wrap his leg around the teen's neck while in midair and, using the strength in his waist, knocked the boy down onto the pavement, causing a groan to come out of his mouth, which was silenced by a punch to his face. He was standing over Kyler. His nose was broken and he was bleeding from the corner of his lip on the right side. And he looked at him before speaking. "Tell your sensei that you lured the tiger into your home, that you teased him like he was a kitten." Cobra Kai dies. Chapter 10. Injuries were a constant presence in an athlete's life. If not for their presence, it was for the fear of being injured due to a bad fall or a bad blow from an opponent, which could cost them an entire athletic career, something wrestlers knew perfectly well from constantly taking physical damage from their rivals, especially contact fighters. But what Moon's eyes saw was beyond the typical injuries of an athlete or judoka. That jagged scar on the man's abdomen wasn't one a wrestler could have inflicted on Naruto. The cuts on the man's back, the small X-shaped scars, and the long diagonal cut from left to right weren't typical of surgery and looked much more like scars caused by natural healing, far removed from any doctor, as if an inexperienced person had treated those wounds years ago and in the best way they knew how. Were they scars from broken bones? No, not likely. The shape of the wound and how it appeared to have been caused, even to her, clearly came from some kind of sharp weapon that someone else had used to cut and try to kill him, especially that diagonal cut that almost cut the boy in two, but ultimately didn't, by fate. And they were wounds that a young man should not have. She hated violence. Before, she had been a bully towards boys like Demetri and Eli. But after the start of Cobra Kai and how it affected the valley, she had changed her mindset, something her mother encouraged with her advice, and she became the pacifist she was now. But those wounds, those cuts and scars she discovered on her friend's back while he was being treated for his head wound, made her wonder about Naruto's past. Who had he been? Who was he? Did his parents know about those scars? Did they know about his ability to hit others? According to Naruto, he hated fighting and tried to stay away from karate and other martial arts. But his fight against Kyler and his classmates showed her that he knew how to fight. And how he had done it. Naruto was peaceful, at least with her, but when Kyler hit him and provoked him into something, he went for the kill, as if hoping to get rid of his enemy. That arm movement and the way he guided it toward Kyler's lower neck saved him from dying from a simple blow to the throat, something neither Cobra Kai nor Miyagi-Do had done until that point. He was different from how the others were. A sigh brought her back to the present and she looked over to the blonde. Naruto was sitting on the stretcher, his torso completely bare and a bandage covering the, now clean, wound that Kyler's bat had caused when it hit him so hard. It was surprising how he hadn't suffered any more damage than a simple wound on his temple and not a fractured skull from the blow. Although what surprised her most, apart from the fact that the boy knew how to fight, was the resilience of his body. Apart from having received a blow to the temple, he also received it to the shoulder, which could have fractured it or at least dislocated it from the force of the impact. Despite that, Naruto was still in one piece, with a cut on his forehead and a much warmer gaze than when he looked at Kyler. Those blue eyes seemed to constantly change color depending on the person looking at them, something Moon was able to decipher only after looking into his eyes a couple of times. They were usually a sapphire blue hue, with brilliance and warmth. But if he got angry or serious, his eyes would darken and become the color of the deepest ocean, almost turning black. And they were very cold. Naruto's eyes were warm when he was happy and cheerful, but they turned truly cold when they darkened and he looked at someone he didn't like. And it wasn't an unforgettable cold. When she looked at Kyler, she felt a cold as real as if she were in Antarctica or as if winter had suddenly arrived, with the snow falling heavily and a storm having enveloped her in just a few seconds with the summer clothes she was still wearing. Definitely an unpleasant feeling. Naruto cleared his throat, causing Moon to blush slightly. She hadn't intentionally looked at the boy's naked torso, just wandering, but her eyes stayed there, still, and it didn't seem like it. Anything you want to ask? He looked peaceful, sitting there, his feet dangling off the table as if he weren't almost 6 feet tall, waiting for the nurse to return with medication for any headaches. And Moon found him adorable, almost like a child expecting a lollipop for good behavior. You know how to fight. You know karate. I know how to fight, he admitted, and I also know karate. Although it's not the only martial art I know. Why did you put your fingers in a claw shape? She tried to position her fingers just like Naruto did before attacking Kyler. Is this some kind of technique? Naruto didn't answer those questions for a moment and turned his eyes to his feet, mulling over Moon's questions for the next few seconds. Should he answer? It wouldn't be dangerous to answer innocent questions, but if he did, he had to give a real answer. Not half-truths. Not hidden lies that passed themselves off as the truth. It wasn't karate I was going to use against Kyler and the other boys, he said, still looking at his feet, feeling a little ashamed of what he was going to have to say. My style is kung fu, more specifically the northern Shaolin that my master passed on to me as one of his students. He closed his hands tightly around the edge of the table. It's not a style to use openly unless one is ready to accept the consequences. Although everyone who fights should accept them. That's why you were going to kill Kyler. You were going to use your kung fu on him and you put your hands like that. He nodded at Moon's words and didn't respond with words, instead remaining silent. Moon was accepting that he was going to kill a boy much better than he could have ever accepted it. Because he had already killed once and he was still haunted by the guilt, the remorse of having become a monster. I was going to use Northern Tiger Claws, a much more offensive and aggressive style. I could have killed him if I wanted to, but I remembered you were behind me. For a moment I was lost. You closed your hands, Moon recalled. You closed them and just hit him. Moon, he sighed. It's not as simple as closing your hands. I almost killed him even with my hands closed. He fixed his eyes on a fixed point on the ground while slightly shifting his feet. You've seen the scars, right? Sorry if I saw them. He shook his head at that slightly pleading tone, embarrassed, as if he'd been caught looking at something he shouldn't have. But for Naruto, those scars weren't a shame, but rather a reminder of what he shouldn't do again. Promethamelo. Promethamelo, Naruto. I belong to the Uzumaki family. My parents are Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, now Uzumaki. Following the ancient laws, as my mother's family was more important, my father became Uzumaki, although it's not relevant to what I'm about to tell you. He moved his eyes to Moon. And I hope. I won't tell. He nodded. I'm the second son in the family and I took after my mother and her ancestors. This scar, he pointed to the one on his abdomen, was caused by a jagged knife that stabbed me and nearly took my life 5 years ago when I was barely 12. He moved his hand and pointed to his back. The smaller scars are from minor cuts made by knives or by blows from other fighters' bare hands. Those are from before I was stabbed and cut. Both the diagonal scar and the jagged one were caused by the same person. For whom? The fearful question left Moon's lips almost as if it had been a sigh. The White Ghost. The name made him shudder. Naruto hadn't thought about that man in 5 years since that fight that had involved him and led him to make that promise. He hadn't killed just one person, but several, a whole group. That man was the cause of my 2 most significant scars, and in revenge, I killed an entire group of his closest people, his inner circle. And I did it using the martial arts I learned as a child, staining the honor of the family and of the White Tiger Dojo, my kung fu dojo. Because of that, I promised my teacher and my family that I would never fight again, that I would never let myself succumb to such dark feelings again. But I did when they destroyed my grandmother's cafe. I couldn't stop myself. I want to kill them, Moon, just like I did that man's friends. And I can't stop that urge no matter how hard I try. Moon looked at her friend's face with concern and a touch of fear, though much more intrigued to know the motive that led him to murder those men. Was it really like he said? Did he really murder them? Or was he just lying to her, hiding the whole truth from her? Martial arts can be used as a weapon, but Naruto wasn't the type to kill. Did you really murder them? He asked, his brow furrowed. I don't think you did. You're not a murderer. It's like I did it. I left them bedridden for the rest of their lives. Killing someone wasn't the worst thing a person could suffer. Death happened in the blink of an eye. Injuring someone who couldn't move or perform ordinary actions was sometimes worse than death. And Naruto knew this. Broken bones. Ruptured arteries. Damaged nerves. And you consider it murder. Isn't that worse than killing them? Moon took a deep breath. What happened for them to end up like this? What did the white ghost do to end up fighting you? Naruto remained silent again, staring only at his feet, remaining calm. But while he appeared calm on the outside, he was in chaos on the inside. Those men belonged to the Yakuza. Do you know what it is? The criminal group, I think. He nodded. The Yakuza is a criminal group, that's true. And there are several Yakuza groups, almost like cartels. But the one run by the White Ghost was by far the worst of them all, very little recognized as Yakuza. There was no honor or rules. The strongest ruled, and that was him by far. Instinctively, he touched the scar on his abdomen. And the strength of his group began to want to take over my family's companies. Extortion, blackmail, manipulation. Everything he had at hand, the White Ghost used to try to get what he wanted. But my maternal grandmother, Mido, didn't accept it. Surprisingly, our companies are clear with their movements and never strayed from the path like others. There was no embezzlement or under-the-table dealings. And yet, he made it up. He spent money hiring people with the skills to manipulate reports and move money, causing our companies to almost fall into absolute destruction. Almost, because my grandmother eventually gave in. In order to clear the family honor, she gave money to the man who wanted to destroy us, something neither I nor my older brother accepted. And the White Ghost reminded us where we belong. He killed my brother and almost killed me, leaving the memory of this scar and the one on my back. Months later, I destroyed his entire group using the resources at my disposal and my master's martial art. I stained my master's name, my family name, and the legacy of all the Uzumaki by giving in to my anger. I went from being the optimistic Naruto to simply being a demon. That's normal, Moon murmured, cupping Naruto's face and lifting him up. Tears had begun to trickle down the boy's cheeks. Feelings are what push us to do certain things. Maybe not the best ones, but the ones we believe are best. To be honest, this story has left me cold, but I understand your motivations and your actions. But breaking this promise for those who love you isn't a bad thing. That man should be in jail. He is, the blonde admitted. My master was in charge of getting him there. Then don't worry about breaking your promise to your teacher and your family. Just explain to them what happened, what you felt. Honor. Honor and promises don't bring back the dead or defend us from those who come to harm us, Naruto. I hate fighting, and I hate it when people around me do it, motivated by petty thoughts. Your fight against Kyler and Cobra Kai probably carries a lot more weight than Miyagi-Do's against them. Because, to be honest, this dojo rivalry started because of people who don't know how to handle their emotions. Have you noticed? Moon raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips. Do you think all teenagers can't handle their emotions and are dense like Sam or Eli? Please. I'm hoping Mr. Lawrence and Mr. LaRusso will finally realize this and help the kids instead of focusing them on fighting with those with different opinions. Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do aren't seeing the harm they're doing to their students. Thanks, Moon. She wiped Naruto's tears with a gentle gesture and a warm smile. Just don't kill anyone, okay? Naruto smiled. I don't promise much. Chapter 11. He moved his arm and hit the wood with the back of his hand, switching to the next hand and hitting the lower wood, thus beginning an exchange of blows with a wooden dummy at a speed worthy of any martial artist. He had to feel his muscles tense again, how his arms remembered the movements, the katas, and how his body was ready to receive and return blows in a real fight. In front of Moon and the Cobra Kai boys, he had demonstrated confidence, strength, and speed. But it had been 5 years since he had fully used his body for combat. Constant training kept him from getting completely rusty, but he hadn't felt the need to practice kung fu again since the last fight where he had used it. He thought he had forgotten, that his body wouldn't remember. But placing his hands in that claw position made him see that he truly remembered the principles of his martial art. The Northern Shaolin style. I need more speed. She bit her lower lip and repeated the exercise with more speed, strength, and precision than before. It didn't matter that her hands were starting to turn slightly red or that small splinters were digging into her skin. She stamped her feet firmly and anchored them to the ground, then proceeded to hit the wood much more quickly than before, letting her body move on its own, letting it remember what to do and how to do it. Cobra Kai. Ever since he'd beaten Kyler, the Cobra Kai boys had always glared at him menacingly from afar, with those sharp dagger-like gazes, probably wanting to strike him down when he was completely alone. But he was never alone. Demetri and Moon always accompanied him, and occasionally Miguel would join them along with Sam, and that seemed to scare the Cobra Kai boys, or at least keep them in line and away from him. But, after all, it was better for them to stay away. He was still angry. He hit one end of the training dummy hard and felt his hand tremble. He stopped to look at it. Blood was oozing slightly from some of the cuts, and some splinters seemed to have found it comfortable to be embedded in his hand, tearing at his skin as if he weren't alive. And it almost seemed that way. He hadn't felt the pain, the cuts, or even the small, annoying splinters. Nothing had stopped him from practicing. Grandma is going to kill me one of these days. Naruto began removing the small splinters using surgical forceps. One by one, the small fragments of wood were placed in a metal bowl, as if they were bullets, and the wounds were cleaned with hydrogen peroxide and soon after covered with a fresh, spotless bandage. Another unexplained injury. The smile twisted his lips. His grandmother had asked him about the head wound, and Moon had made up an almost completely different story. According to her, it was a car that hit them, and he, to protect her, had gotten in the way, taking the brunt of the impact, leaving her with a wound on her temple and a slightly bruised shoulder, though not too bad. And her grandmother believed it. Tsunade was a skeptical woman and had squinted at him, searching for any sign of lying, whether in his body language or the gleam in his eyes. When she found nothing, she gave up looking at him and focused solely on Moon, inviting her to have tea and matcha at the reopened cafe, which had been filled with cameras in every corner, barely visible to the customers. Despite this reassurance, Naruto doubted Cobra Kai would attempt something similar again. Last time, the boys at this dojo suffered injuries that sidelined them from training for a while, and one of them would need surgical treatment to fully heal. Would others risk suffering the same injuries as their classmates? Would they be foolish enough to attempt an attack again? Or perhaps it would be their sensei who would try it. John Kreese. Naruto was tired of that name and the person who bore it. The tinkling sound of a bell brought him out of his train of thought. He placed the surgical forceps in the metal bowl and stood up when he saw a small group of people enter, and one of them pointed at him, greeting him a few moments later. "We found you. See how it was here?" Demetri directed his question toward those accompanying him. Miguel rolled his eyes, while the brown-haired girl just let out a small snort, indicating, with the actions of the dark-haired man's two friends, that he had told them where to find him at all times and that it had been just as he'd said, resulting in a victory. "I'm always here when I'm not studying," he declared, tightening the bandage on his hand. This gesture made Miguel glance at his limb briefly before looking back into his eyes. "What's wrong? Besides, it's probably some kind of problem with Cobra Kai." Miguel and Sam glanced at each other briefly before she took the step, looking at Naruto with a certain intensity and doubt shining in her brown eyes. "We're uniting Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do against Cobra Kai, and we want you there." Naruto blinked a couple of times. The proposal wasn't indecent, but it had caught him off guard. Did Sam mean having him within the unified dojo or with them as moral support? If Sam meant having him on the team, he'd have to decline the proposal. He already had a dojo, albeit a dismantled one. If she meant being there as moral support and, perhaps, a non-committal training partner, he had no problem siding with the boys, since Cobra Kai were his enemies too. And, although selfishly he planned to take all of Cobra Kai's students for himself, sharing a little glory with the others would be well received and wouldn't make him look arrogant. "What do you mean? Do you want me inside the dojo or as an outside assistant, a little sensei?" "Oh. That last one would be cool." "Demetri." "What?" "Naruto taught me a few things when I was out of the cast," Demetri replied, under Sam's intense gaze. "And he's good at teaching, honestly." The Uzumaki had more than fulfilled the promise he'd made to Demetri. When the boy fully recovered his injured arm, he began training him and providing him with a complete rehabilitation, strengthening the injured limb and teaching him some holds to counteract grabs. And, knowing that Cobra Kai attacked first, Demetri had the advantage if he could analyze his opponents. Perhaps against Robbie and Hawk they wouldn't have much effect, but against lower-ranking students, Demetri had the upper hand, especially if he took advantage of the height life had given him. "Well?" Naruto picked up his water bottle and took a sip, waiting for Sam's response. Though from her body language, he could tell what she was thinking, what she was asking for even before he parted his lips. Samantha LaRusso was looking for him as an addition to the dojo, not a training partner, to be the glue that held the two teams together. But he already had a dojo, a sensei, and teammates, even if he hadn't seen them, since the dojo itself had dissolved due to his own actions, a consequence of his confrontations with the White Ghost. If his sensei hadn't intervened, his dojo would still be standing. "I did everything wrong. I'm not going to do it again." "We want you to join our dojo," Sam said. "Moon told us you know martial arts and that you defended her from Kyler and his teammates." Instinctively, he touched his forehead, still covered by the bandage that had been applied by Kyler and his wooden bat. He grimaced, but didn't remove it. The wound hadn't fully healed and still had a scab hidden by the bandage the nurse had placed on his forehead. It was comforting to know that it wouldn't get infected, nor was his skull damaged by Kyler's blow. It had been reckless and foolish to take that blow, even though it was either him or Moon who would be taking it, and he'd rather take it than seriously hurt Moon. Luckily, his resilience and toughness prevented him from sustaining any further injuries from the blow. "I already have a dojo I belong to," he said, glancing briefly at Samantha LaRusso. "I can't leave my dojo to join yours, sorry. But Cobra Kai is coming for you." They've already destroyed your grandmother's store, and Moon mentioned what happened to you with Kyler and how you defeated him and his companions. Just because I know martial arts doesn't mean I want to fight alongside you. I've got Cobra Kai on my bad list, and I'm not going to leave any room for your childish vendettas. I'll fight Cobra Kai, but I won't wear your guy. His words were firm and decisive. His master's dojo was dismantled, and the possibility of reuniting was far below what he would like. Naruto was sure that uniting the White Tiger was much further away than even beating Cobra Kai or winning the lottery. Probably getting €1,000,000 was much easier. So why not join Miyagi-Do? But I can join as an outsider and advisor, Samantha, but I cannot set aside my teachings and follow those of your senseis. That would be a blow to the honor of my dojo. He took a deep breath. He had already sullied his dojo's honor by leading it to destruction, with his fellow students leaving and his teacher forced to bear his sins. I must follow my sensei's teachings, and I cannot replace that with your father or Lawrence. He didn't want to say that Lawrence and LaRusso were the worst senseis he'd ever met, allowing that Dojo War and the injury of one of their students. Maybe Miguel would have forgiven Lawrence, but he shouldn't forget that it was his teacher who pushed him to follow his teachings and not even look at others. Because the real conflict stemmed from Samantha's actions. The misunderstanding between them that caused the fights that didn't mean Cobra Kai wasn't a bad place, but there were no bad students, only bad teachers. Well. He can fill in for Hawk, Demetri pointed out. What? We need firepower. Tori, Robbie, and Hawk are on the other side. You don't expect me to fight at Eli's level, do you? I'm not a main character, just a supporting one. Demetri was sure he wouldn't be the one to become the next All-Valley champion, no matter how much others insisted he could take Robbie's place on the team. He wasn't a main event fighter. He preferred to be a second-string fighter, an extra who could be slotted in at any spot without too many expectations placed on him. But without Robbie and with Falcon on the side of the villains, he had no choice but to be the number one player to beat Cobra Kai. Anyway, the idea isn't to fight, Miguel intervened, seeing that Sam and Demetri were going off on a tangent. It's a get-together where Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do are going to reach a consensus to unify under a single logo and name. It's about uniting to put an end to them once and for all. And to put an end to Cobra Kai's bad habits. I can offer ideas and help try to get your masters to come to an agreement, he admitted with a shrug, but I won't fight inside your dojo. Naruto was confident in his decisions and responses. He wasn't going to fight for any dojo other than his own. His problems with Cobra Kai weren't supposed to reach his teacher and teammates, lest he embarrass him more than he had already done. Fine, Sam's shoulders slumped, defeating her, giving a better impression of defeat at his insistence. You won't have to join Miyagi. Good. Grabbing the t-shirt that was draped over the back of the only chair in the room, he covered his torso with it. Do you have any cereal and cocoa? It'll be at your house, right Sam? It's the biggest one and the furthest from the center of the valley. I don't know whether to be happy that you're smart or scared by it. He patted Sam's head like a cat, a gesture that made the girl pout. You can fear me if you wish. But you're not my enemy, so my hands won't go beyond a gentle blow like this. My best weapons are aimed at Cobra Kai and all its members. Chapter 12. The LaRusso house was located, like most homes of people with a certain economic level, in the Encino area, just a few yards from the house Naruto's grandmother had bought to reside in the valley. Like most of these houses, it was quite spacious, with plenty of space between the different rooms, several bedrooms, and an L-shaped pool where the LaRussos spent much of the summer when they weren't working, traveling, or when their children weren't in school. However, the pool was currently abandoned due to the approaching chill of the upcoming Christmas, which had forced everyone to abandon the summer clothes they had worn until then. In one of the living rooms of the LaRusso house, a group of young men were gathered, bringing together former classmates and friends who now belonged to different dojos with two masters with different mindsets. The boys who belonged to Miyagi-Do were surrounding the couch, looking at the boys from Eagle Fang with some resentment. The teenagers who belonged to the latter dojo had belonged to Cobra Kai until they were removed by the new sensei in charge. John Kreese didn't want weak people in Cobra Kai. He wanted young people with the perfect mentality to turn them into soldiers, into good fighters. He didn't care much about physical appearances, but the cruel, murderous mentality had to be present because following the Cobra Kai mantra, in many cases, they had to go all the way and eliminate their opponents. Mercilessly. That last part of the Cobra Kai mantra pushed its students to finish what they had started, and they did not have the opportunity to retreat, to be defeated, much less when they faced Miyagi-Do or those they considered losers, whether they were members of Miyagi or those who were expelled from Cobra Kai by Master Kreese before the change. John Kreese was looking for athletes, natural fighters. To address the growth of Cobra Kai, the boys from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang had agreed to form an alliance between the two dojos, something their respective senseis were unaware of until then. Once the two dojos merged, one of them would have to leave their own and move to the dojo that had been their rival for years. How could they convince their teachers to make it happen? How could they convince them it was the best solution and get them to accept it without continuing their problems and rivalries? It was abundantly clear to the young men present that the rivalry between their senseis was on the rise, even though it had been more than 30 years since the two had last faced each other on a tatami mat. They were big kids. Johnny Lawrence and Daniel LaRusso were much more alike than either of them cared to admit, but the bitterness and rivalry from their teenage years had followed them to the present, only to be exacerbated by misunderstandings and the actions of others, making the two men's relationship even more confusing. They act like children when they are not given something and don't see the danger ahead. Naruto sat in one of the lonely armchairs, watching the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang boys argue over the new dojo's logo. His hands and mind were preoccupied with the only request he'd ever made of Sam. A bowl of cereal washed down with cocoa. It wasn't a nutritious dinner, much less one he could afford given his self-imposed rigorous diet and training, but it was what he needed. For a day or maybe two, it was fine to skip his tooth. The next day he'd run his 10 kilometers again and do his exercises again, even though the nurse and Moon urged him to take it easy and let his wounds heal. But he couldn't stay still. He'd always been a ball of energy, a hyperactive boy who needed exercise to burn off all that extra energy. Therefore, eating only sugar made him much more energetic, and coffee was forbidden. A single sip of coffee could turn him into a completely different person, and not even a football game would completely exhaust him. His mother learned it the hard way. "We're not getting anywhere." The Metri pulled out a completely blank whiteboard and had begun to color in various names with a blue marker, underlining those that seemed the most promising or interesting. Finding a name for the new dojo was paramount if they wanted to compete in All Valley or any other competition. Street fighting with Cobra Kai didn't require a name, but it was better to have a representation of what they were about. But will we follow the teachings of Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang? Bert's question was completely valid. What teachings would build the foundation of the new dojo? Miyagi-Do's teachings had achieved the majority of victories over Cobra Kai, but with Keen on the Cobra Kai team, albeit unofficially, they probably wouldn't be enough. At least Naruto wasn't so optimistic and knew Lawrence's son would share Miyagi's teachings with his new teammates, all in the hope of achieving a victory that would satisfy him completely. That's the hardest part. Even finding a name is easier. Miguel admitted this outwardly to the others. He stood with his arms crossed and a slight frown on his face, finding his classmate's question much more difficult to answer than getting a perfect score on a test. The foundations of the new dojo would force the other sensei to abandon the path he had followed until then, and it wasn't easy for either of them to accept, something Miguel and the others already knew. They were stubborn men, clinging to the teachings their masters had imparted to them and wouldn't let go as easily as they would like. Couldn't they simply unite both styles and use them against their rivals? Each of the sensei thought their style and form were right for them, but they couldn't see the benefits of combining both styles and forming one. Like two sides of the same coin. He stretched his legs as he pushed back the chair. It reclined, and Naruto decided to take advantage of it while eating his bowl of cereal. He'd promised Sam he'd help them, but he didn't see his opinion on a name or a logo as the most important thing. He preferred to wait until he was the one talking to both Daniel and Johnny to make them see reason. Cobra Kai has Robbie and Miyagi's teachings, something they didn't see coming. Or is Daniel blind enough to trust someone as resentful as Robbie? Don Kreese might hate Miyagi-Do and its teachings, but he wouldn't let this tool go if it allowed him to achieve victory over his enemies. He was sick, unhinged, and would likely use everything in his power to defeat them, bury them underground, and rise above them. If Lawrence and LaRusso don't see the danger a Cobra Kai with the teachings of Miyagi-Do represents, then they're destined to lose to them, no matter how much they choose to support them. I guess I'll have to participate in the All Valley on my own. He took another bite of cereal as he watched the teenagers argue. Could they possibly beat Cobra Kai? Cobra Kai had better fighters and a sensei completely focused on the growth of his students, something that both Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang didn't seem to see or want to accept, which would end up being the end of both of them if they didn't join forces. And, although he didn't belong to either dojo, Naruto found it a little unfair. The kids were being pushed into a battle over an ancient grudge that only adults held, because seeing former Cobra Kai members collaborate with those from Miyagi-Do gave one the impression of what they were. Friends and high school classmates who just happened to be in different dojos. There are more bad senseis than good ones. I suppose both need to mature to see the full potential of their students and how much they can grow by following their own paths. What do you think, Naruto? The boy blinked, stopping the spoon halfway to his mouth. He'd gotten too comfortable, and his mind wandered for longer than he thought. Now, all eyes were on him, making him the center of attention in the room. About what? He blinked and, without shame, finished bringing the spoonful of cereal to his mouth, waiting for the answer to his question. About convincing the sensei, Miguel replied. How do we do it? Do you think it's a good idea to leave them alone, talking as if nothing had happened after telling them our idea? That's the worst decision you could make, he muttered, swallowing another mouthful. Leaving two rivals who almost killed each other alone will probably degenerate into a confrontation between the two of them. They're men who haven't matured. So? Sam chimed in. What do we do? The only way we can beat Cobra Kai is by uniting the two dojos. Both of them. And to do that, one has to take the other's place. Otherwise, how will we show up at All Valley? It's as simple as each of you participating in your own dojo, but with the other's teachings. That way you'll have double the chances of beating Cobra Kai. The boys looked at each other after Naruto's simple response. That hadn't been an idea they'd ever considered or even considered. Participating with both dojos. It wasn't a completely crazy idea, but the idea of the meeting had been, up until now, to unite everyone into a single dojo that would confront Cobra Kai without each going their own way. Is that the best option? It's the most viable option given your sensei's current mindset, he declared, placing the bowl on the glass table. I highly doubt you or I can convince either of you to abandon your style and simply accept the other. Unite the two dojos into one, with pride at stake. That would be a time bomb. Both your father, Sam, and Johnny Lawrence are so proud that they won't see the benefit of unifying both dojos and styles, which would make you grow. Perhaps circumstances with a new Cobra Kai will force them to change, but until that happens, the best option for both of you is to keep the dojos separate and learn only each other's style. Miyagi-Do's defense and Cobra Kai's offense. John Kreese is going to implement it with his students, now that Keen is on his side, if Demetri's research is real, which I don't doubt. He glanced briefly at the boy. And I don't trust Keen not to tell his teammates and sensei about Miyagi's style. I would disarm you and force you to adapt in the middle of a fight. Without the defense of Miyagi-Do, you have nothing. Miyagi-Do had always focused its training and practice on kata, counterattacks, and individual defense against Cobra Kai's attack, aggression, and offense, which usually rendered the Cobra Kai style nothing short of harmless. But what happens when defense is rendered useless and there's nothing else? Cobra Kai was pure offense, pure attacking power, and didn't have the same problem as Miyagi-Do if their style was dismantled. And it was the best option Cobra Kai had at the moment to crush Miyagi-Do, something that someone like John Kreese would undoubtedly see and take advantage of to easily defeat his rival. Meow. Was that a cat? Bert walked toward the exit door, excited by the meows of the animal waiting for them outside. This action, as well as the animal's meows, made Sam raise one of his eyebrows. Pat. We don't have a cat, the girl admitted, glancing briefly at her friends. It won't be. Suddenly, the window shattered and Bert crashed onto the table, his body completely covered in glass, with wounds covering his face and hands. Blood oozed out and stained his clothes, shocking his fellow Eagle Fang students and his Miyagi-Do friends. There's no cat. Naruto narrowed his eyes briefly. At that moment, the side door of the LaRusso house was kicked open. Members of Cobra Kai, led by Kyler, appeared in the gap and sneered, full of the arrogance of those who saw themselves as winners and superior. As Miyagi and Fang's boy stepped back, the front door was forced open. LaRusso. Leading the second group of Cobra Kai members, a girl with loose shoulder-length blonde hair, emerged as the leader of the movement. Her eyes searched the room, locking on Sam for a second, and her lips curled when she found her victim, sending a shiver down the spine and a sudden urge to be seen by her enemy, the one who cut her, who pressured her in the arcade, and who caused Demetri's break. I just spilled my cereal on my pants, Naruto's laughing voice broke the tense silence, drawing everyone's attention to him. I hope this interruption is for something important because I hate missing one of my only days where I can break my diet. Cobra Kai. No mercy. Here we go again. Chapter 13. The war between the two groups of teenagers didn't take long to develop. The first to attack, as their mantra went, were the Cobra Kai members, led by Tori, Hawk, and Kyler, who advanced furiously toward their enemies, their eyes blazing with uncontrollable rage and a thirst for revenge. This caused the Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do boys to enter the fray in a much more defensive manner, selecting their rivals to try to balance the battle, something Naruto approved with a nod. If Cobra Kai had 3 leaders, then Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do must also have 3 leaders, 3 star fighters who could take over in the absence of the others. But who would they be? It didn't take long for Miguel to find himself in the middle of the kitchen, where the young All-Valley champion was greeted with harsh blows by the boy who had been his bully for a long time, being the one who caused Miguel to learn karate, but now being once again overcome and beaten without much effort. The injury to his spine and lower body caused a delay in his martial arts training and a muscle numbness that he had to overcome, but that he wouldn't be able to convert into optimal form in that fight, something that any Cobra Kai member knew about and that Kyler took advantage of to hit the boy hard. On the other hand, Hawk had started running into members of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang as he looked around for Demetri, causing them to be swatted away by the crested boy without much effort, as if they were just specks of dust that he could get rid of with a simple wave of his hands. And that was exactly what he did when he knocked one of the Miyagi-Do boys against the hard parquet floor and continued on his way, not having found that confrontation to be hard. And finally, Tori focused on finding Sam, kicking the rivals that appeared in her path, showing how angry she was. Without much effort she knocked down Chris with a kick to his chin and another boy from Eagle Fang and continued her way toward Sam, who was fighting against one of the Cobra Kai boys, with his back to her, unaware that she was going to be beaten by her rival in a treacherous way. Something Tori did. The girl took off running. She focused her attention solely on her target's back and ran the scant 15 meters in a matter of seconds, ready to launch herself at Sam and drive her knee between the brunette's shoulder blades with enough force to cause some injury and make the Miyagi-Do team flee from fighting once and for all. But that attempt was frustrated. A small footstool slid down the hall, forcing her to stop, and angrily, with a snort, she turned her head to look for the person responsible for her failing to hit Samantha LaRusso. Had one of Miyagi or Fang's boys wanted to die? But it wasn't one of Daniel or Johnny's students who greeted her, arms crossed, eyebrow raised, and a smug smile. Attacking from behind isn't very honorable, lass, the Uzumaki muttered, placing himself between Sam and Tori, occupying the entire vision of Kreese's favorite student. And I don't like dishonorable people, even in a street fight. Those words had no effect. Tori lunged at him. A right jab. A left jab. A roundhouse kick straight to the chin, with enough force to knock down a slightly taller boy. But Naruto raised his arm and, using his forearm, blocked the kick without much effort. He didn't even seem surprised or scared, much less intimidated. He suddenly wrapped his arm around the girl's leg before she could pull it down, causing her to be trapped and held on her other foot, causing her to stand on one foot the entire time Naruto held her leg. I don't hit women, he admitted, pushing Tori back several steps when he let go of her leg. It's an unwritten rule in the Tiger. But Tori didn't listen. She attacked again. She delivered a powerful blow, intending to strike her opponent in the stomach, but he deflected it and pushed her back several steps again. I guess Miyagi-Do is full of cowards. She spat, throwing another side kick that was parried. Attack me. You're being a gentleman and they come up with stupid things. Stop fighting for lost causes. Naruto took a step forward as Tori's leg moved again. This caused her leg to not fully hit him with the force she had intended, and she only hit him with her thigh. It also caused them to face each other, causing her to fall backward in surprise, something he refused to allow, and he grabbed her by the waist, pulling her towards him to prevent her from getting hurt. Let me go. And he let her go. Tori took several steps away from Naruto and assumed her usual fighting stance. Her eyes assessed her opponent's pose. It was a relaxed one, with many openings. So why was he constantly repelling her? He attacked first. He attacked hard. He did so completely without mercy. But the boy in front of her was repelling her as if she were merely a novice, a newcomer to the dojo. And those blue eyes, which seemed to sparkle with amusement, made her clench her teeth even more, almost grinding them. I see you're evaluating my stance, huh? I like it. You have the eyes of a fighter. Taking a deep breath, Naruto fell into his fighting stance. It wasn't the northern Shaolin Kung Fu stance. He would only use that martial art in due time, when he could contain his own strength and inner anger, which was urging him to end it all once and for all. No, the stance he assumed was a karate stance, like those boys, but a different kind of karate. You finally decided to fight. Let's see how long you last. They launched themselves at each other in a single blink. Tori was determined to hurt her enemy, to inflict a mental ache like Sam's. Naruto had no intention of hurting or harming her, and his goal was only to buy as much time as he could for the girl to surrender. Karate used for street fighting. He dodged the girl's kick and positioned himself to her right. She moved and tried to connect with an elbow, but he responded by pushing her elbow with his hand, causing her to stumble, making her even angrier than she already was. And they are moved by emotions. Using his right hand, he deflected a kick and took a side step that returned him and the girl to their initial positions, almost as if they were performing some kind of dance. They looked at each other, and again, it was she who attacked first. Punch. Kick. Right punch. Left punch. Knee. As predictable as a simple video game combo. She took a deep breath and deflected and blocked each of the attacks, as if she'd been doing so all her life, which she had. The attacks of the people she'd fought throughout her childhood were faster and stronger, much more lethal. Because of this, she had no trouble deflecting Tori's attacks, causing the girl even more frustration and anger, which were reflected in her movements. To fight, you need focus, she declared, after pushing the girl another couple of steps with her elbow. Without focus, you can't hit your target, you can't win. Tori's arm went over her head as she spun, passing through her guard and standing behind her. Cobra Kai doesn't teach that stuff, huh? And for the first time, Naruto attacked her. It wasn't a powerful or lethal attack, it just swept across the floor and knocked the girl onto her back when it hit her feet, something Tori hadn't expected and caught her by surprise, so much so that she opened her eyes wide and bit her lower lip when the back of her head hit the ground. "I'm sorry about that," he said, giving a brief smile. "I don't." Two Cobra Kai boys jumped on him. Naruto swung his arms and deflected the attacks, forcing him to focus his eyes on both teens and lose sight of the girl, which could end badly for Sam. Tori had been determined to reach the girl and seemed to be her only goal, something he had tried to prevent by confronting her. But there was nothing I could do. Naruto knocked one of the Cobra Kai boy's arms aside and slammed the other boy's leg into his knee, causing him to fall onto his other knee with a thud that made the boy grit his teeth. His knee seemed to hit the ground harder and it hit a tender spot. Having knocked one of them down, he took the opportunity to strike the other's side by raising his arm using his wrist. He sank his palm into his right rib, causing the boy to gasp for air. He hit his lung. He could feel it and the boy didn't like it at all. He moved and tried to hit him, but he parried and caught both of his arms with his own. "Let me go. Everyone wants me to let them go today, but no one apologizes for the cereal." And he moved his head directly into Cobra Kai's face. The grotesque sound filled the young karateka's eardrums, and a second later, his shattered nose was spurting a huge stream of blood that soaked his dojo shirt. His nose, once straight, was now twisted to the right and pushed slightly inward due to the force of the blow. It had been broken. "Don't think you're leaving," Naruto declared, clinging to the boy's arms with inhuman strength. "You tried to attack and now you're going to get a taste of your motto. No mercy." And he hit the boy's face again with a second headbutt, but this one much stronger, much more intense and determined, which caused his opponent's nose to be completely destroyed and the Cobra Kai boy was completely unconscious, being only held up by the person who was holding him. Without any finesse, Naruto released his opponent and let him fall to the ground without any ceremony, and not caring if he was hurt, he quickly turned around and kicked the Cobra Kai in the face as he rested on his injured knee. The Cobra Kai boys had stormed the LaRusso house and outnumbered them, but not outclassed them. Tori, Hawk and Kyler were the best fighters in that fight, John Kreese's best students. But Hawk had come to his senses and had been fighting on the side of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang in the closing stages of the fight, thus saving Demetri from having his arm broken again. Kyler was overpowered by Miguel, who, despite his injury and muscle problems due to his long bed rest, was able to defeat his opponent with some difficulty. The only ones who weren't there were Tori and Sam. I guess they should finish what they started. Sam and Tori's rivalry hadn't diminished since the high school battle and seemed to have only intensified. But Sam had to be able to defend herself, to be able to stand up on her own 2 feet again. Although he had tried to protect the girl, Naruto knew this was crucial for her. Either she stood up now or she would remain on the ground for the rest of her life. This was her moment, even if she was the one who started the whole conflict with Cobra Kai. "Move aside." Swinging his leg, he kicked another Cobra Kai who was standing over Bird and Nathaniel, the 2 smallest boys, in height, of both dojos. "Where's Sam?" Naruto turned to look at Miguel. The boy looked beaten up, but not as badly as he should have been. A bruise had appeared on the right side of his face, and blood was dripping from his nose, soaking the parquet floor in dark drops. "She went toward the dojo," the Uzumaki replied, jerking his thumb toward the door. "The blonde girl and Sam are probably fighting each other. I tried to stop her, but the 2 boys I knocked down got in the way." "Shit." The first to leave for the house dojo was Miguel, followed by Demetri and Halkin, all of them worried. Naruto stood there looking at all the destruction in the house. Broken glass strewn across the floor, furniture smashed from the fighting, blood splattering the hardwood floors. When Mr. and Mrs. LaRusso got to the house, they wouldn't be too happy. "And neither will Johnny," he admitted, more to himself than to anyone else. Troubled adults. Chapter 14. An unwritten rule of martial arts was constant practice. Not to forget what one had learned, but rather to reinforce it in order to learn new things and raise one's level. A martial artist never stopped learning, improving and growing if one had a good foundation and a good mentor to guide them. Naruto had had one of the best martial arts masters in Asia, the same one who taught him Northern Shaolin and the use of 2 of its paths. Tiger Claws and Eagle Claws. These styles were similar, but distinct. While the former focused more on harming one's opponent, the latter focused on speed and damaging an enemy more extensively. But what both paths had in common was their lethality, their way of making a person die. This art had been used in war and was still used to kill, something Naruto was aware of, even 5 years after the closure of his dojo. But he hadn't forgotten his sensei's teachings and the lethality of his martial art, the one that had laid the foundation for him to become a fighter. This was why he didn't want to use it lightly, not when he could still lose himself in anger and end up killing an innocent person or hurting them so badly they wouldn't be able to get out of bed. He had to be careful when he used it or who he used it against. Maybe he was angry with Cobra Kai, but he didn't believe they deserved death or such severe harm. He knew other martial arts like Kyokushin karate, taekwondo, jujutsu, etc. that he could use in fights against the Cobra Kai members. The kung fu he knew, he had to reserve for an opportune moment and an opportune enemy. Although I have no lack of desire. He took a deep breath and dropped to his feet after completing the flag push-up he'd been doing. It was more accurate to say he'd held that pose for several minutes, trying to reach the limits of his arms and hands, though he'd closed them so he could use his fists. And now that Miyagi-Do, Eagle Fang, and Cobra Kai are going to fight to see who's still standing, I guess I can't forget my training. After the fight at the LaRusso house, both Daniel and Johnny had confronted John Kreese at the Cobra Kai dojo, with the intention of stopping him once and for all, which had not gone entirely well. Johnny learned that his son supported Cobra Kai and John Kreese himself, and in turn, Daniel was close to ending the man's life using the Miyagi-Do offensive, which he had learned in Okinawa, thanks to a new ally. This event, as Miguel told him, had ended with a bet between the three dojos. If Eagle Fang or Miyagi-Do won the All Valley, Cobra Kai would disappear completely from the valley, and John Kreese himself would stop being a youth sensei and would stay away from karate for the rest of his life. Although would the old man keep his word? Naruto doubted Cobra Kai would be so easily destroyed, and John Kreese's stubbornness was too great. The man wouldn't give in even if he lost, something that happened 30 years ago, and neither Daniel nor Johnny would give in if they lost. Or so I wanted to believe. If Lawrence and LaRusso lose, will they leave the valley in Kreese's filthy hands? That question had been lingering in his mind for several days, ever since Miguel had told him that. But he hadn't found a viable solution. He wasn't going to join Eagle Fang or Miyagi-Do, no matter how much Sam urged him to, or even Dimitri, who had told him that joining them would give them more power. He was already a powerhouse in his own right, as he'd proven, but he couldn't participate in the All Valley without being on a team. But there were precedents. Last year, Robbie Keane had participated solo, without a dojo, which made it legal to participate alone, although that did not guarantee the participant would earn the competition's highest title, which was awarded to the dojo with the most points. I could only participate in the men's section and take points away from Cobra Kai, so they don't reach the winning spot. The responsibility would fall on Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. Taking a deep breath, he completely relaxed his arms as his shoulders slumped. He gently closed his eyes, gently clasping his hands in prayer, and exhaled all the air he had inside. His shoulders dropped a few inches, and his face became slightly thinner, but his mind was a little clearer than it had been at the beginning of the workout. Miyagi-Do constantly repeated the kata. Eagle Fang trained its members' physiques. He used the two foundations of the dojos as his sensei had taught him. He trained the body, strengthened the mind, and repeated the movements to imprint them on his body, possibly without even the slightest effort, as a reflex action. In a fight I wouldn't have time to think about the next move. The only good thing is that it looks like both Lawrence and LaRusso are going to unify. Or so I'd like to believe. I really hope they team up to take down Cobra Kai. The sound of a bell pulled him from his thoughts and meditation, causing him to look over his shoulder at the door of the small gym he'd bought. This was where he currently trained, using all the machines he could find, and no one visited frequently, allowing him to meditate and remain calm and connected to his body. Mind and body were one. I finally found you. A smile flashed across Moon's lips as her eyes took in Naruto's figure standing there, 20 meters away from the door, a sleeveless t-shirt covering his torso and wide-legged shorts at the bottom. I didn't know I mentioned the gym to you. You didn't, she replied, pouting. And that's unfair. I thought you liked me. Okay. That was my mistake. He grabbed the towel hanging from the back of his chair and wiped the sweat off his face. He was embarrassed that he was covered in sweat and that Moon could see it after his training session, at the time of day when he looked the least presentable. Dimitri gave me the address, she admitted. She dropped her bag on another abandoned chair and began looking around the gym. It was small, maybe a little bigger than a grocery store, but it was filled with workout machines, all positioned at the ends, and a small mat sat in the center. An old punching bag was still leaking some sand from the bottom, and a huge rip had emptied almost all of it. Are you training for the All Valley like them? Not just because of the tournament. I don't know if I'm going to participate or not yet, he admitted with a shrug. I don't have a dojo to participate in, and I don't know if I should do it independently like Keane did at the last All Valley. I don't know how to do it yet. Moon stared at Naruto for the next few seconds, saying nothing. What answer could she give him? She didn't know anything about karate or martial arts in general, much less about All Valley. She had been in the previous one, supporting Falcon and the Cobra Kai boys. She had been there long enough to see her ex turn into a bully to the point of breaking his best friend's arm. That was the only thing she knew about karate in All Valley, so the rules weren't in her head and she didn't know them, so she couldn't help him, only advise him. "What would you like to do?" she asked, stopping right in the middle of the tatami mat, her back to him. "What exactly do you want to do? From your words, you want to participate in the All Valley, of which I have no doubt. And you have several options in your deck, so you have to take one." She turned, staring into Naruto's eyes. "Well. Sometimes you're too indecisive even when the answer is right in front of your nose." "That?" Moon denied. "Men," he said, placing his hands on his hips. "You know what you want to do. But you're scared, and I can understand that. You caused your dojo to fall apart while trying to seek justice, which landed your teacher in jail. But that shouldn't stop you. You're one of the most righteous people I know. Why would you let them win, even though it's been 5 years? Naruto. You want to reunite your dojo, I know that from the way you mentioned them last time. What better way than to use their name, their logo, and their guy in the All Valley? You want to beat Cobra Kai as the White Tiger, but you don't have the guts to put your dojo logo on your back." He placed his hand on the blonde's chest. "You should pay more attention to this." He looked down at where Moon's hand had been placed. Right over his heart, almost in the center of his pectorals. Her skin was warm, a little warmer than his own and much softer than his, much more cared for. And feeling her, even through the fabric, made him shudder. He gently took Moon's wrist and pulled her hand away, but didn't let go. "What are you going to do?" The White Tiger dojo had disappeared 5 years earlier. Those known as the senior students, the 5 best students in the dojo, had left for different parts of the world, leaving nothing behind, without a single glance. Those students who followed the dojo's teachings either went their own way or made the decision to join another dojo and abandon the tarnished honor of the dojo they had belonged to, hiding it. He himself had hidden from everyone he knew that he had belonged to a dojo. He had denied it until now, until the moment he thought back on the past 5 years and his master's teachings. What did he want? He wanted many things, but the most important thing was to restore the honor and name of his dojo and represent it in any fight, whether legal or not. Even if he was completely alone and without backup. Perhaps sensing Naruto's doubts, Moon squeezed his hand with a firmer touch, causing the boy to finally twist his lips into a brief smile that she responded to with much more intensity than he did, with much more strength, as if encouraging him to say exactly what he was thinking. Naruto let out a sigh, accepting that silent encouragement and making a decision that would change his present and his future. If he ever covered his body with the White Tiger guy again, even if it was only for a local championship, then he wouldn't be able to abandon it as he had done until that moment. And yet, it was the best option. He had to face Cobra Kai as necessary. What I want is to be part of my dojo again, Moon." His voice sounded slightly different, even to him. "I want to see it at its best again, with my teammates. And I want to end Cobra Kai once and for all. This is the only way I know." They both looked at each other. The chocolate brown eyes sparkled slightly, and the sapphire ones became a little more determined. Moon took a step forward and was forced to raise her head slightly. They were only a few inches apart. Their breaths tangled, and Naruto felt the warmth of Moon's skin. At that moment, Moon's phone began to ring and Miguel's name appeared on the screen, shining brightly and intensely. "Yeah?" Naruto massaged the right side of his neck and let the air escape from his mouth. One more second and he'd be kissing Moon. What was he thinking? He wondered, shaking his head and berating himself for his actions. He wasn't ready for this. But still. "What have you done?" Moon's scream brought him out of his thoughts. The girl was frowning, a wrinkle appearing between her eyebrows in annoyance. "Moon? Hawk has been attacked. Cobra Kai hasn't kept the pact. Tori, Robbie, Kyler, and others ambushed Hawk at the tattoo parlor and shaved his head. Those cowards." Cobra Kai did not give up, and its teachers did not seem willing to wait for the tournament to end the rivalry between the two dojos. But he was not bound by that promise. "I'll take care of it," he cracked his neck. "I'll leave them a message." Chapter 15. Increasing the strength of his students. Getting them to perform the movements as if they were completely natural, and winning the All Valley Championship to continue advancing, teaching the rest of the world the way of the fist, and taking Cobra Kai to an international level, with much greater fame and prestige. This last part wasn't something John Kreese paid much attention to, but bringing his mentor's teachings to the rest of the world was the goal he had very clear. And to do that, he had to get rid of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang at the next All Valley Championship. If they won, both Daniel and Johnny would give up karate, and he would rule the entire valley, without any opposition or anyone who could stand up to his boys. To achieve this, he needed to find an ally for his cause, another mentor for his students. At first, he hadn't felt the need to bring in someone to help him, but with his enemy and his former student united, what could he do? To win over his enemies, he would have to take Cobra Kai to the next level, one that could defeat his enemies unopposed. And his former battle brother was the right person. Harry Silver was a millionaire, a former soldier in the American Army who had served under John Kreese and was also a student of Kreese's master, learning the way of the fist and founding Cobra Kai with his former partner. He was also a man obsessed with karate, so much so that he would do anything to win, even if it meant eliminating anyone who stood in his way. They were all his enemies, except John Kreese. And he had agreed to teach at Cobra Kai again. John Kreese's students looked up at their new teacher as he appeared at the front of the class wearing a black guy and his white hair tied in a ponytail. He was several inches taller than John Kreese and clearly had continued to work out. Unlike Kreese, Silver had a more athletic build, was somewhat more in shape, and had a flat stomach instead of a belly like his classmate. When the teens saw Silver, the man smiled seriously and stood next to Kreese, his hands gripping the belt of his guy, also black. "Harry Silver will be your new sensei. He'll work with me on your training and help us defeat Miyagi-Do, and thus defeat them for good." Miyagi-Do had been a thorn in Cobra Kai's side for 30 years. He had cut Johnny Lawrence's life short due to their final battle. He had destroyed the lives of John Kreese and Terry Silver, and now they were back on their feet, ready to beat them once again. But Kreese couldn't accept that Miyagi-Do and LaRusso had another victory over them, and he wasn't going to let them force them to shut down Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai never die. That was the motto they shouted from the bottom of their hearts, and Kreese was going to keep it even if they lost to Miyagi-Do, something that was far from possible. They had more students, better facilities, better training, and now he had Silver's help to improve his student skills. And the bonus was the fear that Daniel seemed to have of Terry. Ah, a sparring partner. John Kreese returned to reality and stroked his chin. A practice match wouldn't be a bad idea, and they would be able to see their students' weaknesses, their weak points. Everyone, including them, had weaknesses that they shouldn't leave exposed, that others shouldn't know about. Knowing their students' weaknesses was a task the teachers had to do in order to correct that weakness and turn it into a strength. But they also had to teach the students to visualize their enemies' weaknesses, something that would give them an advantage in a confrontation, whether it was a tournament match or not. Seeing weaknesses gave fighters a better understanding of their combat and increased their chances of defeating their opponent. Knowing an enemy's weakness could mean the difference between victory or absolute defeat. This was something that was useful in real life as well as in a simple karate fight. John hoped to impart this knowledge to his boys with Silver's help. At that moment, as the Cobra Kai students were preparing for practice, the sound of braking and tires skidding on the asphalt made them all look toward the window, allowing both kids and adults to move out of the way just in time to avoid being run over or hit when the car, a black Chevrolet pickup truck, crashed through the glass, smashed through some mannequins, and blew the dojo doors off their hinges, while also partially destroying the roof of the building. Kreese and Silver positioned themselves between their students and the vehicle, but it didn't take long for them to see who was driving it. The door opened and the driver jumped out of the cab. The glass crunched as the soles of his combat boots pressed against them. Shaving a guy's head where his tattoo is doesn't mean you can't fight before the tournament, you know. Both adults stared at the young man who had crashed the truck into their dojo. He was slightly taller than Robbie Keane, with much more striking blonde hair and blue eyes that moved constantly, alert, as if he knew who they were or what they could do to him because of what he had just done. "You're the Asian who hit us." Twisting his mouth into a mocking smile, Naruto stared at Kyler for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the Cobra Kai sensei, intrigued to know who each one was. He quickly recognized the more dangerous, more deranged of the two, though, and knew who each man was without even asking. "This is just a calling card," he said, throwing the truck keys at a dark-skinned boy, hitting him square in the forehead. "If you go near the Miyagi and Fang guys again before All Valley, then I'll have to be a little more serious than I have been so far. You're a student of Miyagi-Do, right?" Naruto and Silver exchanged glances. The man wasn't impressed by the move, although he hadn't expected it and knew his partner wasn't either. Who in their right mind would crash a truck in broad daylight into a crowd of teenagers? But the boy didn't seem worried about any future repercussions. "I'm not," Naruto twisted his mouth and smiled. "But since your students trashed my grandmother's cafeteria and breaking a knee, ribs, and leaving one of them completely unrecognizable didn't help, I think it's only fair that I trashed this dojo." Naruto knew he could be sued. He'd just intentionally crashed his car into the dojo and had shown no remorse, something the kid he'd hit with his car keys could point to. John Kreese could rightfully sue him, send the police to him, and charge him with putting kids in near life-threatening danger. If one of the dojo students had been standing right where he'd crashed his car, the kid would be seriously injured, or maybe dead. At best, he'd be crippled for life. But that didn't seem to matter to him. Anyone who saw his eyes would see the glint of mockery in them, never fading or disappearing, no matter how hard they looked. In fact, the mockery was implicit even in his mocking smile, directed directly at the two Cobra Kai sensei, who were staring at him with the clear murderous intent of lunatics ready to fight. And so was he. Far from what Cobra Kai might think, he had a much more Cobra Kai mentality than any of the students in the dojo at that moment. Perhaps Hawk's talkativeness would be the best compared to his own bloodlust. Why yes. He was willing to fight the two adults present, even injure them if they took a step forward. I guess Danny boy students are getting a little arrogant and crazy these days, huh? Silver wasn't worried about the presence of a lunatic teenager. He had met Mike Barnes, trained him, and bullied him into destroying LaRusso and Miyagi-Do, though those plans went down the drain. Seeing another lunatic was like seeing Barnes waiting for his pay. I'll say it again, old man, I'm not a student of LaRusso's, he declared, frowning. If you want, I'll write it on your face. Oh. Some arrogance from a teenager, huh? Silver and Kreese looked at each other and nodded. Good. Who wants to teach our unwanted guest a lesson? Several arms were raised, but some abstained and looked at their teachers with some suspicion. Keen. Yes, you feel. You're going to be the lucky one who teaches this kid a lesson. Kreese squeezed Lawrence's son's shoulder. Let's see how long this kid can keep his word. Hi, sensei. I'm not here to fight, Naruto admitted, snapping one of his fingers and looking seriously at John Kreese. I suggest you keep your students away from me. Or you'll regret it. Robbie's leg swung out, intending to strike his target's face. Naruto followed the movement with his eyes and blocked the kick using his forearm as a shield, covering the right side of his face. When Robbie tried to bring his leg down, he lunged forward, bypassed his guard, and slammed his hand into the boy's neck, causing him to fall to his knees, gasping. Neither the old nor the young listen, he declared, looking directly at John Kreese. I said I wasn't here to fight, you old fart. And you forced this on me. I wasn't going to participate in the All Valley. A team. An exhibition. Screw it. He pushed past the kneeling Robbie and faced Kreese. I'm going to destroy you bastards. You think Cobra Kai is merciless? Even kids try to emulate adults. I'll beat you without mercy. When he tried to back away, another student stepped forward. He was shorter, younger, but reacted the same way and struck his neck like he did with Robbie, knocking him down in the same way, except this time he slammed his knee into his face and smashed his nose. The blood soon stained the canvas. So, you little cowards. The boots abandoned his feet. He cracked his knuckles and his neck. He stretched like a cat, resetting every bone and muscle in its proper place. Aren't you coming for me? Wanna try, Kyler? Or maybe Luke wants to feel what it's like to have his face smashed in again. Any of you want a broken leg, a broken knee? I thought so. He took his boots in his right hand. Stay away from Miyagi-Do until the competition, cowards. Or you'll die trying to reset your bones. It was fast, faster than any of the Cobra Kai members could see, and the sensei barely saw the movements he made. When it was over, Kyler was kneeling, his arms spread across his thighs, bruises appearing beneath his skin. That was. You can scream, Kyler, Naruto's voice came out sharply. I will when someone destroys some of my nerves. Unfortunately for you, you won't be able to move them for a while. In front of the Cobra Kai students, Naruto stood in a completely different position. He didn't look at Kyler or his injured arms. His fingers turned into claws and his eyes sharpened and followed the movements of the other people in the dojo. In front of them was a predator. All Valley, he murmured, relaxing his appendages. At All Valley, you will prove just how much better Cobra Kai is. Until then, if anyone else breaks this request, then death is the only course they'll take. I swear. Chapter 16. His muscles responded to every movement he made. They contracted when necessary. They relaxed when the movement ended. And they were ready again when he demanded they be ready. It had been over 5 years since he had participated in a martial arts tournament, much less thought of entering one. And he would do so wearing the logo of his long-destroyed dojo, the same one he himself had been responsible for leading to its demise. He knew different martial arts, and his best and most polished art was Northern Shaolin, the kung fu used by various fighters and soldiers to survive hand-to-hand combat. And he had made it his mission to leave that vision in the members of Cobra Kai, destroying some of the nerves in Kyler's arms. The boy would probably recover because he didn't want to permanently damage him, but he saw the doubt in the student's eyes. Very Silver. He landed a powerful high kick against a punching bag and it rocked under the force of the blow, causing the chain holding it to creak slightly from the sudden movement, but it withstood the blow and the bag remained still again. Harry Silver, John Kreese's ally, was not a man to be taken lightly, something he realized after looking into his eyes just once. He seemed mentally healthy, not very dangerous at first glance, but he could see the madness glimmering in the depths of his gaze, waiting to burst forth, to reveal itself for what it truly was. Could Kreese be aware of the ally at his side? Silver seemed like the type of man who would even sell out his mother to achieve his goal, and Naruto believed Silver's goals were currently aligned with Cobra Kai. He could feel it. I don't know what that man is planning, but Lawrence and LaRusso should be wary of him. He's much more dangerous than Kreese and could win the students over to his side. Danger was upon the valley, and it was a feeling that wouldn't go away, almost like a stillness that wouldn't completely leave or abandon it, no matter how strange it was. Something bad could happen, and Silver would undoubtedly be behind any negative event, even the cruelest one the valley had ever seen. I must focus on recovering my instinct. He hadn't trained in martial arts for 5 years. 5 years in which he only meditated, stretched, and exercised his body, replacing his childlike muscles with well-formed hard ones ready to be used. He had the body of a fighter, of an athlete, and he was in the prime of his life for his body to learn, even if it was by fire, every movement he had left hidden beneath layers of memories. Shifu always said that the mind dominates the body and that only willpower can make pain disappear. He undid the clasps on his gloves and threw them to the mat without any hesitation. He shifted his weight to his waist, making it his center of balance, and assumed his usual fighting stance. It wasn't a pose anyone could imitate. It was a standard one. His left arm stretched out with a closed fist, and his right arm contracted and at face level, also with a closed fist, ready to protect his chin or the right side of his face from any attack. Shifu always saw more in me than I did in myself. He said I could be a master, but I brought my companions to their lowest ebb and destroyed my dojo with my actions. The air silently escaped his lips, noticeable only because his chest sank and his shoulders slumped slightly as he exhaled oxygen. When he felt he had no more air, he closed his mouth and began to move around the tatami. Karate uses katas. Kung Fu uses forms. A different name, but the same usefulness. He recalled the traditional empty hand forms and went through the 37 forms his master taught him as the basis for his Kung Fu training. He went from the Wu Bu Quan, 5 positions fist, to the Wu Hu Chun Yang Quan, 5 tigers controlling a flock of sheep form, his body following the images his mind returned to him as he tried to remember the positions. I hadn't completely forgotten it. He had first learned the Shaolin forms before his master taught him the 10 northern Shaolin forms so he could learn the tiger claws and eagle claws. It was the requirement his Shifu imposed and he completed it in no time. Even his body remembered the painful movements he had to perform, how he engraved the forms in every muscle and in his mind. Perhaps that was why he could still move, still perform them, even though it had been 5 years since he last used them. And he should be grateful. Even though it still hurts. The tug on the side of his scar made him grit his teeth, remembering that man, his yellowish eyes staring at him as if he didn't exist and wasn't even there, as if he were nothing more than a simple pebble in his shoe. White Ghost. The forms Shifu had taught him no longer mattered and he moved directly to the northern Shaolin forms. He started with K-Men, opening the gate, and finished with Sikfot, military steps, after several movements, recall, and reenactment of each northern Shaolin form. By the time he completed the forms, sweat was beading on his forehead and his breathing had become somewhat heavier. Have I worn myself out just making the forms? Naruto took the towel that was placed on the chair and passed it over his face, feeling it somewhat cleaner. He had good stamina and was capable of fighting a huge number of people at the same time, perhaps even more than any normal person could imagine. Therefore, feeling tired while performing the forms had caught him off guard, a surprise, although it was logical. He had used all his muscles, and his mind couldn't completely shake the image of Silver. Thinking about Cobra Kai's Ko-sensei, the lunatic man, made him completely lose himself, and he didn't stop moving until his body demanded it. He had to get rid of any negative feelings towards Silver. His mind had to be clear of thoughts when he fought the Cobra Kai and the rest of the All-Valley contestants. Luckily, Lex threatened the city council if they didn't allow me to participate solo. Given the precedent, if they tried to deny me entry, they'd have to cancel the tournament because they'd use the funds to pay me. Lex was one of the best lawyers and a woman unafraid to make threats when necessary, although on this occasion she was backed by a huge amount of money and people willing to pay anything to get what they wanted. Fortunately, they weren't selfish or dangerous. I'll have to pay Lex back with a nice dinner. He threw the towel directly at the chair and got back into position, but this time his fingers took the form of imitation claws and his eyes sharpened, fixed on an invisible enemy that was threatening him. And there was no better training than a simulated one. In front of him appeared a tall man, almost 2 meters tall, with skin as white as a ghost, black hair combed back, and dark eyes that looked at him almost without seeing him, as if he were not there. My mind can be very realistic. He lunged forward, delivering the first blow, but the man easily blocked it. When he tried to take him by surprise, the man hit him with a Brazilian kick that forced him to jump away from the movement. Hyakushin. The man lunged forward and he waited, ready to receive the attack. But he didn't expect the man, even an imaginary one, to perform an upward kick, placing his hands on the ground. This made him step back, allowing his enemy to respond with a knee directly to his face. He blocked it, but the impact allowed the man to grab him. By the time he tried to respond, he was on the ground, feeling the man's knee on his windpipe, crushing it. Aikido, Taekwondo, he muttered, standing up. Using the back of his hand, he wiped the sweat from his chin. Even in my mind, the White Ghost has a vast arsenal of martial arts that he's mastered over many years. The image of the man faded and Naruto took a deep breath. Maybe I should imagine. The entrance bell pulled him from his thoughts. Lately, everyone seemed to have found their training ground. First it was Miguel, Demetri, and Sam. Then it was Moon, and now. I'm sorry to bother you, really. Naruto looked at the boy in front of him. There was no longer that defiant, angry, and proud look. His body language had become uncertain, weaker than it usually was when he was with Cobra Kai, and his expression resembled that of a lost, confused person. Hawk. The shudder made Hawk lower his gaze a little further and focus on his feet. Why had he asked Moon for help so he could be himself again? Why had she sent him with the boy from the cafeteria he had destroyed with the others? Me too. Are you here to tell me something about my grandmother's cafeteria? Naruto tried to open the door and pave the way, though he was only doing so at Demetri and Moon's request, because he saw the confusion in the teen's eyes when Cobra Kai was attacking the LaRusso house. Hardly, the boy admitted, smiling weakly, uncertainly. I trashed your grandmother's diner out of jealousy when I saw you with Moon. Senator John Kreese told us we should hit you back, and the best we could get was your grandmother's diner. So you did it for revenge. Yes. I'm not going to deny it, although I will regret it. First he bent his right knee, then his left. He slammed his head into the ground and didn't lift it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was angry, and although it's no excuse, John Kreese used my feelings against me to make me angrier, to make me as Cobra Kai as possible. And I couldn't see that he was wrong until Demetri's arm almost got broken again. I'd wanted to leave, to get away, but I didn't know if the others would take me back. I'm Cobra Kai. Nonsense, Naruto dismissed the Cobra Kai comment bluntly. You were Cobra Kai. I can understand your anger and Kreese using you, but you had choices. Still, I understand how confusing it is when a bad teacher trains a student. Wait. Aren't you going to hit me? He'd sworn to injure and eliminate all the boys who vandalized his Grandma Tsunade's cafeteria. Because of that woman, he'd broken his 5-year-old promise and had returned to martial arts. So why not injure Hawk now that he'd admitted to participating in the vandalism that made one of the women he loved most cry? They were going to call him an idiot, Naruto knew that, but Hawk wasn't a bad boy and the danger in everything related to Cobra Kai was on Kreese's mind. No, I'm not going to hit you, Hawk. If I had caught you in the moment a few months ago, I would have. But you've sincerely regretted your actions. He pointed and Hawk raised his hand. Me too. Crying sincerely isn't bad, nor will it make you less of a man, Hawk. But if you're calmer, I'll keep your secret. He reached out to the boy, giving him a reassuring smile. He himself had cried in front of Moon when he told her part of his story. He wouldn't embarrass the boy by crying in front of him, much less tell him. Now, he pulled the boy to his feet. I doubt you came here just to apologize. What brings you here? Moon told me you could help me with my trust issue, with the… Naruto looked at Hawk's hair. There was no crest, and the brown color had returned to his entire head, with no trace of the purple it had been days ago, when Cobra Kai cut off his crest and destroyed his spirit. I see. Why not Miyagi-Do? Or maybe Fang? They argue a lot. They don't see the similarities and what they could do together. I asked Moon what I should do, like be able to fight in the All Valley again. I know we won't be together again, but she's the only one, besides Demetri, that I trust. And she gave me the advice to come see you, that you could help me fight again like I did before or even better, without Cobra Kai or fights between teachers or disagreements. He hadn't been anyone's teacher, sensei, or shifu for 6 years when a young boy arrived at the White Tiger Dojo in Japan. What was he supposed to do? Accept Hawk? Deny him help? He looked into the boy's eyes for a few moments and thought of Moon. She must have sent him for a reason. Perhaps because of the similarity between them. Did she realize that she looked a bit like him? Since I won't hit you for what happened to my grandmother, he cracked his neck, I'll have to get serious about training. I'll help you, but this will be my personal revenge. Chapter 17. Two young men stood facing each other with a small tatami mat between them. They were about 10 paces apart and stared at each other without blinking. They were dressed in athletic clothes but didn't wear sneakers or socks, so they could feel the softness of the tatami as they stepped onto it. They bowed and moved forward, directly into each other's path. The karate moves didn't take long to appear when the two met on the mat. They were fluid, direct movements aimed at grabbing the opponent, probably with the intention of knocking them down, since whoever knocked the other down would win the fight. It wasn't a fight by points or submission. It was a fight of touching the mat. The first to get their back completely on the mat would lose the practice match and pay for the meal. It's rude. The Cobra Kai style was entirely focused on combat, with few counterattacks or defensive moves to balance the style's offensiveness. This was a strong point for the style, as it made it completely offensive and allowed the user to overwhelm their opponent with powerful attacks that destabilized the target and broke their defenses. But there was a huge drawback. The style focused on attacking and causing damage, as well as looking attractive, had a huge weakness that had caused Cobra Kai to lose every tournament and fight. Miyagi-Do's defensive style. This focused on the defensive aspect of the martial art and used Okinawan karate solely for defense and counterattack, relying on the perseverance and mentality of the fighter who used it, as well as their patience to wait for the right moment to return an opponent's blow. They were two opposing styles, and Miyagi-Do would end up winning 9 out of 10 matches, depending largely on which fighter used each style. Comparing the two, they were two sides of the same coin. Both styles could be intertwined and united in a single fighter, giving him the best possible defense and offense, something the senseis and students weren't seeing, and this was Halkin's main problem when it came to fighting. The boy only used offense as his only path, which reduced his vision of a fight to simply overwhelming his opponent until he landed the necessary blows to defeat him and remain above him. Although it was understandable, since that was the path Cobra Kai had taught him. What he needed was to find the balance between offense and defense, knowing when to attack and when to wait. Because of this, Hawk's movements were crude and predictable for any experienced fighter. He would attack, and attack again, trying to break any guard with his blows until he gained the advantage, a tactic that could only work for novices and those with just the right skills. A fighter with the right experience or mindset would overwhelm Hawk in the early stages of a fight. That leaves too many gaps. Another negative aspect of Cobra Kai was the gaps that appeared when using the style. Hawk attacked with direct attacks, with blunt blows without any frills, determined to gain the advantage and win at any cost. But this created gaps in his stance, weak points that could be exploited to inflict damage and knock the kid to the mat by surprising him. And that's what he did. To teach Hawk how to fight properly, he forced him to see his mistakes and correct them with training, sweat, and blood. It didn't matter if he failed 100 times. What mattered was the result of those 100 attempts at doing something. And he was trying to ingrain that teaching into Hawk's mind and personality. That's why, when he attacked him with a straight kick, he grabbed Hawk's leg, put it over his shoulder, and grabbed Hawk by the waist, spinning him around and slamming him directly into the mat after easily picking him up. Hawk didn't weigh much, and attempting a kick gave him the opportunity to effectively lock Hawk in that hold. He wouldn't have even considered it in any other situation. He then jumped back, distancing himself from the boy. Hawk slid across the ground and stood up, staring at him defiantly, his sharp eyes still shining with confusion. Something Naruto had to crush to give him back the will to fight, the confidence he'd lost when the Cobra Kai attacked him from behind. Although, after their performance at the dojo, Kreese's boys had kept their distance from them. And that was an opportunity. You need to move more fluidly. Hawk didn't have time to register his advice. He lunged forward and attacked with a knee to the chin, which the boy blocked with his fists. It had been a good reflex and gave Naruto an insight into his only student's abilities, which were quite advanced and needed to be polished. Yes, sensei. Hawk responded forcefully and crouched, attempting to lunge and grab him by the waist, a jujutsu technique at first glance. But he responded with a hammer blow that landed directly on his back and made him shiver, nearly falling to his knees from the power of the blow. He wasn't using his signature martial art. Using the kung fu he'd perfected against Hawk would leave the boy severely injured physically, possibly on the verge of death, a breath away from passing into the next world. And he didn't want to kill someone he liked or hurt him for life. That's why he was teaching him Kyokushin karate, the style he'd learned in Japan. Hawk loved to fight, to use his confidence to defeat his opponents, and although he needed to learn self-defense and self-control, the best art he could teach him was Kyokushin karate, so he could attack with powerful, forceful blows, while also learning self-defense. He had put aside the Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do styles. They weren't suitable for Falcon, and a style centered on Kyokushin would be a perfect match for his aggressiveness and combative streak, which he would hone so that he could control it much better. That lunging move, he began, brushing aside Hawk's grappling attempt, was good, but the timing wasn't right. You should make grabs at the right moment when you see an opening and not rush at the enemy like a rampaging bull. And that's the mistake that needs correcting. Hawk had approached and grabbed his arm as he extended it to strike. He grabbed his arm and, surprising the boy for the second time, yanked him down and threw him to the mat in a couple of seconds, all thanks to the strength of his waist that allowed him to pull the boy from his limb. Ugh. You must consider every move you make, the consequences of it, he jumped back, giving the boy space. When we make a move, our opponent is going to counterattack. You must think about what the other person might do and counter it or be ready for whatever might happen. Yes, sensei. They moved in circles now. Naruto examined this movement as Hawk spun like a predator ready to pounce on him as if he were prey to be devoured. But he did the same by moving in sync with Hawk, spinning on the mat and creating a perfect circle before breaking it by lunging forward when Hawk made a move to go for him. Maybe it was a mistake but for Hawk. That feint had been the boy's mistake for a simple reason. Others would retreat, but Naruto wasn't one to back down and knew his student would try to respond with an attack, and so he gave him a perfect sweep, hitting the back of the boy's legs to make him fall onto his back, letting out another grunt. Don't faint if you're not ready for every move. Focus, Hawk. You think not having a crest makes you less confident? Hawk, that was just window dressing. You have the skill, the capabilities, and the mentality to win. And I've got your back. Up. Let's go. Hawk got up for the third time, but this time he didn't wait for him to be on his feet. Naruto moved and launched himself with a knee that the boy clumsily blocked, causing him to fall sideways onto the mat. I think that's fine for today. He extended his hand, and Hawk looked at it for a second before accepting it. She pulled him to his feet without much effort. Thank you. You're good, Hawk. I understand your doubts and concerns. Who am I? Heh. One will always experience doubts because life deals blows and we must endure them and return them. A martial arts fight is a representation of the blows life deals us and our way of facing them. Hawk. A crest, the color purple, don't represent you. That strength was always hidden and Lawrence's words brought out who you are. You just have to polish and improve. Do you believe in me that much? You have the makings of a champion. It's not just Robbie, Tori, Sam, or Miguel, who is already a champion, who have the ability to win the All Valley. With good coaching and a good mentality, you too can be a champion, and a pretty good one at that. But don't get too full of yourself or inflate your ego if you win or if you're winning. Ego and pride are the downfall of wrestlers in any match, even an exhibition. Understood. Thank you very much for helping me, Naruto. The blonde's lips twisted into a thin smile. I like you. You seemed like a crazy idiot when you were in Cobra Kai, but you're a good Hawk. Keep going like that and you'll get a lot of things. They shook hands. In 3 days, the All-Valley tournament would begin with the exhibition rounds, followed by the elimination and qualifying rounds, leading to the final tournament bracket with the eventual tournament winners. Cobra Kai, Eagle Fang, and Miyagi-Do would all participate, and the winner would survive the Dojo War that had started at the high school. Everything would end at the All-Valley tournament for the Valley Dojos, and peace would reign. Only if Cobra Kai doesn't win. Harry Silver had been on the move and had begun analyzing the other dojos, putting an offer on the table, as if they had already won the All Valley. That, to Naruto, implied that the tournament referees were bought and that Silver was sure of his victory, that he had secured it with that ruse. Maybe the other dojos would fall for that trick, but him? He'd been hanging around with older kids, smarter, more cunning than a fox. He'd learned to read between the lines like a spy. To uncover information that was plain to see, but that no one else noticed. My life has been pretty entertaining, if I think about it. Although now. His phone started ringing and he saw the name flashing brightly on the screen, big and tall. He picked up the phone and watched as Hawk left the gym. Hello? No need to shout, okay? Any more and I'll go completely deaf. He had moved the phone away from his ear. His eardrum was trembling, probably hoping to never hear that deafening scream again. Ah. As unkind as ever, huh? Why are you calling me? I was finishing a workout and needed a shower. I stink like a dog. As always, nothing new, little brother. You're the youngest. Only for 1 year. Okay. I want you to know that I'll be coming to see you at that All Valley tournament since we already know you're back to your old ways. The FFT, you took a while, huh? I suppose you're worried about things like promises, family chaos, and what we'll do when we find out you beat up some bullies from a neighboring dojo. Grandma's pissed because you didn't trust her. Idiot. Honor and promises don't matter, you know. Family is what you protect as in Uzumaki, tooth and claw. So, idiot little brother, you better beat that shit Kai. Idiot little sister. Her sister Mito was like a physical version of her mother, but younger than her and just as strong-willed. And she hadn't seen her or her parents for a while. But if Mito came to the valley, it meant that some members of her family would probably come. Mendakusai. Troubled family. Chapter 18. The All-Valley Under-18 Karate Tournament had been held in the San Fernando Valley for over 30 years, bringing together fighters from the most prominent dojos in and around the valley. This tournament had spawned the rivalry between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do, as well as Lawrence and LaRusso becoming All-Valley champions, a title that would stay with Daniel for the rest of his life like a good luck charm. Well, for Johnny, it had been a turning point in his life that marked him on a downward spiral, almost without stopping. Currently, for both of them, karate was a positive part of their lives, although the All-Valley had become the site of a battle between the two most prominent dojos in the valley and would decide the future of karate in the region. If Cobra Kai won, it would rule the area and expand territorially as if it were an organization, but it was the main plan of the Cobra Kai masters, as they wanted to teach the way of the fist to the world and bring their masters' teachings to the outside world, outside of the United States. And those teachings were a danger. Any sensible master could see it because even the young ones did. If Cobra Kai won the All-Valley, it would mean the end of karate in the valley and the end of all the dojos in the area. Silver and Kreese were sure to absorb the other dojos and make them part of their group with threats, blackmail, and money, all of which Silver seemed to have in complete abundance. It was a situation that would unnerve many, scare them. If Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang couldn't beat Cobra Kai, who could? Topanga Karate didn't have any fighters, and the rest of the dojos hadn't even demonstrated fighters capable of winning a tournament like the All-Valley to date. The only two dojos that showed potential and were capable of producing champions were Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do. And they were the favorites to win the All-Valley and change people's perception of karate and attract them to their cause, because whoever won that tournament would have the most exposure and the champion for an entire year, just as Cobra Kai had when Miguel won the previous tournament. Although this time the repercussions would be greater. The displays aren't bad at all, but Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang don't feature many physical prodigies. From the stands, Naruto had been watching his friends' displays. As the only one participating without a dojo, the displays were sidelined for him and he wasn't counted toward an overall score, relegated to simply being the winner of his category. He would become champion, but without a dojo to back him up, he couldn't become the All-Valley champion like Cobra Kai and the other dojos could. That left him with only one goal in mind. Defeat as many Cobra Kai as possible and pave the way for Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. And that was his goal. I can't use my kung fu in this tournament. If I do, I'll be disqualified and the boys will be injured. But I have more skills than just Northern Shaolin. Although neither Kreese nor Silver know this, much less Miyagi and Fang Sensei. I suppose it's time to dust off my karate skills for this competition, and I suppose that will hide more of what I know. Participating in any martial art other than karate could have negative consequences, such as expulsion from the competition, although that wasn't what worried him. He knew Northern Shaolin and only used it outside of competitions when his life was in danger. He could use it against people like Silver, Kreese, and Cobra Kai, but he couldn't use it against people like Demetri and Miguel. If he did, they would end up injured and probably in the hospital, their lives on death's door, something he wasn't going to allow to happen. They were good kids who didn't deserve to be hurt. Holding back is not an option, but his death is not contemplative either. He fixed his eyes on the Cobra Kai boys. They were better trained than the others, much more ready for a tournament and a war. They were like soldiers. Ready to win, with angry eyes that promised a painful and humiliating defeat. Kreese and Silver's mentalities had led those boys to a new point in their karate careers, and despite himself, Naruto had to accept that they were better teachers than Daniel and Johnny, at least for now. They've got it tough. Miyagi and Fang, their students, failed miserably in the exhibition. They should have put aside the ego struggles and focused on training them more properly. Hawk is talented, and so is Miguel. Sam also has some skill, though she lacks the character of a true fighter. I guess only they can win. I should pave the way for both of them. The winners of the skills exhibition were none other than Cobra Kai, who placed first on the leaderboard and earned the highest score possible in the round, crushing their opponents. This round showcased the athletic qualities of the boys from each dojo, how prepared they were to defeat their rivals, and promoted their performances. Cobra Kai was taking people away. To make a bigger impact, Kreese and Silver have dedicated time to teaching their students how to handle weapons and how to put on a good performance. They're undoubtedly the most powerful dojo in the valley and have the best students. What will LaRusso and Lawrence do against these kids and teachers? Unless they unify, they'll lose to Cobra Kai. Robbie undoubtedly taught them Miyagi. When he faced the Cobra Kai boys in their dojo, Naruto realized that they were practicing Miyagi-Do moves in order to defeat them. They combined Miyagi's defense and Cobra Kai's offense, disabling Miyagi-Do techniques. If Daniel and Johnny's boys didn't improve during the tournament, they would likely lose to them in a landslide. And he had no doubt about it. And neither of them were hitting their weaknesses. Hawk and Miguel may be the only clear contenders to beat Cobra Kai. I doubt Sam can make it to the point needed to beat Cobra Kai. No, certainly, even if she does, she can't make it to the point needed, not with Silver having the referees on her side to ensure her victory. He snorted at the last bit. Thanks to the soundings and investigations conducted by the people at UN Industries, he had discovered the money Silver had transferred to all the referees in the competition to secure victory for Cobra Kai, which was undoubtedly a huge advantage for them and prevented the others from winning. This tournament was bought. Here's the idiot little brother. That. Naruto Uzumaki was a fairly pretty 16-year-old girl with a body toned by constant martial arts training. Her hair fell like a red waterfall to the top of her back, and her heart-shaped face conveyed a warmth and security that few people possessed, which was reflected in her indigo eyes that never seemed to tremble, always displaying the glow of confidence that her face transmitted and the smile that always appeared on her thin lips. I suppose you've been watching your upcoming opponents, seeing how they move. The girl approached the railing with graceful steps and a confident expression. Have you learned any of their weak spots yet? Even if it's just an exhibition, you should have seen some pattern as they move. Naruto snorted at his younger sister's question. I did it, he muttered, shrugging it off as a no-brainer. They didn't surprise me too much, and I already know their patterns. You shouldn't worry. Haven't you been out of martial arts training for 5 years, little brother? I'm going to worry about you because you're my idiot brother. TCH. Miro looked at her brother. He had changed, perhaps too much. He wasn't the same as before the incident, but his eyes were much more resolute than when she'd seen them after the incident that marked their lives. Somehow, her brother had matured since moving in with their grandmother and seemed to have grown emotionally at least a little. She still saw the trace of doubt in his eyes, but she no longer had to worry much about him, and neither did her parents. Mom and Dad send their regards and good luck for this tournament. They want you to take down Cobra Kai after what they did to Grandma's store. Do they really? I told you those things don't matter. You're very stubborn when you want to be, like Mom, and you turn a molehill into a mountain on your shoulders. The girl turned and hit her brother in the chest with an elongated box. Naruto caught it in his hands and looked at Mito with some surprise and confusion in his eyes. That. Sensei sent you? Since you're going to do something idiotic, you might as well do it properly, don't you think, idiot brother? With a snort, Naruto accepted the box and held it tightly in his hands. They trembled slightly, still surprised by his sister's words. Had his teacher sent it to him? If he had made it for him, it meant he was allowing him to use the dojo's name and logo and giving him his endorsement. He basically had the dojo support, but he didn't have a sensei in his corner. You and the old man are equally determined when you want to be. Mito snorted and shrugged. He wouldn't let me go until I agreed to bring this to you. Everyone knows what you're going to do and gives their support and consent, you understand. Basically, the White Tiger Dojo allows you to crush Cobra Kai in their name. Good. Go put it on, the preliminaries start in a few minutes. With a nod, Naruto headed off toward the locker room, leaving his sister alone. She turned and leaned against the railing, staring at the various tatami mats spread across the room so they could complete all the preliminaries at once. She had confidence in her brother and knew he would win that tournament. Naruto's mindset was different from many young men his age and had matured over time. He still had more growth and experiences to go through, but she didn't think they would be an obstacle for his brother. Naruto really is someone amazing when he wants to be. The preliminary matches were just beginning, but she only looked at a single boy who emerged from the hallway with more confidence. He wore a sleeveless white guy and a black belt, which made him stand out against the pristine white of the guy. On his back, the kanji symbol for White Tiger shone in intense black, taking up almost the entire back. There was no grand drawing of a tiger, just a vividly drawn kanji. It suits you. Naruto entered the tatami at the same time as a Cobra Kai boy who looked at him defiantly, but the Uzumaki did not respond to that look and just snorted, as if he was lazy. Sideways. Salute. The two greeted the referee. Heads on. Salute. They greeted each other with a slight bow. Begin. The first to attack was the Cobra Kai boy who, following the teachings of his dojo, went to strike first and, since Naruto was not a member of Miyagi, it was not necessary to use the style that Robbie taught them to overcome them. And that was overconfident. Naruto snorted and swung his right leg. It was fast, faster than the boy's reflexes, and sent him into a spin before he fell to the mat when he hit his face with his foot, dripping blood. He's unconscious. Victory for the White Tiger Dojo. It had lasted less than a minute. He looked at the unconscious boy and wiggled his own foot. Is this all Cobra Kai has? He turned his head, staring at Silver. Then I'm going to be very bored. Chapter 19. The preliminary rounds passed quickly one by one, and the dojos present at the All Valley were withdrawing as their students were gradually eliminated and they were left without participants on the mat, which slowly reduced the participants and made those who remained climb little by little to the last rounds, and they were learning rounds for those who slowly advanced to the final rounds. While Cobra Kai, Eagle Fang, and Miyagi-Do all hoped to make it to the finals in both categories so they could establish their dojo as the best in the valley, one of the contestants found a completely different goal and upset one of the top dojos in the All Valley, costing them several members in the early rounds. After eliminating one of the Cobra Case with a single kick, Naruto continued on that path, advancing through the preliminaries without losing even a bit of ground. He didn't mind being scored on, but that hadn't happened so far, and he continued to advance while dismantling Cobra Case one by one, whittling down the dojo's candidates as he faced them. He couldn't win the tournament outright, and his only goals had been to decimate the Cobra Kai competitors and take victory in the men's division. He wouldn't be the tournament champion, but he would be the champion of his division, and it would strike a blow to the pride of Cobra Kai and his masters, who had hoped to take complete victory. He had seen how several times some referees gave points in favor of Cobra Kai, although they did it in such a way that it did not seem like they were favoring them, and, because of this, he was forced to eliminate the Cobra Kai by knocking them out with a single blow. He took advantage of this to demonstrate his skills over those of Cobra Kai and the rest of the dojos, threatening their positions just with his presence. He was a solitary fighter, without a dojo or sensei to support him physically in the All Valley, and Cobra Kai wanted to crush him, something that was not going well for those who faced him. I guess this makes 4. Another Cobra Kai fell to the ground after a forceful kick to the right side of his neck, forcing him to drop to his knees and bring his hand to the affected area. The blow had been a Brazilian kick that changed direction, striking the affected area with the instep and causing the boy to feel sharp pain where he received the blow. And that was what he sought. To defeat every Cobra Kai member he faced with one blow, using it as a means of humiliation towards them and a blow to the ego of their teachers, which would end up weakening the confidence and mentality of the students. The tournament wasn't a war, but there were certain similarities that any martial artist could see. The mind ruled the body, and hitting one's opponents mentally was crucial, especially if they were better or thought they were better, something Naruto utilized by striking Cobra Kai's pride by defeating 4 of its members with a single well-placed blow, thus cementing himself as their sworn enemy. The Cobra Kai might not say it, but he was the one threatening them, not Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang, who were losing to them because of their use of Miyagi's style. He had been right, and Naruto was satisfied with that. Robbie Keane had been a sneaky kid to teach the Miyagi style to his former master's enemies in the hopes of winning over his father and LaRusso, which seemed more like a childish prank that Robbie didn't seem to recognize. But how could he back down now? Robbie couldn't back down, and Cobra Kai was growing and soundly defeating almost all of their enemies. Maybe Naruto was pushing them, but the Cobra Kai dojo was gaining recognition because they were winning so many matches. I'll have to eliminate key players like Kyler and Robbie. I'm surprised Kyler can fight, even though I didn't permanently injure him. If he continues to be an idiot, I'll do it. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms toward the sky while moving his waist. The preliminaries were almost over, and they would advance to the quarterfinals in 2 more rounds. There were 8 participants left from all the dojos that had arrived, and most of them seemed to be Cobra Kai members, as well as in the women's division. By points, Camilo is last. The dojo scores were displayed on a lighted board for everyone to see. Despite undermining Cobra Kai's chances, they were in the lead thanks to their display of skills and the fights of Robbie and Tori. Miyagi, despite being slightly weaker at the start, was in second place, behind Cobra Kai. But Eagle Fang had no chance of winning. Of all its members, only 2 stood out. Miguel Diaz and Devon Lee, although the latter had proven to be a prodigy in martial arts after training for only a few weeks, less than half a year. But the girl wasn't particularly skilled, no matter how much she had improved to date. And Miguel hasn't fully recovered enough to win the competition. And his sensei is obsessed with him winning and bringing Fang to the top. The adults here are incompetent. You'd have to be blind not to see Miguel's face and how he felt at Sensei Lawrence's words, how frustrated he was at feeling the weight of his new dojo on his shoulders, and the adult in charge didn't seem to see it, no matter how much Miguel's eyes showed how annoyed he was at having to compete. And if Naruto could see it, why couldn't Lawrence and LaRusso see it? How did they become dojo masters and sensei if they weren't capable of seeing and advising their students well? While Silver and Kreese controlled their students with persuasion and manipulation, LaRusso and Lawrence barely saw the gaps in their students, and the constant clash of their egos wore down their students much more than it did themselves. Silver and Kreese have at least made their students grow, but those 2 idiots. Naruto massaged the side of his neck and walked back to the mat. His next opponent was already standing there, waiting for him, an uncertain look on his face. But that was normal. Since the preliminaries began, he had eliminated 4 of his teammates with ease, and this was the 5th Cobra Kai player he had crossed paths with just before the quarterfinals. He was probably afraid of her. Sideways. Salute. He followed the referee's orders, just like the Cobra Kai guy did. Frontways. Salute. He bowed, though he felt no real respect. Begin. Cobra Kai was famous for striking first, and that mentality had been a constant driving force in his fights, but the kid was slightly smarter than his teammates. He stood there, waiting, probably using the Miyagi-Do mentality to defend himself against Cobra Kai's attack. But it doesn't matter. He won't even be able to score a point. Naruto crouched and launched himself forward, propelling himself with his legs. He didn't care that the Cobra Kai boy was waiting for him and ready to defend himself. He simply attacked with force and delivered a crushing blow directly to the boy's arms, pushing him off the mat. Lock. No score. DCH. He got back into position and allowed his opponent to do the same. He hadn't scored because the boy had blocked him, but he wasn't worried about that. He had intended for that to happen, giving him hope that he could block his moves. But the Cobra Kai kid didn't know he could break through that flimsy defense, that his skills were nowhere near his own. Outside of here I could injure him, but we're in competition, and that would be illegal. The Cobra Kai kid lunged at him. He saw him swing his arms and reacted to his movements. He deflected the first attack and the second. When the kid tried to attack him a third time, he grabbed his arm and swung his own arm faster than his opponent's reflexes, slamming his fist directly into the Cobra Kai student's face and slamming him into the mat, knocking him out. Naruto wins by knockout. It was to be expected. Cobra Kai lacks real-life combat experience. He had 2 more fights left before reaching the quarterfinals, but that would happen in a few minutes. You idiot brother. Well done. Mito approached with confident steps and gave a thumbs up as a gesture of approval at her advance, which caused her brother to frown slightly. That was usually his sister's behavior, even inside any building where there were strangers. She had no shame. Thanks, I guess, he murmured, massaging his fist. His knuckles ached slightly, but that was probably because he'd used more force than he'd intended against the Cobra Kai kid. It wasn't that hard, either. He was slightly disappointed. After Cobra Kai had claimed victory in the tournament, Naruto had expected the 2 demented sensei students to be much better than they had been so far, but with just 1 hit, they had fainted and were out of action. Would that be the case if he fought Robbie Keane or Tori Nichols? They were the Cobra Kings of the Cobra Kai dojo, Silver and Kreese's top students. Based on that, they must have been 2 to 5 levels above the rest of their classmates. Was that really the case? Or maybe they were just a joke like the rest of their classmates. Miguel and Falcon had proven their worth at the previous All-Valley tournament and when he trained with them. But the rest of Cobra Kai hadn't excited him enough to even consider dragging out a fight. They were not martial artists. I've seen it. 1 hit and they're out cold, huh? They don't have much stamina if just 1 of your hits knocks them down. I guess Silver and Kreese didn't expect them to lose to me in 1 blow. They had high hopes for their guys, but I guess only Keane and Nichols would be interesting. Mito blinked slightly, but she wasn't surprised by her brother's consideration of 2 rivals. She had researched Cobra Kai and all its students and came to the same conclusion as her brother. Nichols and Keane were the only ones skilled enough to fight Naruto, although she wasn't sure if they could beat him in a direct confrontation. Nichols is in the women's division, and you could face Keane in the quarterfinals, semifinals, or even the final, depending on how the draw is organized. Are you nervous? No. He was confident in his answer, even keeping his gaze a little more serious than usual. Was he nervous about facing Robbie Keane? No, he wasn't. If it were a fight to the death, the odds of being scared increased, although never with someone from Cobra Kai. No matter how much their teachers taught them, they hadn't taught them how to fight to the death, how to be on the verge of losing their lives, and survive the cold breath of the other side. I thought so. A smile grew slightly on Mito's lips, but it caused Naruto to look at her with some distrust, perhaps sensing what his little sister's gesture was hiding. But those kinds of smiles weren't so warm, at least not on Mito. She always hid some action behind it that would embarrass him. What have you? Naruto. The boy turned around when he heard that female voice. Walking toward them, displaying a warm smile as always, was Moon. She was wearing a colorful t-shirt with the name White Tiger Dojo and a small face of her own, which made Naruto's eyes widen slightly at that. Moon. You were great. 2 more fights and you're in the quarterfinals, right? Moon stopped next to Mito. Both girls were looking at him, though he felt most uncomfortable around his sister. She was looking at him with those I know the truth eyes and seemed to want to tell him instead of just thinking it. Yes, the boy smiled slightly. The shirt is nice. Oh. Your sister gave it to me. She's wearing another one. I assumed so. Since she's coming to the valley, I was hoping to meet your friends and I ran into Moon, who recognized me from my public profile. Mito smiled mischievously and smugly. I suppose you always show off your dear sister to those you like. Stop saying that, Naruto replied. But thanks for the encouragement from both of you, he agreed, giving Moon a much warmer smile than his sister. I hope I win. I'm sure you will. Moon hugged Naruto in a way that conveyed her encouragement with that gesture, but Mito didn't miss the sparkle in her brother's eyes and smiled when they separated. "It's my turn again. Go kick them in the ass." Naruto laughed. "At your service." Chapter 20. He looked at the leaderboard and the contestants who would be fighting in the All-Valley quarterfinals. Miguel, Dimitri, and Falcon had qualified for the men's division, and Devin and Sam had qualified for the women's division. Robbie, Kyler, and a boy Naruto didn't know had qualified for the men's division, while Tori and a girl whose name he didn't know had qualified for the women's division. Of the students present, more than half of the participants were Cobra Kai members, which put the dojo in a good position in the eyes of the spectators, something the dojo's masters undoubtedly wanted to promote their dojo and their karate style. Try as he might, many of the Cobra Kai students had made it to the final rounds, and that had frustrated him somewhat. He had defeated every single competitor in the heats, while focusing solely on diminishing Cobra Kai's chances of winning the competition outright, but the fact that the students were familiar with Miyagi's style had been a selling point for many of them to stay in the competition. The Miyagi-Do students, on the other hand, were slowly whittled away, lacking a style unfamiliar to their opponents, and the Eagle Fang students barely had any skill. Of all the Lawrence students, only 2 had a chance of winning the competition, though they would have a tough time claiming the overall title. They could win every division of the tournament, but Eagle Fang wouldn't win the All-Valley Championship based on his current score. Of the remaining dojos, Miyagi-Do was the only one with a chance of winning the championship. They would have to win every single bout and, at the very least, try not to lose any of their remaining members. Sam would have an easy time, as only Tori was a problem in his category, but things were complicated in the men's division. 3 of them were Cobra Kai members, and 2 of them were fighters who would give Miyagi's boys a hard time. Robbie Keane had proven himself to be the best male fighter in Cobra Kai by a huge margin. Kyler was a bully, but possessed physical abilities that were overshadowed by his own ego and his belief that he was famous or that he should be the center of attention. The third Cobra Kai boy, who didn't appear to be in high school yet, had demonstrated skill, anger, and a growing ego hidden in his eyes, masked by a blaze of rage directed at someone. These 3 boys could advance to the semifinals depending on who they had to fight, though he didn't intend to show mercy to any of them or hold back any longer than necessary. Cobra Kai believed in no mercy, and Naruto wasn't a coward who wouldn't apply it, as he had done in the past, and he was a little surprised that Kyler was able to compete at a decent level. I had to destroy the nerve centers in his arms. That way he wouldn't be able to compete. Naruto sat on a bench away from the hustle and bustle of cameras, local reporters, and representatives of the All-Valley Committee, as well as the senseis and other competitors. He had decided to stay away to observe, meditate, and prepare for his possible opponent in the quarterfinals. There was a chance he would fight Miguel, Dimitri, or Hawk, but there was also a chance he would fight the 3 boys from Miyagi-Do, and he certainly hoped it would be against one of Kreese and Silver's 3 students. If he fought the Cobra Kai boys, it would reduce this dojo's chances of winning the All-Valley tournament, which would thwart the 2 demented men's plans. I have a 50-50 chance of that happening. 3 of them are Cobra Kai, and 3 of them are my friends. Another guy and I are from dojos other than Fang, Miyagi, and Cobra. I'm hoping to fight Robbie. If I beat him, Cobra Kai's chances of winning will be reduced to almost 0 in the men's division. As much as he disliked Cobra Kai, he had learned from his master to spot good fighters, and Keen was a fine fighter, as had his father. He had trained with LaRusso and was now under the tutelage of 2 more experienced masters, and while he disliked it, Naruto acknowledged that Silver and Kreese were capable masters, far more so than LaRusso and Lawrence at the moment. And that had defined this tournament. Even though I don't like to admit it, Cobra Kai are a danger and they're better prepared than the others. It's not like the Tokyo tournament, but Cobra Kai could do more than just control the valley with their karate. Maybe it's not like the Yakuza, but with time and the right mindset, they could cause more problems than people might think because they're just teenagers. Because Kreese sees them as soldiers. And that Silver is very dangerous, more so than his partner. Unlike Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang, the Cobra Kai masters had no problem adding their enemies' skills to their repertoire, which meant adapting Miyagi's style to that of Cobra Kai. Both Silver and Kreese accepted the teachings of the man who defeated them, unlike LaRusso and Lawrence. This had taken Cobra Kai to a new level, no matter how upset Naruto was, and his friends didn't have the skills to defeat their opponents, not unless it was Hawk or Michael who made it to the finals. Both were familiar with the Miyagi style and had a year of training in the Cobra Kai style under their belts, plus Hawk had the bonus of training under him. They were the hope of the valley and of karate. I have to take out my opponent in the quarterfinals, and I hope it's Robbie or Kyler. Taking out either of those guys would guarantee them a win. And I hope it's Keen I fight in the next round, although the odds of facing 2 Cobra Kais in a row are very high. He took a sip from his water bottle and relaxed his shoulders, feeling the moisture in the water quench his thirst. This allowed him to relax his mind and meditate before the next competition, something his teacher had instructed him to do during his training and had made a routine of it. Now he couldn't get meditation out of his life, no matter how hard he tried, and it had become an inevitable part of it. He meditated every day, whether he was competing or not, and had achieved much better results than before he began meditating. Now my body responds to what I want and the 5-year rust is gone. He couldn't use Kung Fu inside All Valley, much less Northern Shaolin. Doing so would lead to disqualification and likely injure his opponent. Therefore, he restricted himself to using only offensive karate and demonstrated his mastery by dominating his opponents, scoring points without them hitting him. He had had perfect victories all his own. It's a shame I can't use Kung Fu. That would keep Silver and Kreese in their place and quite long enough. Though with what we know about Silver, we could get the tournament cancelled. Still, I'm no coward, and the fact that everyone's bought off doesn't affect me. I hit the right spots and get points without the referee being able to do anything about it. I basically stop Silver and Kreese from cheating. I guess I'm pretty cool, huh? Naruto clasped his hands in prayer and hid his face behind them, placing a towel over his head. He had to plan, devise his strategy against his next opponent. If it was one of his friends, he would hold back to give them a chance to win or score a point. But if it was the Cobra Kai boys, then things would change. If it's Kenai fight, I have a strategy. Kyler won't be a problem for me with his poorly healed injury, and the kid doesn't have the skills to beat me. In fact, he could be humiliated so easily it would destroy his spirit. Blue eyes appeared behind the fingers. They were more intense, with a glow that seemed focused only on the mat set up for the final rounds. If anyone looked at it, they could tell the blue light was from some kind of flashlight. It doesn't matter. I've got everything tied up and analyzed. My victory is as clear as day, although I can't get too complacent. There's something I'm not liking. Following his instinct, Naruto looked toward the stands. He immediately spotted Mito, his sister, with that conspicuous red hair that stood out from the rest of the audience. But then, if his sister was there, where was his grandmother? She was supposed to go see him, to forgive him with blows, as always, for lying to her. So, where was Tsunade? Something doesn't feel right. Ah, the young promise. Silver approached him. The man had that confident smile etched on his face. His eyes shone with the same restrained madness, and his hair was tied back in a ponytail. "Mr. Silver," he murmured. He took the towel in his left hand and removed it from his head. "I can't say it's a pleasure to see you, sir. I imagine, being a Cobra Kai rival and all that stuff with the truck. But don't worry. The debts are paid off, and we were going to abandon that dojo anyway." Abandon? Expansion, kid, expansion. Silver's lips curved into a sly smile. "Cobra Kai will take victory at All Valley, young Uzumaki. And that will spur us on to grow and expand. That's my goal. To take over the entire valley under the Cobra Kai banner and give every teenager a proper martial arts education." That last sentence made Naruto's spirits cool, which was reflected in his eyes. They became hard as ice and sharp as two blades ready to be thrown. "I'm glad you've got him on a leash, Silver," he replied, grabbing his water bottle and standing up. "Cobra Kai is a shitty dojo and wants to brainwash young people. I get it. But don't try to sell it to me like a grandfather talking to his grandson, okay? We're not friends, partners, much less teacher and student. I've had several teachers throughout my childhood, and you're not one of them." Silver wasn't bothered by the boy's response. In fact, he laughed at his words intensely, as if he'd told him a joke, and that's why no one noticed how dangerous the conversation was, how dangerous the two of them were together. Naruto did, and he had no doubt that Silver was watching his every move. "You're so hurtful, kid. I like you. You strike first and without mercy, and I have no doubt you hit hard too. You should join Cobra Kai, the winning dojo. I could even give you some shares in the brand, if you want." "I don't need money, Silver, and much less Cobra Kai. I have the White Tiger dojo as backup." "I don't see your sensei," Silver said, "or your dojo mates. Do they really support you? Do they really think it's a good idea for a criminal to wear their logo again?" "I studied your case and your information, Mr. Uzumaki. The case with the White Ghost, the death of your older brother, the separation from your dojo because of this incident, your exile from your family. You're like a black sheep that no one likes, except for one person. Your grandmother. I suppose that's why you came, isn't it? Why did she never abandon you, even when you were knee-deep in shit? Admirable woman, trying hard for a hopeless case of teenage insanity. I suggest," his voice came out cold, so much so that she was slightly surprised, "that you keep your mouth shut, Silver. You don't know anything about my family or me, even if you've seen it in some report. I'm not LaRusso to be manipulated, nor your partner to be deceived. I'll kill you if you keep pushing. Oh, I can imagine. Easy, easy. This is a friendly chat, as much as we can both allow ourselves, right? We don't want to be disqualified." By the way, Silver turned back to Naruto. The man had started to walk away but took a couple of steps back. I hope your grandmother is doing well. At this age, and pretending to be young, you never know what will happen to her, right? Good luck in the quarterfinals. That bastard. He slumped back onto the bench and exhaled all the air he'd been holding. Silver was good at manipulating and pushing his victim to the mental limit, maybe too good. How had he gotten all that information? Was it real? Or maybe Jay had hidden everything and Silver only had a tiny bit of what was his iceberg. Brother. Naruto flinched. Not now, Mido. I need to focus. Silver tried. He fell silent when he saw his sister standing there, tears falling down her cheeks. Myth. He jumped to his feet. What happened to you? Little sister. Naruto braced his feet on the ground and stopped his sister, who crashed into him and hugged him even tighter, sobbing. Grandma Tsunade. She's in the hospital. A black van crashed into the cafeteria and… Harry Silver's words came to mind. He gritted his teeth and hugged his sister tighter. You unfortunate son. Silver played his cards and made one thing clear. To face him, one had to be a monster. And he was one. Chapter 21. Hospital rooms always smelled clean, like disinfectant and new. There was never a distinct smell, and whenever there was, it stood out for being out of step with these scents. Also, the rooms were usually white or light blue, the lightest shades possible. In some, the rooms were even a very light blue-gray shade that could be mistaken for a slightly dark blue. And there were always flowers in every room, tucked into jugs of water, next to occupied or unoccupied beds, adding a little more color and spreading their soft fragrance throughout the room until they withered. That was the only thing that gave life to a hospital. Nurses, doctors, and patients had almost no time for small talk, and sadness almost always filled the hospitals, although occasionally they were filled with a great sense of happiness, especially during births and when an operation went as the doctor in charge had hoped. And those small moments were the only ones that brightened certain areas of the hospital. Moments Naruto hadn't wanted to participate in, especially since his brother's death. He hadn't set foot in a hospital or doctor's office for at least 5 years, and every injury or illness he had ever encountered had been cured with home remedies by simple healers who didn't have a degree and resembled old healers from 100 or 200 years ago. I hated everything that had to do with hospitals. He sat on a hard plastic chair, leaning forward, his face hidden by his hands, which were clasped together and covered his eyes. Beside him sat his sister Mido, arms crossed, tapping the heel of her right foot on the floor, her leg frantically moving, generating a constant rhythmic knock knock knock. She was also biting her lower lip, Naruto assumed, due to nerves and her desire to hear from the doctor who had come to treat her grandmother. And it was normal. It was the second time they'd both been in a similar situation. The first time had been 5 years ago, when his brother had been taken into surgery for severe injuries from a fight and stab wounds that had left him bleeding out and leading to his death. This was the second time, and Naruto didn't want to go through a third, not so soon, and he hoped his grandmother would come out of the operating room with a chance of survival. Grandma is strong, stronger than us. Tsunade Senju, despite her age, was known for her almost superhuman strength and endurance. She had a body that many people desired, not for her physical attributes, and no one had ever seen her cry, except on certain occasions. This gave her enormous mental and willpower, capable of changing many people's minds just by her presence, as Hashirama Senju would have done, and her eyes never looked dull. That was why it had shocked Naruto to see her cry over her pastry, and now she was being treated in the operating room to stay alive. Silver. At the moment, he had no proof beyond Terry Silver's words, but Naruto was sure that he and his accomplices had orchestrated the accident so he could win the All Valley and teach him a lesson for his audacity. It had been a truck, just like his own, that had crashed into his grandmother in the cafeteria. Silver had used it to show him who was really in charge. And he had done it in one of the cruelest ways one could imagine. Attacking someone's loved one without leaving any evidence to link him. There were no recordings of the person who caused the accident, and the truck didn't seem to be registered to anyone he knew or who might be connected to Silver or Kreese, though he doubted John Kreese was connected to his grandmother's accident. He didn't seem as crazy as his partner. Harry Silver had been the mastermind behind that accident, the referee bribery, and everything else that went wrong with the All Valley tournament. But then, why not get revenge by sharing the information they'd uncovered with the Cobra Kai corruption? Naruto didn't want Silver to go to jail, which would be like a slap in the wrist for him. No, what he wanted was to inflict a massive blow on the man. Destroy Cobra Kai and any chance of international expansion, as sources close to the man's activities had told him. Destroying Silver's dreams would be much more rewarding for him. At that moment, the operating room door opened and a woman calmly walked out, holding a tablet, her eyes shining in the blue light from the screen. It didn't seem to have gone badly. Doctor? Both Naruto and Mido stood up, the latter holding onto her brother's arm. That light squeeze caused Naruto to purse his lips and his face to become more serious, much more firm. Eyes, the doctor stopped in front of the Uzumaki siblings and gave them a warm, reassuring smile. Your grandmother will recover, there's no doubt about it, but we had to put her in a coma to allow her wounds to heal. Can you tell us how serious the injury was? What injuries did the impact of the car cause? It wasn't a common question, and Naruto knew it, but he needed to know the severity of his grandmother's injuries. Silver believed that attacking someone in his family would get him away with it, but she would hide like a scared puppy. No. He needed to know all the injuries the accident had caused his grandmother so he could return them to Silver, inflict them on his allies, and ensure that no one, ever, would join forces with Terry Silver again for fear of what might happen to her. I'm crazy. Mrs. Senju suffered a severe impact that left her with a broken right leg, several left ribs about to break, and a splinter almost piercing her left lung. A severe blow to the head that caused a severe concussion, and her left arm will be immobilized for a few months, as will her leg. It's a miracle she survived and is still breathing. But now that she's been treated, she will have faith. Faith. There were plenty of people who had faith. Faith that things would turn out well, faith in an omnipotent person no one knew, faith that they would pass an exam, but he didn't have faith. He'd lost it a long time ago, and it was an unnecessary concept in his life. He could pretend to have faith in his grandmother's recovery, and he'd probably even pray for her, but it didn't feel genuine. As his teacher once told him, if it's your destiny to die, this is as far as you go. And he'd abided by that philosophy up until now, not by the faith many people professed. Grandma will recover, she said, placing her hand on her sister's head and ruffling her hair. She's a stronger woman than Mom and you. Don't worry, and you'll see how she'll come out of this even stronger than before. He didn't rely on faith, not after his brother's death and the words of one of his teachers, his shifu. But his sister had always been someone who relied on faith and had faith in many things, so he had to respect her way of dealing with that event and support her, having faith himself, even if he didn't want to pin his hopes on something completely intangible. Why yes. Don't cry, shorty, she pleaded, ruffling Mito's hair until she smiled. I remind you that Grandma can break several bricks with her pinky finger. Is this going to stop her? You'll see that Grandma will come out of this accident much stronger. But what if it happens again? What if they? Naruto immediately understood what his sister was trying to explain. Those accidents had happened when the Yakuza and the White Ghost sought to control them. Partners, employees, even the family had suffered, and everything was resolved with the death of his brother and the man responsible going to jail. It was normal for his sister, younger than him and Menma, to be afraid that everything would happen again, like the confrontation with the White Ghost and his subordinates. She was a good girl who didn't want to see her family destroyed again by someone else. Don't worry, Naruto took a deep breath, calming his troubled feelings. This time. They won't be able to defeat us. It's very touching, you know. Both brothers raised their heads. In front of them was a young man with snow-white hair that defied gravity. A tight-fitting black t-shirt covered his torso, and baggy pants completed his outfit. He had a sharp, savage face. Accompanying him was a large black wheeled suitcase. You? What are you doing here? Grandpa told me to come, but I didn't expect to find all this chaos. Lady Tsunade, will you get through this? Naruto hadn't expected the presence of one of his dojo's high school students, much less that he'd come to see him fight at the All Valley. According to Mito, the master and his classmates accepted him back, but he didn't expect them to come see him as soon as he put on his old dojo's guy. What? You need someone to train with, don't you, shorty? I grew up. But you're still a dwarf I can kick in the ass whenever I want. DCH. The man placed the suitcase beside the siblings and ruffled Mito's hair affectionately, with a touch of affection. His eyes shone with concern, and his smile, directed at the siblings, was warmer than usual. I'm sorry about what happened to Ms. Tsunade. I told Grandpa what happened, and I think some of the other students decided to come see you. Now, kid, how did that thing happen with Ms. Tsunade? I doubt anyone normal. The car crashed into the cafe, Naruto replied, his voice turning more steely. A pickup truck crashed, smashing through the front of the store and taking out my grandmother. It seemed ridiculous. Who would deliberately crash their car to hit a poor woman, thus committing a crime? Few people would be willing to do that, much less if it happened in broad daylight. There's someone who might have caused this accident. Someone I underestimated too much. Problems always surround you, like asteroids around a huge planet, huh? I hate being me. Anyway, I've bought a place. I'm going to set up a dojo here in the valley and run it for as long as I have left, which will be as long as you do, Uzumaki. What? Did he let you use the dojo's name? No, I'll use mine. Dojo Fan Karate. What do you think? You're no good with names. And that's not very important. The boy looked at them both, his lips twisting, his smile more dangerous, more cunning. I'm not doing this for work, Naruto. Your family has been attacked twice, and Grandpa has had enough. That dojo is a point of resistance against whatever is to come. Or do you think we're idiots and don't know what you're planning? Naruto. Your grandmother has been attacked and hurt. And that's an attack on the dojo. Forgive me, Mito, the girl nodded. She called us when what happened to Mrs. Tsunade happened and I was in America right away. It didn't take me long to come and talk to the old man. I'm not going to leave you dealing with all this alone again. Naruto, we're going to make Terry Silver pay for what happened with your grandmother and the problems with Cobra Kai. Naruto felt his partner place his hands on his shoulders. Did you expect to deal with Silver alone, Blockhead? Yes, he had hoped to deal with Silver and Cobra Kai alone, with their expansion plans throughout the valley and their intention to buy all the dojos in the area so that only his would exist. What else could he have expected? That variable that one of the White Tiger Dojo's advanced students would show up hadn't been part of his plans or his own thoughts. In fact, it was a surprise to see the person standing before them. Why, brother? Grandma would have liked you to have won the All Valley. Why did you let them win this one? Sister, Mito and the albino boy looked at him. His voice had sounded colder, with suppressed anger. If I had continued fighting, I would have killed them without hesitation. With this, he looked at the boy and then at his sister. I'm giving you a break while I get back in shape. I never cared about the All Valley, but I'm going to destroy Silver's dreams. Those words and feelings were sincere. If Naruto had remained in the All Valley, his hands would have ended up covered in blood, even that of his friends. Chapter 22. Local dojos in the San Fernando Valley and surrounding areas began to disappear one by one. Promotional signs, flashy logos, and distinctively colored gifs were all replaced by black and red, two striking colors that shaped a craze that had become popular in the valley over the past 2 years and, now, after its latest victory, had spread like a spiderweb throughout the city. The Cobra Kai Dojo Cobra was present on almost every corner, at every turn, and in every neighborhood in the valley. And advertisements went from mere flyers to live videos on streaming platforms or directly on television, with commercials during peak hours to attract even more people. There was no age limit for participating in Cobra Kai or for membership in the valley's most famous dojo. But the ones who filled the Cobra Kai dojos and gyms the most were teenagers. Boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 18 filled every Cobra Kai location, to the point of requiring the purchase of more locations and the hiring of more teachers who could teach the way of the fist to the new generations, which attracted the attention of potential investors and allies for the brand's current owner. Terry Silver was someone anyone would want by their side these days. Having built Cobra Kai to the point of dominating the All Valley for 2 years in a row and dominating the valley, he gained a tremendous reputation among martial artists, businessmen, and investors who saw Silver as a source of income and a potential ally who would make them rich. Because Cobra Kai was the only dojo in the valley. Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang had kept their promise when they were defeated and closed their dojos without any other choice, leaving Cobra Kai as the only dojo in the valley, as slowly the dojos that remained in the area for years were bought by Silver and his investors in order to expand his brand and turn his dream into a much more tangible reality. And Silver was a man willing to do anything for his own desires, even if it meant committing the most atrocious crime unimaginable by humankind. Despite this expansion and the efforts of Silver and his investors, a dojo had appeared in the valley by midsummer. There was no symbol other than the kanji for Fang on the building's facade inside a huge round black sign, so the word stood out against its white paint and was quite visible even to drivers traveling on the highway, regardless of where they were headed. Fang Karate Dojo hadn't even opened its doors yet. The doors were still open, with a closed sign, and the shutters were only slightly raised and covered, as if the building was undergoing renovations to prepare for the dojo. There didn't even seem to be any students waiting at the door or anyone wanting to enter. The news that a new dojo had appeared spread only to those who saw it and, curious, told their friends, neighbors, or relatives, creating a certain buzz. Is this it? She blinked a few times, staring at the huge sign with the strange Japanese writing glowing above her head. Moon checked her phone again, looking at the address Naruto's younger sister had given her, and cross-checked it with the map on her phone. There was no doubt about it, and that was where Naruto was, according to her sister, and she was probably there too. She hadn't seen the boy in 2 months. 2 months since he'd dropped out of the All Valley competition due to his grandmother's accident and disappeared without even answering her calls. She'd hoped to see him at school before the break, but he didn't even return to the school, and no one, not even Demetri or Hawk, had seen him anywhere in the valley, whether at a store or a cafe. She'd also visited her family's cafe, but it had been closed since the accident, and no one, not even Hawk, knew where Naruto's house was. And I'm not going to visit every house in the valley. If I hadn't asked Mito, I'd still be wandering around. Moon admitted that asking Mito had been her best idea, but she was embarrassed for having done it so late. How could she have thought the girl would answer her right away and, what's more, follow her on her account? Although she was too worried about Naruto to think too much about it. What mattered most to her was checking on Naruto. She wasn't going to admit it too openly, but she was worried about his mental state. Since that moment in the hospital, where he'd told her a part of his life, she'd felt much closer to him, as if he'd opened his soul to her. And she didn't want to leave him alone, going through everything he was going through now, which seemed like an exact copy of what happened to him with that white ghost he'd mentioned. And Naruto wasn't completely sane. Moon saw him in his blue eyes. He was a charming boy, too good. But the thread of his sanity was strained, like a rope hanging by only one strand. How long would it take for Naruto to fight like he told her in the hospital? How long would it take for him to become a complete madman like Silver? Although she didn't want to make that comparison, just thinking about it made her shudder. Naruto is too good to do such low things as Silver does. What that man did to his grandmother, it wasn't human, there's not even a shred of forgiveness for him. She put her phone in her bag and, with nothing else to do, walked toward the door of the dojo where Mito had sent her. Was Naruto really there? Was this some kind of trap set by her sister? Moon couldn't believe Mito was the type of woman, one who would play games in a family member's time of need. Although she had only known her for a couple of hours, during the All Valley, she had given him the impression that she genuinely cared for Naruto and didn't want to taint his perception of her. But having spent 2 years in the karate world and seeing how Miguel, Falcon, Robbie, and even Sam slowly became worse versions of themselves, made her wary of anyone she didn't know. And Miguel and Falcon aren't idiots anymore. The two boys had already returned to the righteous path and were under the supervision of their respective masters, although without a dojo to train in due to the bet with John Kreese, who would probably be very happy to have kept Cobra Kai over his two rivals, declaring himself the absolute winner. And it was a shame. Moon had never been to a karate dojo before, but when he entered Dojo Fang Karate, he got the impression that this was what dojos were supposed to look like. It was much larger inside, with various mats scattered throughout. Along the walls, he could see various machines, as well as weights, wall bars, and every other tool in a normal gym, as well as practice dummies to train hand movements and arm, hand, and eye coordination. It was a real dojo. There, students wouldn't have to combine karate with the gym, and they could do it in one place and better prepare for tournaments. Although it didn't seem like a place that would prepare boys and girls for the All Valley, but rather for a much bigger stage than the Valley tournament. I'm glad you like it, Moon. The girl blinked, surprised at having been caught so absorbed by that sight, and turned to look at the person who had spoken to her. Mito was wearing light-colored sportswear, more specifically cyan. Although she could make out the color, it looked white. Moon hugged the girl, feeling her skin sticky with sweat. When she pulled away, he took the opportunity to look at her. Her skin was shiny and damp, her hair falling to the middle of her back, damp as well, a little darker, and strands of it stuck to her forehead. Are you training? Yes. You caught me finishing my daily routine, the girl said, flashing her usual bright smile. I don't usually miss a day, even if it's raining or snowing. I have to support myself for my sponsors. Sponsors? Didn't my brother tell you? I'm a sports influencer, as well as an actress, and I have my own public profile managed entirely by the family business's marketing team. You're famous. I'm famous. They both shook hands, smiling. How's your grandmother? She's still in a coma, but her injuries are healing well. My grandmother is a very strong woman. Mito didn't look directly at Moon when she answered about her grandmother, but instead fixed her eyes directly on the gym boys who were training away from the main entrance. Come, I'm going to introduce you to some of the students at Fang Karate Dojo, some of my brother's best friends. The last sentence made Moon's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Was she going to meet some of Naruto's friends? Naruto barely mentioned his friends or family. The only time he mentioned anyone was when he showed them Mito's public profile, and he never mentioned anyone else again. Come on. She blinked when Mito grabbed her arm. Come on, I want to introduce you, sister-in-law. A sister-in-law? But Mito didn't respond to Moon's shout and continued pulling her closer to the group of teenagers who stopped their exercises and looked at them, making Moon blush in embarrassment at the intensity of their stares. This is my brother's girlfriend. That? Wait, the boss has a girlfriend. The boy with tousled reddish-brown hair blinked, his dark eyes shining with surprise and amusement at Mito's words. This translated into a slightly mocking smile. Don't even think about it, Hama. Baki, from the Hama family, came from a long lineage of martial artists. His family didn't specialize in just one martial art. Instead, they learned many styles and created their own, using everything they learned, becoming formidable fighters who were feared in Japan. What? Baki blinked again. Can't I make fun of my friend? You always make fun of yourself too much when you get the chance, Mito retorted, pointing at the young Hama. So hold your tongue. You take the fun out of life. Baki is one of my brother's dojo mates, one of his closest friends, the redhead continued. Let me introduce you to my bodyguards. Bodyguard. My family owns a large company. Moon pulled him toward two athletic young men, one with white hair and the other with dark hair. And with what happened to my brothers, my mother decided to increase the budget for security and assign two to accompany me, even in class. Their names are Ijin Yu and Sekyu Ko. They're Korean, but they speak English quite well. Both boys gave a slightly stiff bow. They were both similar in height, but Ijin had light gray hair and brown eyes. On the other hand, and in contrast to Ijin, Sekyu had black hair and dark eyes like his own. That was the only difference, aside from their disparate faces, that set them apart. They had similar builds, were both tall, taller than Baki, and had good builds, as well as martial arts skills and some understanding of weapons, from what Moon deduced. They're not all of my brother's friends, Mito declared, drawing their attention, but they are some of the most important ones you'll ever meet. Where is Naruto? Maybe it was selfish, but she wanted to see Naruto, not meet his friends or be with Mito. She was worried about him, how he was feeling about his grandmother, and whether he needed some comfort. He's back there, Mito nodded, pointing toward a pair of double doors. He's training. Go, he'll be glad to see you, sister-in-law. Moon didn't respond to Mito's words and almost ran toward the double doors. Knowing Naruto was behind them, she didn't think twice about pushing them open. She stood there in the doorway, staring at a huge tatami mat that took up the entire space of the second room. But soon her attention shifted to two people. One of them she didn't recognize. He was a young man with sharp features and spiky white hair. The other was Naruto, but he stood out more. Red streaks interspersed his blonde hair. The two moved across the tatami, locked in an exchange of blows that she could barely follow. Sweat was already beading on Naruto's forehead, and the other boy seemed to have started sweating right then and there, if the sheen on his skin was any indication. Let's stop. It was the albino who deflected a blow from Naruto and stopped the fight. Garu? We have visitors. Naruto blinked in confusion and Garu pointed over his shoulder, making him follow the gesture. Standing in the doorway, looking at him, was Moon. Moon. There was a certain embarrassment in his tone of voice, and he didn't want to move from the tatami. After leaving All Valley, he didn't contact her or anyone at the dojos. He put them aside and focused on his training, on getting stronger. Before he could say anything else, Moon had already crashed into his chest. Exhausted from training, Naruto gave in and fell onto his back, allowing the girl to straddle him. Lament. Driven by instinct, Moon slammed Naruto's lips against her own. She didn't want apologies, she didn't want excuses. She just wanted silence, for Naruto to be quiet and not say anything. And the best way was to kiss him. Maybe the first kiss should have been somewhere important, she said, smiling, but I think anywhere is good to kiss you. Chapter 23. His torso was bare, his scars visible. His hands were clenched into fists, bandaged just below his elbows. Sweat trickled down his face, soaking his hair. And his only clothing was a pair of wide-legged shorts. Even his feet were completely bare. His eyes were fixed, through the strands of his hair, on his only enemy. A Wing Chun wooden dummy, the same one used for kung fu training and so characteristic of China. He was using it for exactly that reason. To regain the hand movement he had 5 years ago. The same hand movement and strength that those who used the tiger claws of northern Shaolin had, a style he planned to use again much sooner than he thought. Silver had made his decisions and he made his. He trusted too much that Silver wouldn't dare attack any of his family, that he wouldn't be so idiotic as to make a bold move. But all that was what happened in the All Valley finals, and Silver dug his own grave, confident that he was defeated, that he was finished once he knew that he attacked his grandmother, turning it into an accident. But he was completely wrong. While he was young, Silver was overconfident because of his experience, something Naruto lacked and he knew it, but he made up for it with something that Silver didn't have. The mentality to finish this problem even if it meant staining his hands with blood. He was willing to fight to the death. As much as Silver influenced many people to fear, he wasn't a dangerous man, just a man flush with money, confidence, and connections to escape trouble, like anyone with power and money. He was a man with a twisted mindset, capable of using his enemies' psyches against them and turning their lives into hell with a single action. Men like Silver, with the bones of a tiger. Naruto remembered a saying from his Shifu, the man who taught him Northern Shaolin. Those who are arrogant always make the most mediocre mistakes and are devoured by predators. And that saying always guided him in his Shaolin practices and strengthened him mentally. He wasn't prey, he was a predator. But, unlike Cobra Kai and Silver, he didn't fight the wounded or those smaller than him. He went for the bigger prey. Silver has expanded across the valley. He's taken over all the dojos, either buying them or merging them with his own. Cobra Kai and the Way of the Fist now dominate the city. The situation seemed to have calmed down at first glance. Parents trusted Cobra Kai's new direction and listened to their children to enroll them under the teachings of Silver and his new teachers, which seemed to have filled their children with new goals and sensations. But it wasn't all that simple or easy. Naruto knew that the new teachers, educated in the way of the fist, were more dangerous than Lawrence or LaRusso, especially with the latter injured from the fight he had with Silver, according to the information he had gathered. Didn't the parents see the darkness in Cobra Kai? Didn't they see the madness in the eyes of the man who promised to take care of their children? Western adults don't even see a knife at their throat, let alone feel it. The loud bang echoed through the room and the Wing Chun wooden dummy shuddered from the blow he had landed. But he didn't flinch or worry about having damaged his skin, his knuckles, his hands, or any of his arms. Focused, he performed the same blow, again and again and again, until he finally felt it felt like his own again. Using tiger claws would result in the death of the person hit with them. Attacks on the nerves, veins and vital points could lead to a person's death, and that was what tiger claws focused on, although in a more offensive way than eagle claws, which were faster than tigers. However, he decided to do something different, something of his own. Combine both into a new form to be able to have the power and speed of both forms in one, which would help him overcome his enemy's defenses and hit them with the necessary power to finish them off. And I was already working on it. Unite the two forms into one, I must see compatibility, create synergy between the two, and complete synchronicity. I cannot fail when I fight Silver or his minions. Hit, 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 and another hit. He continued hitting the Wing Chun wooden dummy steadily, feet apart, torso firm. Beads of sweat trickled from his torso, from his face, and fell from the tips of his red and blonde locks. The lacerating pain became acute and the stinging pains with each hit became more frequent. The bandages were no longer white and a light red stain had begun to adorn the white of the bandages. But he didn't stop. The blood wasn't an impediment to moving his torso and striking more effectively, combining strength and speed. The red of the bandages and the slight pain in his knuckles didn't stop him from correcting his legs, straightening his body, and stiffening his back to change stance and improve his own form blow after blow. Improving and growing within the martial arts wasn't easy, nor was creating a new form, stance, or kata within a style. This required experience, preparation, and an understanding of the style where the fighter wanted to implement the new form, so corrections and changes had to be made as the fighter tested. And he was an expert in Northern Shaolin. Ingsudo is the martial art Silver uses, learned from his master. The reports have given me all the information I need about him. His style, his connections, his darker hidden side. Once I learn a style, I can take it apart. Ingsudo was the martial style that Cobra Kai had learned over time and with which they worked, albeit indirectly. John Kreese taught it to his student Johnny Lawrence, and he, in turn, showed it to his students, although in a much gentler way. On the other hand, Terry Silver was teaching it in a much more effective and harsh way, the way he and Kreese actually learned Ingsudo from their master, which made his disciples better fighters than when they were with Kreese and Lawrence, although this meant making them much more violent. According to Ijin, 6 of Silver's contacts have come from Korea to teach the martial art. We don't yet have their names, positions, or dojo affiliations, but they're undoubtedly from the dojang where Silver and Kreese learned to fight. The current danger in Cobra Kai was the current masters who came to the valley to assist Silver and train the boys. They weren't just local masters who learned the most watered-down karate, the kind that didn't focus on hurting their opponents. No, these new masters were trained differently, with a different mindset, likely leaving blood and sweat behind them to meet the expectations of their mentor or mentors. That made them dangerous. Of the sensei's students, only Garu is there, which puts us a little below Cobra Kai in terms of teaching. However, in experience, I think we're above. Currently, training doesn't give you the weapons to fight. You must have experience. And the boys have already fought, even I have fought. Training provides the foundation and improves it, as well as new techniques, but it doesn't give a fighter the real-life experience to fight and survive a fight in which you could lose your life. The great thing about Miyagi and Fang's students, as well as, unfortunately, the Cobra Kai, was that they had fought openly, both in and out of tournaments, and gained real-life experience, which involved injuries, wounds, and overcoming them. However, these new masters, I believe they have experience in killing. As strange as it might seem to any normal person, there were people in the martial arts who had their hands stained with blood, both directly and indirectly. When Ijin relayed the information to him, Naruto quickly realized that Silver wasn't hiring mere senseis for Cobra Kai, but was bringing in allies for his dojo, and his fight against LaRusso and Lawrence, indicating that he didn't believe the two had retired. But there's something else. For the rest of the valley, the existence of the World Karate Tournament that had been going on for over a century was unknown. The Sekai Taikai, a worldwide tournament that showcased the art of karate to everyone, from every corner of the planet. And this tournament was being held again that year, almost at the end of the school year, and it would be a huge publicity stunt for Silver and his Cobra Kai expansion plan, allowing him to expand his brand globally and not just limit himself to the valley. I guess that's why he wants to prepare the kids better than they are. He wants to enter the Sekai Taikai to win the world championship and expand Cobra Kai worldwide. He lowered his arms and let out all the air he'd held for a minute. Drops of blood fell to the gleaming floor, seeping through the bandages, now darkened by blood, and wetting his knuckles. The wood of the Wing Chun wooden dummy was slightly chipped, with dark blood stains and a few cracks visible from constant hitting. He didn't measure his strength or care about breaking the tool. He simply kept hitting again and again, never giving his arms a break, and he did so constantly, even as he thought about Terry Silver's plans. Boruso and Lawrence aren't ready for the Sakya Taikai or what it means to represent your country at the World Karate Championships. If word of this gets back to them, they'll want to participate and prevent Cobra Kai from gaining any further influence and following. But I doubt the committee will come to see them right. Taking a breath, Naruto began to undo the bandages protecting his hands. Turn by turn, the bandages made their way to his hands. They were lightly scraped, with blood glistening on the knuckles and loose skin torn from the constant blows against the hardwood. Despite that, and the slight stinging pains he felt with each blow he landed against the wooden dummy, he didn't see or feel that his hands were damaged, only a few superficial wounds. I guess things never change, right? Shifu always told me that I should practice until the blood stained my bandages, until my arms said enough. Since arms can't speak, the last piece of bandage fell to the floor, it means I can only stop when I bleed. Bear laughed briefly at his companion's response, but not maliciously. He, too, understood the hidden side of martial arts, the one people didn't want to see and accept. Martial arts required constant blood, pain, and tears to be used in real life. He wasn't talking about a sporting martial art, but rather one learned to survive. They both learned that martial art and made their bodies remember it, keeping it etched in every muscle of their bodies. Both trained under different masters and improved in different martial arts. Despite belonging to the same dojo and being a superior student, Garu didn't see Naruto as inferior to him, only with much more room to improve and grow with the right training and masters. To him, the Uzumaki was a monster, someone capable of reaching the top. The Valley dojos have been bought by Silver, and the masters have been replaced by these Koreans. Some remain, but only those who truly meet Silver's standards. The latest dojo to finally join Cobra Kai is Topanga Karate, where they're currently recording a live show. Beru's last sentence stopped Naruto in his tracks. The bandages on his right hand were half untied, and without worrying about them, he turned to face his training partner, and Garu smiled nervously. The usually calm eyes now darkened and, as if they were a fictional character, emanated a sensation that made him almost sweat. Ah. I forgot that expression when you're really angry. You almost look like our Shifu. DCH, Naruto finished untying the bandages covering his hands and forearms and let them fall to the ground, with the pertinent bloodstains and his wounds exposed. I'm going to Topanga Karate to pay that old man a visit. Are you serious? I have never lied or shied away from an opportunity in my life, Garu, he declared, looking at the young man seriously. Blood, sweat, and tears. That is how each and every one of us has been formed, that is how the master students reach the top of the dojo. He closed his hands into fists. It is time for me to become a master student, the 6th. Chapter 24. Topanga Karate was gone, and in its place, Cobra Kai had emerged. The logo of the old dojo was still visible, but the essence of the dojo had changed. The students who had previously attended Topanga were now under the tutelage of Cobra Kai and wore the dojo's signature black guy, with the cobra embroidered in a vivid blood red that stood out against the black. None of Topanga's students had decided to stay off the winning team. Silver was convincing, giving gifts and demonstrating that Cobra Kai had the best facilities and the best teachers at his service. He renewed the cast of sensei, filling the missing gaps with the best students from the dojang of Kim Da-yoon, the granddaughter of Cobra Kai's founder, Kim Sun-young, a rude and inflexible man who followed his own rules and methods. And, of course, the new teachers were no less than the founder of Cobra Kai and followed Kim Da-yoon's methodologies, which were the same as her grandfather's and, at the same time, the same as Silver's. But this new cast of teachers introduced to Topanga Karate, the students didn't have much to decide about who they would train with and who their new sensei would be. The previous Topanga teacher or the new teachers introduced by Terry Silver when he merged his former dojo into Cobra Kai. The decision wasn't long in coming, and like soldiers, they all donned the black Cobra Kai guy. All young adolescents between the ages of 10 and 17 were placed under the tutelage of Cobra Kai Karate, and all dojos were completely eliminated from the city, leaving only Cobra Kai as the representative of karate in the San Fernando Valley. Few young people refused to become students of the new, reformed Cobra Kai, and few, if any, chose to remain loyal to their former masters. Odell, Minjun, Bakaria, Hein-Woo, Sukchin and Morozov were the 6 new masters added to Cobra Kai, all of them led by Kim Da-yoon, and Cobra Kai students, new and old, could learn from real experience. And this had been used by Fang and Miyagi. Johnny and Chosen Taguchi decided to launch an attack against the previously known Topanga Karate, taking advantage of Terry Silver's presence. This, of course, didn't catch Cobra Kai off guard, much less the new senseis. Although Johnny and Chosen were able to take on one of them, Hein-Woo, they were soon outnumbered and outmatched. Good, Kim Da-yoon walked among the Cobra Kai masters with her hands behind her back, her dark eyes fixed on Chosen and Johnny. It seems we have some unwanted guests. Perhaps I should show them to the door. The woman twisted her lips into a mocking smile, accompanied by the laughter of the Cobra Kai sensei. Both men might have defeated Hein-Woo, but were they ready for the way of the true fist? To face masters trained by her grandfather. She had witnessed a brief encounter and knew that both men lacked real strength, a danger to their fellow masters. They had been trained by her grandfather and would not lose to mere men who refused to kill, to dirty their hands. Johnny-san. We should fall back, attack another time. We're outnumbered. He'd sensed the danger when he saw a second master appear, and when all the new Cobra Kai senseis cornered them, Chosen understood the blunder. They'd gone after Silver with the intention of attacking and defeating him because of Daniel's injuries. But they'd been ambushed by his teammates and were now being forced to flee. But it was the smartest move for the moment. Johnny. However, Johnny Lawrence's mind was on something else entirely. Maybe he still had a bit of Cobra Kai in his soul pushing him, but why did he have to run away? They attacked first. Hitting back was what someone prepared would have done what he would have done. So why run away from that confrontation? Why were they outmatched? Though if you want, Johnny replied, removing Chosen's hand. I'm going to fight. I'm going to. But the conversation came to a halt, both for Johnny and Chosen, as well as for the Cobra Kai senseis. The dojo doors swung open with a resounding sound of breaking glass. The force used to push them caused the glass to shatter and then fall to the floor, as if they had been smashed with a hammer. There's a party and I haven't been invited. Naruto stopped to Chosen's left and was the center of attention. Both groups looked at him with confusion and uncertainty on their faces. This caused him to smile slightly and sit down on the mat. He slowly began to untie his shoes as the adults watched expectantly, doing nothing to stop him or ask him anything. Hey, kid, Johnny spoke up, breaking the tense silence that had lasted a full minute. This is grown-up stuff. From idiot adults who can't even squash a water snake, was Naruto's response. He kicked his shoes off the mat and jumped to his feet. The way of the fist is a joke badly told, you know. Bastards. Hein-Woo, a tanned Korean with short dyed blonde hair, was the first and only one to react. Chosen tried to stop him, and even Johnny made a move, but driven by his defeat against the two strangers, Hein-Woo launched himself at Naruto, provoked by the insult to his dojo, just what the boy wanted him to do. Reckless idiot. He wasn't surprised when the Korean man lunged at him, intending to strike. He was ready. He pumped power into his legs, relaxed his arms, and braced his fingers into claws. When Hein-Woo was 2 steps away, just a blink of an eye, Naruto lunged forward. He ducked, letting the Korean man's right arm swing over him, and swung his left hand, fingers forming a claw. He struck Hein-Woo's arm just above the elbow and squeezed, causing the Korean man to swing his arm around in an attempt to strike him. He wrapped his arms around the man's right arm. Don't be reckless, idiot. He raised his leg and slammed the instep of his foot into Hein-Woo's face, causing the man to fall backward. Or would have if Hein-Woo wasn't grabbing his arm, so he pulled Hein-Woo towards him and wrapped his knuckles on his throat, causing him to fall to his knees in search of oxygen. He brought his hands to his throat and leaned forward, choking. Then Naruto took the opportunity to place his right foot on the back of Hein-Woo's neck and stepped, slamming his face into the ground, producing a grotesque crunching sound. The way of the fist of Kim Sun-young, a man who believes that his reality is the only absolute one, whose style is the one that will truly inspire fear and respect in others. I'll be honest. You guys are just a stepping stone to becoming the 6th best student. He lifted his foot, abandoning Hein-Woo's head. Blood had begun to soak the mat, and Naruto had no doubt that he had caused the man's nose to break in several places at once, possibly including his entire nasal septum. It would have been a shame not to have broken his lower jaw, but the positioning of Hein-Woo's head only gave him the opportunity to break his nose. You're impertinent, Kim Da-yoon spoke forcefully, overcoming the murmurs of her classmates. Arrogant, impertinent, and driven by an ego that's too big for your age. Let's see what a mere child can do against the best of Dokusa. That's the answer I was hoping for, ma'am, the young Uzumaki replied, cracking his knuckles. We can start right now. Bakaria and Morozov lunged at him, coordinating their movements as one. The way of the fist style flowed through both men, and they attacked him with the intent of harming him. He could see it in the way they tried to reach him with their fists, the way they moved with the clear intention of breaking his ribs. But he remained standing. He blocked Becaria's right and Morozov's left arms by raising his arms and using his forearms as shields. Is that the strength of the Doxa students? Naruto pushed Becaria back and spun around, causing Morozov to fall forward. He took advantage of this to grab the back of the man's guy collar and, digging his feet in, pulled hard, slamming the man into the mat. Damn brat. Recovering from the push, Becaria lunged forward. He brought a knee to the teenager's face. But Naruto raised his arms and, like a boxer, blocked the knee, which caused him to retreat only a few steps. However, the Cobra Kai sensei didn't slow down and tried to grab his target's neck. Seeing the arm movement, Naruto reacted and took 2 steps back, moving his neck away from Becaria's grasp. But he wasn't an idiot. He took advantage of the man's outstretched arm and struck the nerves of the limb. Soon, it fell limp, stretched out at the Cobra Kai sensei's side. What have you? He didn't respond. He swung his arm swiftly and rapped Becaria's chest with his knuckles, right in the ribsage. He did so with force, robbing the man of his ability to breathe, and as if he were choking him, he could see the sensei block and stumble back several steps. He didn't go much further, though. Naruto lunged forward and, using his right hand, shoved the man and slammed him hard into the mat, knocking him unconscious. I've destroyed the nerves in this man's arm, he said, still crouching beside Becaria. He won't be able to use it again no matter how hard he tries. I've basically crippled him for the rest of his life, and if he doesn't grow as a martial artist, he'll be mediocre. The Cobra Kai sensei's eyes widened slightly. Those words, that depth of gaze, and the sensation the boy generated made Kim Da-yoon remember another man, one more dangerous than her grandfather, someone skilled in northern Shaolin, capable of taking a life without flinching. You, who are you, kid? Slowly, Naruto stood up. There was no trace of a child about him, not even when the adults in the room looked at him. He was young, yes, but there was no trace of kindness, joy, or love in his eyes, much less on his face. Who am I? He stared at his hands for a brief moment before looking up. I thought you already knew, woman. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the one your friend Silver attacked, sending his grandmother into a coma. Minjun and Sukshin were the next to charge at him. They performed the same coordinated movements as their companions without a single error. They had fought dozens of times, both together and against each other. They were brothers from the same dojang and had stained their hands with the blood of Doxa's own enemies. Despite that experience and ferocity, Sukshin received a direct blow to the face, causing him to stumble and fall slightly behind his partner. That slight difference in timing between the two men caused Naruto to hit Minjun directly in the nose, causing it to crack under the blow. But it didn't stop there. Naruto knocked Minjun down with a leg sweep and kicked Sukshin in the face with a full-force roundhouse kick, nearly snapping his neck with the move. With his leg bent slightly, he dropped down onto his knee and smashed into Minjun's face until he heard his nose crunch again, even louder than before. And he didn't stop. Once he knocked Minjun down, he lunged at Sukshin before the other could get up. He took advantage of Sukshin's confusion and broke through his defense, slamming his elbow into the man's chest, sending him several steps back. But he didn't stop. He grabbed Sukshin's face with his left hand and, with his right, struck certain points on the Cobra Kai sensei's body. When he let go, Sukshin fell to his knees. Silver thought that hurting my grandmother would make her afraid. But there's a vast difference between those who fear fear and those who devour it. He grabbed Minjun's head and slammed his knee into his face, sending him into Morpheus's arms. I am a person who has devoured fear, ma'am. You've joined Silver, so you will pay for what he's done. That includes taking away the fighting abilities of some of your comrades. The last of the Cobra Kai senseis was a tall, muscular man with a trimmed beard and shaved hair, dark skin, and brown eyes, from which Naruto deduced he was a foreigner, not Korean by ethnicity. To what extent had that man mastered Tengsudo? Naruto didn't know, but he was going to find out right then. Both Naruto and Odell assumed their signature fighting stances. Naruto's was more unusual, with his fingers positioned like claws, while Odell's resembled a standard Tengsudo stance. Are you the strongest of them all? I can't assure you. You haven't attacked me with your companions or tried to join them in overwhelming me. Odell smiled cheekily. Because I want to hit you myself, brat. He was the first to attack. Odell's arm went straight to slam into his target's neck, intending to strike hard. He wasn't surprised when Naruto blocked him and tried to do the same, forcing him to block. At least I can entertain myself. Naruto pulled both of Odell's arms away and launched a front kick toward the man's chest. The man crossed his arms and blocked most of the impact, but was still pushed back. I could have grabbed your leg. Odell blocked the roundhouse kick and attempted to grab it. This caused Naruto to spin with a kick to his neck, forcing Odell to let go of the boy's foot. You could have tried. They both launched themselves at each other. They traded blows, blocks, feints, and counterattacks, all in an attempt to find a gap in their opponent's defense. With a single blow to a vital spot, the fight would fall one way or the other. And Odell was aware of this, perhaps too aware of it to see further. When the sensei attempted to attack a weak point in Naruto's defense, Naruto took advantage of it to attack the limb. Using Miyagi-Do's attack that struck the nerve points of the arms, rendering them immobile, he disarmed Odell's attack and had him on his knees just moments later, pinned by the left arm, his fingers touching his neck. And he pressed him. Odell felt a sting and, within a second, fell face first onto the mat, completely unconscious. "Is this the best of Doxa?" he asked, looking directly at Kim Da-yoon. "None of these men will be able to teach a Cobra Kai any longer, ma'am. I suggest you take them and get the hell out of the valley. Working with Silver will only make you targets for my attacks and harm. I'll even go to Doxa headquarters to destroy you if you continue to feed Cobra Kai with your scum." He stopped in front of the woman and looked down, forcing her to look up. "And your grandfather isn't the only one capable of getting blood on his hands. Don't underestimate me, because you could find yourself in a bind that involves a burial. And it won't be mine." Chapter 25. He examined the wounds on his knuckles. A reddish scab had begun to cover them, initiating the healing process, although they most likely wouldn't form scars. He had struck all 6 Cobra Kai masters with those knuckles, and while he would have loved to finish the job, he didn't strike women, no matter how dangerous they were. His kung fu style was designed to injure enemies, to kill them when the time or necessity arose. And he would never do any of that against someone like Kim Da-yoon, no matter how much he hated her and her companions. To him, anyone linked to Terry Silver should disappear from the world, buried and forgotten for eternity. Although, now that the new senseis were removed, Cobra Kai needed to fill those gaps with new senseis, or Silver wouldn't be able to train all the new students alone. He had struck a blow and undone all the man's work without even flinching, forcing him to take other measures in order to continue carrying his brand throughout the valley. Without senseis, there was no way Silver could teach the hundreds of new students who thronged his dojos, and there was no way he could hire new teachers who would follow him faithfully. At least not to the level of Kim Sun-young and Doxa's followers. He didn't have so many teachers willing to fight a foreign war for which they wouldn't be paid. Cobra Kai was a mess, and he'd been the one in charge of reducing Terry Silver's chances of participating in the Sekai Taikai to almost nothing. Everything the man had sacrificed his life for turned to ash once again between his fingers, and Naruto didn't even feel sorry for someone like him. Not when Silver was the one responsible for hurting his grandmother, putting her in an induced coma, and forcing him to fight again when it wasn't necessary. Maybe Silver was crazy, but he was much more so. He didn't care about legal charges or what people might think of him when they saw him beat up an old man. LaRusso couldn't finish Silver off out of fear because the man had gotten in his head and nearly destroyed his family. He didn't have that impediment. 6 injured sensei, members of Kim Yun-sung's Doxa, and a teacher, his granddaughter, doubting whether to continue carrying on her grandfather's legacy with Silver. Fear was a tool that could ultimately destroy people's lives if used incorrectly. One small dent in a man or woman's willpower and fear would seep in like water. It first appeared as minor anxieties, but these soon transformed into overwhelming, drowning pains, and it settled deep into the subconscious, becoming more and more present with each shock. Terry Silver was good at using fear, Naruto acknowledged, but the problem with fear was when you overcame it, when nothing mattered anymore, but ending whatever was troubling you. He had already suffered similar situations, where real fear had paralyzed him. The death of his brother, the dissolution of his dojo, his family schism due to his decisions. Terry Silver might think he was just another normal person, just another kid to be manipulated and terrorized like he did with LaRusso. However, he wasn't a simple teenager who would be intimidated, much less one who wouldn't act against those who attacked his family. I wasn't afraid. The fear he'd felt as a child, with the blackmail and extortion of his family, with his older brother's blood running through his fingers, that fear he'd long since overcome and turned into his greatest strength. Mito still remembered things from that time and tried to minimize them. Seeing his sister's shining eyes after Grandma's accident awakened something in Naruto that he thought had destroyed him years ago, after his fight with the White Ghost. That's in the past. The White Ghost and the struggle between his family's business and the Yakuza had happened 5 years earlier and had been a constant presence in his childhood and pre-adolescence. But it all ended with the imprisonment of his brother's killer and the disbandment of the White Tiger, sending each student to a different dojo. It was the price to pay for fighting powerful people, and it only felt like a tap on the wrist, a warning. The past is better buried, I suppose. The boy couldn't be sure if that was completely in the past, if his family had forgotten it, or if it was still present. But his little sister's eyes didn't show that it was something in the past, at least not for her, and Silver brought the past into the present of their lives with great intensity. It doesn't matter. Silver will strike again, harder, but what will he do? How will he act? Who will he call to help him? I doubt that woman from Dokusa will continue to help him so actively. Because of her, he's lost several members and a couple of them will never be able to fight the way they'd like again. There was no remorse in his eyes or his thoughts. Each of Dokusa's sensei had made their choice to side with Terry Silver and they paid for that choice with pain, a lot of pain, and some even with their martial arts careers. But thinking that didn't bring him remorse or doubt. In fact, it only reinforced his determination to continue fighting Cobra Kai, to turn Silver's entire dream into ashes. I guess I can't keep thinking about the past or the choices others make, or even wish to know the future that remains far from my eyes. Naruto came back to reality when he opened his eyes. He was standing in the center of the tatami mat of the Fang Karate Dojo, which his White Tiger Sensei's grandson had opened, but he wasn't alone. Several pairs of eyes were looking at him expectantly, perhaps with a touch of concern and confusion. Had he been rambling that far? To shake off the daze, he slapped his face with both hands, squishing his cheeks. They turned a little pink and it didn't take long for the itch to set in, but it brought him completely back to the real world and turned the thoughts, worries, and memories into something that stayed in his mind, far away, almost buried under thousands of other thoughts. Where was I? The question left his mouth with some seriousness and Naruto was forced to clear his throat to clear his head. It seemed like he'd gone into autopilot and forgotten everything else. Weren't you showing off your karate? Anthony LaRusso, Sam's younger brother, who was currently being bullied in class by Cobra Kai members, even older students, replied somewhat timidly. You were about to bring someone out to show us. The students of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang looked at him with some anticipation, waiting to see his karate. Those worried looks turned to curiosity when he returned to reality and then turned into eagerness to see what he could teach them that their teachers couldn't. Right, the Uzumaki murmured, massaging the back of his neck. Hawk, come up with me. It was easier to teach what he knew with a visual test and with someone who already knew how to fight like him, and Hawk had been the first to come to him for help and thus be able to defeat Cobra Kai at the All Valley, something he achieved. I don't use karate like Miyagi-Do or Cobra Kai. My style is Kyokushin karate, a style much more focused on power. That doesn't mean I don't have defense or that it only focuses on offense. Kyokushin focuses on hand-to-hand combat, on knocking out the opponent, not on scoring points, like regular karate. So, Miguel, both Naruto and Hawk exchange precise, rough, and powerful holds, as if they were actually fighting. This style is what it takes to beat people like Kyler, Kenny, or Tori. How would Kyokushin help us? Don't you see Sam? He deflected Hawk's arm and, using his elbow, pushed him, though he didn't use his full strength. Kyokushin is 100% hand-to-hand contact. Nothing else matters. Cobra Kai has the numbers in their favor and they practically outnumber us 5-1, maybe more. And while protection and camaraderie are important, knowing how to fight individually will be your best bet. They may be more numerous, but they use only offense and a few touches of Miyagi-Do. They wrap their minds with emotions and are more unstable than all of you. So, according to what you're saying, we have to learn to fight in order to be able to fight, right? I don't think I follow you. The boy briefly rolled his eyes and shoved Hawk. When the boy steadied himself and took a step forward, he tackled him with a sweep of his legs, knocking him onto his back. Practically, yes. You don't know how to fight properly. Your mind and body are ready to stop, not to continue. To reinforce his words, he lunged at the downed Hawk. Hawk used his leg to kick him in the knee, causing him to nearly fall and Hawk to get back to his feet. I didn't expect that, but it's exactly what I want you to see. All of you. Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do aren't fighting styles focused on contact and knocking out your enemies. Kyokushin focuses on that, for getting the score. When it comes to fighting off the mat, my style is better than yours by a huge amount. Despite Hawk having gained an advantage, he lunged at him with his left knee forward. The Miyagi-Do youth deflected it and ended up on his feet, placing them at the center of his stance. Without moving, he attacked Hawk with an elbow, who blocked it effortlessly. But that was what he wanted. Using only his right foot, at the same time Hawk blocked his elbow, he launched an upward kick that made the boy stumble and forced him to pull his elbow away. And that was his idea too. Not caring if Hawk recovered, Naruto lunged forward and charged with a front kick that forced his opponent to cover. Hawk caught his foot with his hands and looked down at him, smirking. But he didn't end there. Taking advantage of the boy holding his foot, he pushed off with his other foot and slammed his instep directly into his temple, causing Hawk to stagger and him to be back on his feet. All of this happened in less than a minute. Did I hit you too hard? Hawk raised his right hand, stopping him. No, don't worry. It caught me by surprise, honestly. I didn't expect such an acrobatic move. You don't usually do those moves, if I'm honest. Naruto pulled Hawk up and helped him up. See? Straight to hand combat, no takedowns. The longer we're fighting hand to hand, the more you'll steadily improve. Your weakness, your individual fighting style, is what you must strengthen so they can't beat you. Cobra Kai plays it safe, relying on his skills, style, and the number of students in the dojo. His blue eyes flashed with a certain intensity, the same intensity with which his words struck the boys who were staring at him. And Hawk, we're going to change the security of Cobra Kai. You're going to learn my style of karate, and you'll use it only against them, only on the street. What I'm going to teach you isn't Miyagi-Do or balance, much less Cobra Kai's garbage. For your survival, I'm going to teach you the style that will give you victory against Cobra Kai. Chapter 26. Kyokushin karate was a style created solely for victory, with the clear intention of subduing the opponent with a KO, and the movements focused on close combat and physical confrontation. Height, muscles, and general physical preparation were beneficial points for any martial art, and Kyokushin was no exception. In fact, it required strong muscles in order to perform some movements. It was not as lethal as Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, the Tiger Claw and Eagle Claw forms, but it was much more forceful than these styles, providing firmer and more powerful movements that focused on internally injuring the target or causing enough damage to render the enemy unconscious or break some of his bones, and Naruto learned it in the most abrupt way. Practicing Kyokushin directly against his mentor, a karate expert who had been training for decades. Few people in the world were experts in more than one martial art. This was extremely rare and, at the same time, desired by the various martial arts associations. Typically, a martial artist would learn a single martial art, or perhaps two at most, to reach the highest rank in their chosen martial arts branch. The karate fighter could learn Kyokushin and other karate derivatives, since they were all the same martial art, so only a few things changed. But it was difficult for a karate fighter to know boxing or any other martial art other than karate. And that was true for all fighters. It was better to focus on a few than to cover everything and end up not achieving the maximum in anything. Naruto had been self-centered at this point. His sensei had taught him Kyokushin karate because he knew it and what it was like. He learned to imprint every movement on his limbs, to burn every kata, every block, and every counterattack into his muscles until he could do them as if he were breathing. And yet, he wasn't as good as he was with Northern Shaolin, and already learned as a child. Taekwondo, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Kung Fu, Karate, Boxing. Naruto had learned every single one of the most well-known martial arts and used them to improve his Northern Shaolin. He improved his legs with Taekwondo. He increased his upper body with boxing. He grew more flexible by learning Judo, Kung Fu, and Karate. He acquired grappling moves from Jiu-Jitsu. He added all of these to his body and thrived under the pressure to create the body he had now. The body of an experienced fighter. That's a lot of holes. It had been a couple of weeks since the Cobra Kai sensei had retreated and left Silver alone, but neither he nor the Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang boys backed down from what they were doing, even though Daniel LaRusso didn't want to continue fighting and was at his lowest point after having received a beating from Terry Silver, who hadn't shown his face after losing most of his teammates. Although Kim Da-yoon was still by his side, running Cobra Kai as if nothing had happened. "Robbie, you should cover yourself better." Naruto reacted to the movement and raised his leg. When Keen tried to hit him with his leg, leaning on his hand, just like he did against Miguel in the first All Valley he participated in, he deflected it with his left forearm and launched himself at the boy with a knee. But Robbie rolled and got to his feet, launching himself at him using everything he had learned from his mentors. Hollow. Hollow and hollow. He deflected the attacks with ease, as if he were watching them in slow motion. Perhaps the Robbie Keane of Cobra Kai would have been more decisive when attacking, but that Robbie Keane didn't have that fire or that determination, as if he'd buried it deep inside. And while emotions shouldn't be used in fighting, that determination was necessary for Robbie almost as much as water is for fish. Again. The two repositioned themselves at opposite ends of the mat. Naruto assumed his Kyokushin stance, and Robbie attempted to mimic it, making several mistakes in his stance. Something that people thought was important wasn't that important. Creating a fighting stance, like in anime or fiction in general, didn't provide fighters with any improvements. It didn't provide better defense or offense. It only allowed certain moves to be performed with more or less anticipation and hindered others. Therefore, positioning one way or another didn't completely balance victory or defeat. Victory depended solely on the fighter's skill and experience. Robbie immediately went at him, perhaps prompted by his time in Cobra Kai, and Naruto met him by deflecting the first blow and blocking the boy's leg with his own. Using his own foot, he brought Robbie's down to the ground and grabbed his arm. Before the boy realized it, he slammed him into the mat using a judo move, passing Robbie's body over his own, which surprised the boy, who looked at him with slightly wider eyes. "I'm not just going to use Kyokushin," he retorted, stomping his foot. Robbie rolled and dodged this attack, remaining crouched and several feet away from Naruto. You have to be ready to fight other styles, other fighters. Because Silver isn't going to settle for just fighting his students. Without waiting for his words to sink in, Naruto dashed toward him and attacked him with a flying kick. Robbie stepped aside, letting Naruto walk past him, and stood up, taking his usual stance. A position that was compromised when Naruto backhanded him with his forearm, sending him stumbling back several steps. And he didn't stop. Not allowing Robbie to breathe, he began attacking him faster, harder, and with much more precision than before. He followed the boy's movements, how he raised his arms, how he tried to defend himself or deflect the blows. He learned Keen's movement pattern and found the opening much faster than he expected and struck hard, but not hard enough to hurt him too much or cause any injury. The blow, which was somewhat forceful, caused Robbie to fall to his left knee, his eyes watery and his mouth half open, through which he breathed more heavily than usual. "Are you okay, Keen?" But Robbie remained unresponsive for a moment, catching his breath. The blow hadn't caused any injury, he could feel it, but it knocked him out for a while, making it hard to breathe. Having been caught by surprise, he didn't expect Naruto to break through his defense and hit him, leaving him with a sensation he wouldn't soon forget. If he had hit harder, his ribs would probably be broken. I'm fine," she admitted, finally regaining her voice and her previously blurred vision. "That blow almost broke a couple of my ribs, Naruto. It's a good thing you didn't fight at the All Valley." Ever since Naruto started teaching them Kyokushin, Robbie realized that the boy was far superior to him or Miguel. He'd proven it in the All Valley preliminaries, knocking down every Cobra Kai that stood in his way. Still, he'd always had a glimmer of hope that he could beat him. But now that he'd seen him fight, seen everything he was capable of, and seen that he was on par with Six-Way of the Fist Masters, that small glimmer of hope had vanished, crushed by reality. "I would have hurt you there, Keen," Naruto admitted, a little embarrassed by the admission. "You were with Cobra Kai, and my goal was to take out Silver and Kreese's students until I cleared the path for Falcon and the others. I didn't expect you to change, not before you took one of my beatings." "Hahaha. Then I should thank God for not sending me back to the side of light, right?" "Exact." The two young men returned to opposite each other, in the same position as at the start. This time, Naruto praised Robbie's free-flowing stance. The boy had slightly reduced the gaps and imperfections and adopted a better pose that allowed for greater maneuverability in his style, which was a combination of Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do with some Kyokushin elements. Robbie wanted to implement everything, just like him. Again. Robbie launched himself at him with a straight knee this time, rushing into the attack. Naruto sidestepped and raised his arms to block a reverse punch. As he did so, Robbie changed direction and tried to punch him, but he ducked and let his arm pass him by, causing the boy to spin around. "Good." Naruto responded and attacked with a high knee, disarming Robbie's defense by moving his arms up, but the boy lowered them when he tried to connect a kick and blocked his foot, but was pushed back. HMPH. Robbie took several steps back after the direct blow to his stomach. If he hadn't had any prior experience, he would have leaned down and Naruto would have punched him. But he managed to stay on his feet and block the second blow the boy threw at him, although he couldn't avoid being pushed back by the force after the movement that took him to the edge of the mat. Good reflexes." Naruto shouted over the friction of skin against fabric. A high kick and a sweep followed, attempting to knock Robbie off his feet, but the boy lifted his leg and jumped into a cartwheel with ease. "Keep it up." Arms and legs moved in concert. Both followed their instincts and drew on their experience and training for those martial arts moves. Parrying, counterattacking, grabbing, and anything else that could maintain physical contact. Kyokushin was purely physical contact, and distance didn't matter much. The goal was to knock out the opponent, and both Naruto and Robbie went for that. Of course, though, the young Uzumaki had a greater advantage than Robbie, having more experience and knowledge of Kyokushin and other martial arts. Because of this, when Robbie tried to punch his face, he just jerked his head to the right, and when the young man tried to retract his arm, he firmly grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards him, allowing him to hit him with a knee directly to the stomach, which disarmed the boy and allowed Naruto to hit him with a roundhouse kick that knocked him to the mat effortlessly. "I can't beat you. You've been moving better." The extra sessions pay off, Keen. As much as he might have disagreed with the boy's presence there, Robbie had chipped away at his distrust thanks to his effort, his desire to learn and improve, surpassing his time in Cobra Kai. And Naruto admired the boy's dedication and how he had worked to put aside his time under Kreese and Silver's influence. Of course, he knew what Robbie was fighting for. Everyone fights for something, and Lawrence's son was no different. "We're done for today. It's already midnight. Ha, a good time to go home." Working with the boys from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang had helped him regain his mobility to become rust-free again for when it was needed. The teenagers weren't a challenge for him, but they helped him remember certain movements, certain techniques that, as he grew older, his body forgot over the days without practicing martial arts. But they were a constant reminder, something his muscles remembered effortlessly. "I'm going home then, Naruto. My father might be worried." would you come with us tomorrow? After training, he agreed. We must continue practicing what I taught you and not forget it keen. Then see you tomorrow. He returned the gesture by raising his hand. Robbie was a good kid and quite capable if trained properly without the infighting his father and LaRusso had. But like all young people, he had made some mistakes he undoubtedly regretted. However, redemption was always available and that option should be accepted by those who truly wanted it. The vibration of his phone brought Naruto out of his thoughts. An unknown number flashed brightly on the screen with the South Korean area code in front of it. Good night. I hope they are, kid. After 5 years, your voice hasn't changed much. A little thicker, yes, but not enough to make you forget it. His eyes widened when he heard the voice answering with a certain mocking tone. You. Yo. After 5 years, your brother's death and a few scars, is that all you'll tell me, kid? I expected more deep-rooted hatred in your heart. Of course I hate you, you bastard, he muttered, clutching the phone tightly to his ear. How did you get away with it? You were sentenced. I left the day after the trial and disappeared for 5 years. You destroyed everything my employer had, I must say. And now, someone else has hired me to come in as a sensei for his dojo. Does Cobra Kai ring a bell? Hearing the white ghost mention Terry Silver's dojo made Naruto clench his teeth until they were almost grinding. The tension in his jaw became visible as the line of his jaw became present. So Silver. You've been very persuasive, though I didn't come for your money. I'm not interested in a dojo war, kid. I'd say my interest is you. But why discuss it on the phone? Meet me tomorrow for lunch. I'll send you the address. Don't be late. The final whistle sounded a second later. There was a latent confusion, a fear throbbing in his memories. He pulled the phone away from his ear and looked at the number. A number he couldn't forget, even its owner kept changing. Harry Silver's always trying to piss me off, he admitted openly, sighing. But that old man is nothing compared to him. Shit. He slammed his fist against the wall. I swear I'll kill you. Both of you. Chapter 27. Dangerous men always dressed well, as formally and neatly as possible. They visited luxurious restaurants and enjoyed the best food and drinks provided by the owners of the establishments they visited out of mere courtesy, a courtesy likely driven by fear. And the white ghost was no exception to the rule. He always wore a white suit with a black undershirt under his jacket, with black shoes and a black belt. His pale skin stood out slightly in this color combination, and his raven black hair was slicked back, leaving no strands out of place. When he entered the restaurant, Naruto found this man from his past cutting a steak that was accompanied by cooked vegetables and meat sauce. He was sitting with a scarf hanging around his neck to protect against any possible stains caused by the sauce, his back pressed against the back of the chair. He looked like a prince at first glance, both from his clothing and from his way of eating, which didn't seem crude at all. Even when the white ghost brought a piece of steak to his mouth, chewing it without opening his mouth or spitting on the table, he didn't even seem to have seen him. He has barely aged. The white ghost wasn't even 30, and if he was, or even older, he didn't look that age. His skin was smooth and well cared for, with no visible imperfections, and he barely seemed to have a single wrinkle around the bags under his eyes. At first glance, he didn't seem dangerous, nor did he seem capable of stabbing someone in the eye using the same fork he used to pierce meat. But he was much more dangerous than he seemed at first glance. Appearances, when it came to the white ghost, were always deceiving. Scanning the place, Naruto found several men scattered throughout the restaurant. They all seemed like normal people, simple diners, but they had been watching him from the moment he walked in, and one of them didn't even pretend, holding his gaze for a few seconds longer than necessary. Careful. Is it because of me or because someone is chasing him? He walked over to the table and pulled out the chair opposite the man, sitting there without even a formal greeting. It wasn't as if he deserved it, anyway. I asked a chef at this place if he had any beef ramen, a waiter placed a bowl in front of Naruto. It was clear the dish had come fresh from the kitchen. Small traces of steam rose to the top and I asked him to make one for you. I don't feel like eating alone and I don't want to share my steak and I know you like ramen, maybe too much. What was the name of the place you used to visit with your brother? Ichiraku Ramen. The man remained silent again as he put another piece of meat in his mouth and chewed, all without giving Naruto a single glance or blinking, as if he were only focused on the plate in front of him, as if he didn't exist. Yes, that was his name. He took the chopsticks to the left of the bowl and stirred the noodles to temper the food. Ichiraku Ramen was the best Japanese restaurant in Japan, highly specialized in the various types of ramen available at that time. And he hadn't found another place that could make ramen like Tucci and his daughter, no matter how hard he tried. Good times those were, I suppose, the man said, taking the wine glass from his right. It was at that moment that the two looked at each other for a moment, but the man didn't show any sign of recognition beyond a slight glimmer in his eyes. Naruto, on the other hand, hardened his gaze. Your brother took you every Friday, didn't he? It was one of our traditions. Ah, a good older brother then. He didn't neglect his younger siblings, even though he was the heir to the family business. There are many young and old who get lost with a few extra coins in their pockets, like silver. That man seems to be obsessed with Miyagi-Do, with Fang and Eagle, and now with you. I wonder why. What did you do to enter his unhealthy obsession? Obsession was Terry Silver's weakness, his weak point, his Achilles' heel. He tended to obsess over anything that stood in the way of his plans, as demonstrated by buying all the dojos in the valley and fighting Daniel LaRusso until he destroyed him, both physically and psychologically. That obsession, although it could lead him to get what he wanted, became his greatest weakness. Being obsessed with his interests, he focused his attention on everything surrounding those interests, generating a desire for control that made the man falter when something escaped his control, such as when Naruto injured his new select masters brought from Korea. That made him a target for Terry Silver, who threatened him before he launched the All Valley. An obsessive man like Silver, he wouldn't want opposition from anyone, whether they were his comrade or not, and he would find any way to get rid of those who stood in his way to achieve his obsession, just as he had been doing with everyone he considered a danger to his plans. Have you shown up just to be a pain? We could come to blows right now, one of us dying and the other emerging victorious. That would be typical, since I'm technically seeking revenge, according to everyone who might see me eating with you. Don't worry, I don't use poison, so the ramen is in perfect condition. Naruto didn't think the ramen could be poisoned, it wasn't even a thought in his head. But when the words left his stablemate's mouth, he stopped and didn't eat the second piece of beef in his bowl. I'm not hungry anymore. You're going to make the man who made this cry a little, the white ghost admitted. He stopped moving his knife and fork and placed them on his now empty plate. You're probably wondering what I'm doing here. How did an enemy from your past travel here? Revenge. Maybe. You might even think I could take your grieving grandmother hostage and then harm your sister. I've taken pertinent notes about your situation in America, my boy. So? Why not do it? The man wiped his lips with a napkin, tapping them lightly against his own lips, removing the remnants of sauce and wine from his skin. I'm not going to kill your helpless comatose grandmother or use your sister as insurance, boy. After all, I want to finish our match, the man declared, placing his napkin under his cutlery. What I want is a fight, hand to hand, between you and me. To finish what we couldn't 5 years ago. I may be selfish, I understand, but don't you feel the same, boy? Our fight was intervened by Silver Fang, your white tiger master. Don't you want to finish what became a splinter in your soul? The memories struck the boy's mind with a certain intensity, as did the feeling of heaviness that accompanied them. Did he want to finish off the man who killed his older brother? Perhaps it was simply a memory, something from the past, but he wanted to finish what he couldn't because of outside interference. Yes, he finally admitted, feeling a little ashamed for still holding a grudge in his heart. I hate you, and I want to end what I couldn't. Oh. It's understandable, of course. How else would you fight again? Your thirst for revenge is what drove you to return to martial arts, to fight for the injustice you've seen. Although those Cobra Kais, attacking your grandmother's cafeteria, also helped, didn't they? But that doesn't concern me. I want the fight between us. It's the only thing that brought me here. Is that why you're helping Silver? To fight me? The man's lips twisted into a mocking smile. Did you expect me to be here for that old man's money? Boy, I'm a rich man. Of course I came here to see you, kid. I wanted to talk face to face with the man I'm going to fight to the death. It wasn't unusual for a fight to the death, even in today's society, within the world of martial arts, but they weren't seen very often. Usually, fights to the death occurred in underground fights, in the underworld, where nothing mattered more than winning and the sponsor getting their money. Naruto was familiar with these places and had been to several, so when the white ghost mentioned a fight to the death, he knew it was what he wanted. You want to fight to the death, but… Not here, not in a foreign place, the man admitted. The gleam in his eyes grew more intense than Naruto could remember. We're Japanese, boy. Honor is our guiding principle, and you and I will fight to the death. And you must survive if you want to rise to the top. Death doesn't matter to me, Gun. Just seeing your lifeless eyes in front of me is enough. Gun gave a short, slightly cold laugh. I thought so, kid. But aren't you going to the Sekai Taikai? White Tiger has been nominated to participate, and the organizing committee has honorably invited them. After all, White Tiger has won the World Cup several times in a row and is a part of history. Don't you want to follow in your master's legacy? Don't you want to see the pride in the eyes of your Shifu, the one who taught you Kung Fu? Don't you want to see your grandmother awake? Your will to live seems to be lacking. Has someone broken your heart or something? Let's face it, kid. If you don't fear death but don't cling to life, you won't beat me. Un slipped a couple of bills onto his napkin and stood up. The men with him all moved at once, and Naruto could see them all, their faces etched in his mind. They looked like ordinary people, but he could spot a few of them he passed on the street. Had they been watching him? It was all too possible, given the information Gun had on him, to put pressure on him. Though not in the way he expected, nor in what he hoped for. Gun wanted to fight him to the death, and he wanted to do it in Japan, with one of the two leaving the tatami alive. I have a lot to live for, Gun. He stood up, and Gun stopped in front of the door. I'm not going to leave you alive much longer, not now that I know you're free. Do you think you can beat me, when not even your brother had the courage to do it? And Gun walked out the door, leaving him standing alone with his bowl of ramen still full. The Sekai Taikai was the same gold Silver had, and Gun seemed interested in his participation. With that in mind, Naruto left the restaurant directly for the dojo. Chapter 28. The Fang Karate Dojo had begun to gain momentum, and the machines had been in use much more regularly for the past 2 weeks. Students from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang had begun attending the facility for physical training that would increase their physical physique and give them more muscle than they had, in addition to being able to receive private tutoring from Naruto, who had no problem training the boys and preparing them for the Sekai Taikai test they would face against Cobra Kai. The latter had physical machines, a better training space, and innovated to improve their techniques to the highest possible level, which put their rivals in a disadvantageous position and with many problems. But Silver had been practical and thought ahead for the youngsters, something that LaRusso and Lawrence had barely considered. For them, teaching was the only way. But what about the fighters' physiques? What about their muscle development? Naruto had no problem letting the boys use the dojo, and Garu didn't seem particularly bothered. They were focused on personalized training for greater improvement that the Uzumaki felt he needed for when his fight with Gun came, which would surely be before the start of the Sekai Taikai. Naruto didn't lose his physique for 5 years, but he did rust when he stopped practicing martial arts, and although that rust had been disappearing, the boy felt that something more was missing to complete what he had, something that slipped through his fingers like crystalline rainwater. And, for that reason, Garu had offered to train him specifically. To discover what he was missing to get back to how he was, although he already felt slight fragments of what he needed to be able to finish his training. And that was what Gun wanted. The fight to the death brought out the best in a fighter, driven by mere survival. No one wanted to end up dead, and Naruto was going to be the first person to want to die in a fight that was scheduled for simple revenge and resentment. They both wanted each other's lives, and he wouldn't back down even a step. I see better movements now, Garu noted after several rounds of sparring. The man had been analyzing and correcting Naruto's movements, pointing out mistakes he made that he didn't seem to have corrected, even though years had passed since they fought. I see you in much better shape than you were 5 years ago, even without martial arts training. Dieting, exercising, etc. have made a considerable improvement. Grabbing a towel, Naruto wiped the sweat from his face, but didn't respond to his training partner's words. He'd taken his grandmother's advice and started a diet to improve his health. He'd put aside many of his culinary delights in order to achieve optimal physical improvement, which seemed to be reflected in the muscles he trained since he stopped practicing martial arts. He toned his abs, strengthened his legs, and turned his biceps into iron, but without turning his body into something grotesque. Since moving to the valley, he'd continued training without a day's rest, something he saw reflected in his increased stamina and his considerable physical improvement compared to other 17-year-olds. And he was in top shape for a fight. Grandma Tsunade helped me stick to my diet and workouts, he declared, tossing the towel aside. He tugged at the bandages again, repositioning and tightening them, and clapped his hands to get back into position. Grandma's a doctor, even if she put that job aside. Not many women were recognized worldwide for their medical profession, but Tsunade Senju had forged an impressive career that any man or woman could admire and, certainly, envy, earning her enormous recognition in Japan, as well as awards and a remarkable performance for the country. However, after years of being a prominent figure, the woman opted for a much quieter, less hectic life with her family. Mrs. Senju's knowledge has given you the best possible physique. The two moved their legs, which collided halfway. The force of the impact caused them both to stand, their opposite legs colliding. Garu felt his leg tremble, the muscles in a tensing and hardening after the mutual blow, almost as if their legs had collided during a soccer game. But he didn't give up, nor did his stance falter. He made his opposite leg the fixed point and, placing his foot directly on the ground, switched legs to throw a punch. But Naruto had not been left unprotected either. Seeing Garu swiftly switch legs, he raised his right arm to block the blow. His partner's leg struck him, nearly leaving his arm completely numb, and his forearm began to take on a much pinker color than it was, although the skin actually turned a bit darker. Garu's legs were an unregistered weapon, as Naruto realized when the man launched a front kick, which he was forced to block with both arms. The force of the blow nearly knocked him backward, but he managed to hold on by tensing the muscles in his own legs. When they trained, Garou was much more serious and always more focused. His mind seemed wrapped in the need to fight, to discover any opening, and he would take advantage of it. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, Garou also became ferocious in practice, demonstrating all the experience he had in the martial arts, everything his grandfather had taught him. Naruto couldn't ask for a better training partner. Garou had real experience, and they had been classmates in the same dojo at the same time. Just as he knew him, Garou knew his weaknesses, the things he needed to improve if he wanted to continue growing as a martial artist. He deflected the man's leg with his elbow, causing Garou to nearly fall flat on his back. Taking advantage of this, Naruto lunged forward past his opponent's defenses and slammed his palm directly into his chest, sending the full force of his upper body into Garou, causing him to be thrown back several steps, but without any serious or even minor injuries. They looked at each other briefly. Naruto returned to his usual position, and Garou wiped the trickle of blood away with the thumb of his right hand, as if it weren't important. "So how's it going with that girl? Moon? Are you two already?" The first arm to move was Naruto's right. It did so at a suitable and moderate speed, so Garou caught his student's arm and pushed him down, causing the boy to be forced to raise his leg and block the low blow to his right ankle. "I've been on a couple of dates with her, if that's what you're asking," he declared, taking Garou's arm and pulling it back where it had been. When they reversed places, he threw a back kick that the man deflected. "She's quite nice, I'd say." Bear laughed dryly and deflected his student's blows. When he saw an opening, he seized the moment and struck him directly, knocking him a few steps away. "Pleasant." Naruto reacted to the high kick by raising his right arm. He felt the force of the leg as it pushed him down. He would have succeeded if he hadn't used more strength than Garou, so he was able to deflect the downward blow with his high block almost perfectly. "I don't know what answers you're expecting," the teenager admitted, distancing himself from his mentor. "What can I say? I like her. She's pretty, smart, and she makes me control myself." The two exchanged several blows. Garou's eyes didn't miss any crack or gap in his partner's defense and took full advantage of it. For his part, Naruto deflected the blows with almost as much accuracy as he could sense, but Garou was better than him, much faster and more precise. One of the blows caught him directly in the ribsage, and he froze. And that moment was crucial. Bear lunged at him, and Naruto couldn't respond. When he blinked, he was on his back, lying on the ground, feeling Garou's knee directly against his neck. Any more, and he'd probably die from a ruptured Adam's apple. "Be enough." "Sorry." Air filled his lungs again, and Naruto breathed, savoring every breath as if it were his last. He rolled onto his back and stood up, coughing slightly and noticing a slight abrasion on his neck that was bothering him. "So, she's pretty and he's got you under control. Does he know about your deathmatch with gun?" "No." Coldness filled his response and crept into his eyes. Naruto blinked and looked away from Garou, walking over to the water bottle on the table. "You should tell them," Garou pointed out. "All your friends, if you'll allow my advice." "I won't allow it," the boy replied. He poured the water from the bottle directly over his head, cooling his thoughts in his mouth. If Garou continued, Naruto would respond with some rudeness. "This will stay between us. Mido, Maya, Ijin or Baki. You'll see it when it happens," he murmured. "It'll be on television, you know. It'll be in the underworld, in the hall." Bear's eyes darkened for a few seconds before returning to normal. "The full-blown underground fight, huh? And if you die? What will you do with that?" "Nothing. Nothing. And what about those you leave behind in this world?" Naruto gritted his teeth and crushed the water bottle. "Why do you think I'm training with you, Garou? It's not for fun." "Damn. Don't swear, you rude brat," the young man grumbled, crossing his arms. "Besides, me? I'm not a good teacher, no matter how much I can teach you. Your grandfather is too old to come and I don't have anyone else who wants to train me." The silent plea lay in that reply, like a murmur. Naruto had destroyed his ties to the martial arts, something Garou knew very well. Who was going to teach him, to train him again? Silver Fang was an old man, and Shifu wouldn't even think of training him again. He could only train with his friends, no matter how much support he had from his family and friends. "I hate to admit that honor cannot be recovered, boy, and you destroyed the honor you had under my gaze." Both Naruto and Garou froze in place. Almost at the same time, as if synchronized, they slowly moved their heads and looked toward the shoji door that separated them from the others. An older man, with hair halfway down his upper back and as white as snow, was staring at them with eyes that had previously been as black as onyx, but now seemed barely visible, yet stared at both of them with undisguised intensity. What are you doing here, Shifu?" The man didn't respond to Naruto's outburst, changing his gaze to a softer one, though it didn't become too soft. It still seemed formed from the steel of two swords, even without the light that had lived in those eyes. "I'm here to train you, you sniveling, idiotic brat. I can't believe someone like you was that rebellious brat I trained." Fighting the Yakuza, causing a ruckus in America and a dojo fight, you're an idiot student. You're right about that, Garu muttered to him, to which Naruto growled. You've been very. Silence. And they both fell silent. With a loud bang, the old man dropped the staff he was leaning on to the floor. Let's dance. Naruto and Garu instinctively got into their fighting stances. And the feeling of death flooded them to the soul. Chapter 29. Cobra Kai's main dojo had been chosen by the Sekai Taikai Committee to complete the trials imposed on both Cobra Kai and the coalition between Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang, which featured the men's champions from the last two All-Valley Championships. This was why the committee had agreed to see the qualities of the orthodox coalition of dojos, despite seeing how Cobra Kai had trained its students to reach new heights in the world of sports. Of course, Silver's Cobra Kai had many advantages, having the White Ghost as a teacher within the dojo, a man who was said to have already participated in the Sekai Taikai. In addition, the main dojo had tools that Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang lacked in order to help their students. But the Sekai Taikai wasn't born solely as a world karate championship. It was also born so that all selected karate martial artists could take their karate to the entire world, so that they could demonstrate that they were worth much more than they seemed at first glance, and that included unorthodox fighters like the students of the coalition between Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. And, of course, the committee president, Gunther Braun, had been mildly interested by what he saw at the two dojos, a feeling he shared at varying levels with the other committee members. After having deliberated and seen the training method of the different dojos, the committee agreed on a final test to choose which of the two would participate in the Sekai Taikai. 2 fights, one male and the other female, to see how well the students learned within the dojos and which one could demonstrate their karate at a world level for everyone to see, and the main dojo of Cobra Kai was the place chosen for the small competition. The first bout to be held would be the men's bout, under the watchful eye of the committee members, their peers, teachers, and the referee chosen by the Sekai Taikai committee members themselves, who, seeking impartiality, chose a local referee to be able to referee the bout without a favorite. The boy chosen by Cobra Kai was none other than Kenny Payne, a young boy who came to Cobra Kai through Robbie Keane, and, being the brother of Sean Payne, the boy demonstrated an innate ability for karate, a skill that he used to intimidate his former bully and become a bully himself. He was also the favorite student of Terry Silver, who saw enormous skill in the boy, a diamond in the rough that could be molded into a great champion in karate or any martial art. And Kenny himself proved Silver to be somewhat right. On the dojo coalition side, Halkin had been chosen to represent the dojo. A choice that was not made by either Daniel or Johnny, who could not choose which of the 3 best could be the candidate to represent the style in the test. It was Robbie and Miguel who chose for them and placed Halkin as the representative and removed themselves from the middle. Both boys believed that Halkin deserved it for all the achievements he had achieved and for the personal improvement he had made during that year, going from being with Cobra Kai and completely unleashed to becoming a much more focused fighter and champion of the last All-Valley, during which he fought hand-to-hand with Robbie until obtaining victory, which came in sudden death, something that had not happened since 1985. Hawk agreed to represent both dojos, as well as the style he'd learned from Naruto and adapted to his arsenal, like the rest of his teammates. However, the blue-eyed boy hadn't shown up at the Cobra Kai dojo to support them, nor had they seen him since an elderly man arrived at the Fang Karate dojo. In fact, Mito had told them he was undergoing intensive closed-door training with the elderly foreigner and likely wouldn't be released until the day of the test. But he hadn't appeared there yet. At the referee's signal, both Hawk and Kenny positioned themselves almost in the center of the mat, assuming their usual fighting stances. Hawk settled on his usual stance, while Kenny opted for the Cobra Kai stance, signaling to both Hawk and his fellow dojo members that he would go all out from the start, giving Cobra Kai his spot. The fight didn't take long to start. Hawk demonstrated more experience than Kenny and a better reach given the height difference. Having trained under Naruto and Garu, both in the Kyokushin style and his physical training, the boy demonstrated considerable improvement since the last All-Valley, although he had a bit of rust in his movements that he was able to make up for by concentrating. Mind over body, a phrase Naruto had instilled in all of them. One shouldn't appear arrogant or confident, regardless of who they were fighting. Kenny had less experience and far less skill due to his lack of actual fights. The high school battle and the constant clashes Hawk endured during his time in Cobra Kai gave him more experience than Kenny could have gained from simple training under Silver's tutelage. And Falcon proved it. When Kenny attempted to connect with the first point, Hawk deflected his arm using only his wrist, almost as if he were brushing a speck of dust out of the way. This surprised his opponent, who was hoping to connect with the first point, but it was he who finally connected and cleanly, hitting Kenny directly in the chest and sending him stumbling backward. Spot. 1-0 for Moskowitz. Despite the referee's shout, Hawk kept his mind focused solely on the fight, on how Kenny walked to his position, looking slightly bewildered. How could he see his opponent was confused? From his eyes, from the hesitant and surprised look he gave Silver, seeking support. Don't trust the referee. He hits clean shots, especially if Terry Silver is around. Naruto hadn't explained it to him or anyone else, but that phrase he'd said days ago was what prompted him to cleanly beat Kenny. Perhaps Naruto doubted the legitimacy of the referee's actions. Hawk asked himself that question when Naruto told them not to trust the referees, but he didn't have time to think about it or see if he was right or not and chose to trust his friend and mentor. If she had trusted him to teach her, why wouldn't she do it again? The two boys launched themselves at the referee's signal and met in the center of the mat. Kenny was less experienced, but he made up for that with intensity, anger, and a rage that he directed into his every move, almost as if a cobra were trying to bite its prey with all its might. But there was a problem. Hawk knew those desperate moves, even if it wasn't Kreese who helped train Kenny. It was Kim Da-yoon, the strange man to Terry Silver's right, and Silver himself. He'd been in Cobra Kai and knew the way of the fist better than Robbie and even Kenny, even though Kenny was a sponge who absorbed everything he was taught. The mind must be calm. No emotions. Just stay focused on the fight. Nothing outside matters. Hawk repeated this like a mantra, followed by Naruto's instructions. He did it while deflecting Kenny's attacks. He did it while standing firm, putting all the force into his feet to avoid being pushed back. And he did it when he swung his fist and hit the boy's chest with force, scoring the second point so obviously that the referee couldn't refute his move if he didn't want to be singled out by the committee. Spot. 2-0 in favor of Moskowitz. Shouts of excitement were swift from the students and senseis of the dojo coalition, something that made Hawk smile slightly. He felt satisfied and accomplished. He had earned 2 points in perfect flawless fashion, and the referee couldn't deny that he had earned them with legal moves. And seeing the frustration of the Cobra Kai boys and their senseis, especially Silver, made him smile even more intensely and meaningfully. He didn't know why, but Hawk hated Silver. Was it because of what the man had done to Sensei LaRusso? Or maybe because of Naruto's words, telling them that Silver was a lunatic? He wasn't sure which of the two things made him hate him, but he could tell that he hated him. Forward. Hawk followed the referee's orders and went to attack Kenny. He hadn't waited like before. He felt confident and secure, and he was wrong, because Kenny won the next point. With a strong blow that knocked him to the ground. He had thought the boy was giving up. He assumed a strange stance, retracting his right arm while simultaneously sticking out his index knuckle. He thought he wouldn't put up any more of a fight, and he made a mistake by trusting Kenny's movements, and he paid for it. NHG. He fell to the ground gasping for oxygen. Naruto had hit them harder in training, but Hawk didn't understand why he was having trouble breathing and why oxygen wasn't reaching his lungs. What had Kenny's blow done to him? Did he have a punctured lung? He gasped again and crawled as he heard the Cobra Kai's laughter. Can you continue? The referee leaned over and looked at him. He could see the glow of satisfaction in them as he raised his arm. Winner, pain. Can you bring the doctor? A little hysterical, Daniel LaRusso crouched down next to Hawk, trying to help him. Johnny's eyes turned like daggers, piercing the referee, but the man didn't look back and raised Kenny's arm like the victor of that fight. Lean on me. I see can't breathe. Hearing that halting sentence, Johnny put Hawk's arm around his shoulders and helped him walk to some steps where he sat the boy down. He took a bottle of water and gave it to him while sitting next to him and rubbing his back. Drink slowly. Inhale and exhale slowly. You don't seem to have anything broken or perforated, the man joked, earning a slight laugh from his student. The blow only knocked the wind out of you. When you regulate your breathing, you'll recover. Do you trust me? Calm down, Hawk. Johnny patted the boy on the back. It's not your. Naruto warned me, but I got trusted. Johnny sighed, understanding what Hawk meant. Don't worry, okay? Naruto would surely tell you to learn from this to improve. And do it. You'll see that next time you won't be so overconfident and won't get beaten like you were now. The boy nodded and bowed his head, his shoulders slumping slightly. Although his sensei was right, he felt frustrated. He'd gotten 2 points from the match, and Kenny was the one who won. It was all so unfair, and hearing him called the false Hawk didn't make him feel much better, especially when he saw Kenny's smug smile. I see the Sekai Taikai has dropped a bit since I retired, right Mr. Braun? Everyone's eyes shifted to the owner of that voice. They'd been looking for Tori Nichols for the women's match and were about to start the fight between Sam and Devon when that old masculine voice interrupted them. The voice was followed by the sharp direct blow of a cane, causing the members of the Sekai Taikai to stand and bow, while Silver, LaRusso and Lawrence looked strangely at the old man who entered the testing area. Kim Da-yoon opened her eyes when she saw the old man and, following the example of the Sekai Taikai members, bowed to the man, albeit much more bowed and respectful. Gun, for his part, just smiled sideways. Mr. Uchiha. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Gunther Braun came out from behind the table and walked towards the old man, showing respect, but the clear eyes of the old Uchiha stopped him as he looked at him with a certain disdain and indifference. I came to learn that the Sekai Taikai committee was looking for new dojos at Sensei Silver's request. He looked at the man, who smiled slightly. And since you've chosen White Tiger as the Sekai Taikai's honored guest, it doesn't seem fair to me that only these dojos are tested and the guest dojo's skill left untested, especially when one of their official students is in the valley. That revelation surprised the committee members. None of them knew about the presence of one of the White Tiger dojo's students in the valley, and since it was a guest dojo, they had no intention of testing the dojo's skills. Is there a member of this dojo in the valley? We didn't know that, Mr. Uchiha. I see you don't handle information as you should, Mr. Braun. The old man twisted his lips in a gesture of contempt. But it doesn't matter. I didn't mean to interrupt, or rather, I wouldn't have if that kid hadn't used an illegal blow in a Sekai Taikai test. I don't mind those blows being used in street fights, underground fights, local tournaments, or in fights to the death. But used in the Sekai Taikai, when one must prove one's worth. I suppose times have changed a lot for the Sekai Taikai. It was just a blow to the chest, Terry Silver replied, walking toward the old man and the Sekai Taikai pretender. Is that illegal? It depends on how you do it, but in this case, yes, the old man replied, rapping his cane on the ground. Don't come lecturing me, idiot. I've been alive for over 100 years, and I founded the Sekai Taikai. That smug smile, you can take it off your face. Even those twinkling eyes, you can take them off. I'm not here as your friend, Terry Silver, for you to come up and talk to me so casually. And he struck the tip of his cane against the ground again. But it doesn't matter, the old man continued. We'll make amends with a new fight. Do you want Pain to fight that group again, sir? Twisting his lips, the elderly Uchiha smiled, revealing almost perfect teeth. One of them was clearly chipped and looked jagged. I won't tell you my name, idiot. You haven't earned it, he retorted, facing Silver. But no, your boy won't be fighting them. He'll be fighting the representative from the White Tiger Dojo. That'll make amends, give the committee a glimpse of the guest dojo, and I'll be able to have a good laugh at this thing you call karate. The old man's words filled Terry Silver's head, but they didn't fill him with bad ideas or worries. He had the opportunity to humiliate the old man who had interrupted them and leave Cobra Kai in a better place for the Sekai Taikai. Fine. He agreed. I'll take that fight. He can't run anymore, Silver. If he does, Cobra Kai will be removed from the Sekai Taikai forever. And, after a final tap of his cane and the committee's permission, the echo of footsteps began to be heard. The young man appeared in the dojo testing area. The white guy made his blonde hair with red highlights and blue eyes stand out even more, making his gaze even more intense. When he stopped on the mat, False Hawk's screams stopped and every Cobra Kai student looked at him. The white tiger kanji stood out in black against the white of the guy and the black belt accompanied it. This is the student of the White Tiger Dojo in the valley and my personal pupil, to whom I have taught Northern Shaolin since childhood. He has returned to take classes under my tutelage, and now that the White Tiger Dojo has been selected and appears to be back in operation, Naruto Uzumaki is the best choice for the test, don't you think, Mr. Silver? Naruto was almost a head taller than Kenny, who looked at the blonde with confidence and security, while he just looked at him with indifference and apathy, as if he were an ant in his path. False Hawk, huh? In my day, someone like you would lose his hand, dwarf. And, before the referee gave permission, Naruto's fist slammed into Kenny's face and sent him to the canvas, a trail of blood following his movement. Lord Uchiha. This is unacceptable, Mr. Braun. The old man looked at the man with amusement and mockery. Kenny Payne, a student of Terry Silver, has been taught to strike first, strike hard, and strike without mercy. My student has taken the Cobra Kai motto and executed it as it implies. Strike first, strike hard, and strike without mercy. With this, the affront Cobra Kai has caused to the Sekai Taikai has been righted, Mr. Braun. If you don't impose laws, then I will have to step in as co-founder of this tournament. Slowly, Naruto stood up and allowed Kenny to do the same. Blood soon trickled from his shattered nose, and the pain on his face made Kenny squint. Sorry, fake Cobra, Naruto murmured, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder. Are you going to cry? Before Kenny could respond, Naruto grabbed him by the shoulder guard of his guy and slammed him down onto the tatami. Moving over him, he grabbed his right arm and pulled it up toward him. Ah. Hey, kid. Let go. But before the referee could finish his sentence, he was pushed back. The elderly Uchiha used his cane and pulled the man and threw him toward the committee table. Taking bribes makes you take sides, huh, Western idiot. The old man said, pushing the man with his cane. Shut your mouth and let the traditional fight end. Did you think a referee was necessary? This is a real fight to make amends for Cobra Kai's affront to our traditions. So shut your mouth. Grabbing Kenny's arm, Naruto pulled Kenny up and, before his feet touched the tatami, he pushed him down by the neck and slammed him into it, sending him into Morpheus's arms. "I'm sorry, Shifu. I couldn't give you any more pain." "No matter," the old man waved his hand dismissively. "You've won. Cobra Kai has made amends, and the committee will be keen to make sure no one gets too clever, right, Mr. Braun? We don't want anyone insulting a country, do we? And since everyone is using karate as if it were their own, I'd remind you that no one here invented it. And they've spit in the face of this martial art with cheating, blackmail, and bribery to get to Sekai Taikai. Don't force me out of retirement or I swear to the gods I'll end this competition since my name is Madara Uchiha." Chapter 30. Cobra Kai had been chosen to participate in the Sekai Taikai, but the committee also accepted members of the Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang unions as participants, which was a huge joy for the senseis and students of this group, and something that Madara Uchiha accepted because after his interruption, no one else seemed to want to cheat within Cobra Kai, not even Gun or Terry Silver himself. And that the latter did not know how real his threat was, which was all too real. That was why the president of the Sekai Taikai had backed down and let the old man do whatever he wanted. After being chosen for the world tournament, the senseis of Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do went off to celebrate with their wives, and the students did the same. With the residential area free, Miguel and Robbie invited their friends over to celebrate with them and their dojo mates. This invitation was extended to Naruto and, in turn, via Moon, attracted more people to the area, so the area quickly filled with celebrating teenagers. Some did so because they had been chosen for the Sekai Taikai. Others did so out of happiness that their friends were rising through the ranks and now had a foot in the world of sports. And the last few were simply celebrating having been invited. This last group was full of young people who barely knew or didn't even know the organizers or the reason for the party. They came at the invitation of other friends who had been invited. There were many people at the party who, in turn, knew many other people due to their social lives. One of the reasons why so many young people came to the place was Moon. She knew many people and, after being invited to the party, she didn't hesitate to invite some close acquaintances and some friends, although it ended up getting a little out of hand and more people than she thought came to the place. Although it wasn't something she would say and Naruto deliberately laughed at it. The two had arrived at Miguel's house together, holding hands, to no one's surprise. Their relationship had been building slowly since they kissed months ago, during the summer, and since then they hadn't stopped seeing each other at least twice a week. Although in the last week, before the Sekai Taikai test, they were barely able to go on dates due to the training Madara had implemented for Naruto, which took him almost all day to complete and please his Shifu. He hadn't been training in Kyokushin karate, as his friends believed. Instead of focusing on a martial art taught to him by Garu's grandfather, Naruto focused on the martial art taught to him by Madara and with which he had survived until now, the same one he used to defeat the Cobra Kai sensei and that he would use when he fought Gun in the death match they agreed to, a fact that none of his friends knew and, if it were up to him, they wouldn't know. Although that generated a conflict within him. Naruto was currently having an internal conflict. Should he tell Moon about their fight? How would she take it? Or, on the other hand, should he cut ties with Moon until the fight with Gun was resolved? There was no guarantee that he would beat Gun and that would lead to his death. It was a fight to the death. And he couldn't allow Moon to go through the pain of seeing him dead. If he died, no one would know. He would be someone who left and never came back, a scar on her heart, and that was the best option Naruto could see, even after thinking about it for the past few weeks. That was his conflict, one he kept silent and hid internally. Neither Garu, Mito, nor Madara knew about this dilemma that haunted and plagued him, and he didn't feel safe discussing it. He knew Garu and Mito, and he knew the response Madara would give him once he mentioned it, and that scared him. He could fight to the death, but he couldn't face his Shifu's answer. It's easier to fight 100 fighters and talk to an old man about feelings. Naruto was sitting on the couch in the Diaz family's living room, holding a glass of soda in his right hand and his left hand on Moon's lower back, preventing her from falling backward. Your kung fu master is a bit rough, don't you think? News of what had happened during the trial hadn't taken long to reach Moon. She hadn't met Madara, even though Naruto had told her about the old man when he arrived in the valley, but she hadn't had the chance to see him or even speak to him, even out of sight. But he had left a huge impression on her friends and the sensei, who didn't seem very willing to refute his methods. He didn't like violence, and he even less liked hearing how Cobra Kai and his friends were always in conflict, but Moon couldn't deny that Kenny and the Cobra Kai boys had deserved it, even if Naruto and his teacher had gone a little too far with their blows. These Shifu. In Kung Fu, the master is known as Shifu, the boy corrected, earning a playful punch on his shoulder from Moon. Mr. Madara is an old man, over 100 years old. He's lived through both World Wars and the Korean War. He's been through many conflicts that have toughened him, though not as much as you might imagine. He's a serious man and co-founded the Sekai Taikai with an old rival, also he could bring karate, or Asian martial arts, to the world. That's why he was offended when Kenny used that illegal punch on Falcon. But what were you doing, ready? Moon asked. By the time Madara saw Kenny's punch, Naruto was already ready for a fight, something Moon couldn't understand unless her boyfriend had been with his Shifu from the very beginning. Were you with him? A smile spread across Naruto's lips, giving him all the answer he needed, although he still needed an explanation from him, something the boy noticed because he kissed him on the forehead. Yes, I was with Madara. The old man wanted to take me to see the test the committee imposed on the boys so I could learn their weaknesses. But I never expected Kenny to illegally beat Hawk and that Madara would use that to officially introduce me as his student and a member of the White Tiger, Sensei Fang's dojo. And he also made some things clear to the members of the Sekai Taikai and Silver. He wasn't going to allow them to cheat. After my fight punishment with the boy and with Madara present, everything ended peacefully. Although Tori didn't show up. Tori Nichols had left the Cobra Kai dojo, leaving the Sekai Taikai test to Devon Lee, who lost her fight against Samantha LaRusso due to not being well prepared. This, although it shouldn't have been too important, was something that Naruto noticed when he didn't see Tori's hair among the group of Cobra Kai boys, and from what he knew of the girl, she wasn't a coward. Could something have happened to make her leave the test? Even her sensei didn't seem to know what had happened to the girl and were a little surprised, although Gun's eyes showed nothing more than a desire to fight him. Tori isn't the type to run away, Moon admitted after taking a sip of her drink. Even though I don't like her attitude, Sam was the one who got angry and started the rivalry by kissing Miguel while she was with Tori and by not knowing how to handle what was happening. And Tori never backed down. In fact, she fought harder than Sam. She's not afraid of Sam, and the fact that she walked away from the audition is very strange. Moon was being impartial with her feelings about Tori and what it meant for Samantha. She'd been there when it all started, and despite her friend's complaints, she'd been the one who started the whole conflict, never willing to apologize or admit her mistakes, something that only fueled the rivalry between the two. She wasn't going to agree with Sam now, but she also wasn't going to support what Tori did to her. But what she did recognize was that Tori wasn't a coward, that she wouldn't run away from a fight unless something really serious had come up, much less run away from Sam, her rival and enemy. So something happened, Naruto said, taking his girlfriend's words and keeping them to himself. He had protected Sam somewhat during the fight at his house, but he didn't know the whole story between Tori and Sam. Tori's a talented fighter, a diamond that needs to be polished properly. I also doubt she would have run away, especially if it was Sam she had to defeat. So, have you seen Tori yet? Naruto shuddered. I sparred with her during the fight at Sam's house, always trying not to attack her. The truth is, she moves well, and if she had a good teacher, I have no doubt she'd be a world-class fighter. He'd said it all in the most casual way, but Moon gave him an intense look. At this gesture, Naruto looked at her and shuddered moments before his girlfriend smiled playfully and kissed him lightly on the lips. Relax, I'm not going to kill you for having met Tori in a fight. I'm not sure. My younger sister might be able to do it. It's surprising you two get along so well. She's always been very protective of me. Do you know who gets along? Moon asked. She cupped his face, and Naruto didn't object when she forced him to look in the direction she was pointing. Robbie and your sister. They seem pretty close, don't you think? Robbie and Mito were in the kitchen, but both could see them over the strangers milling around the living room, each with a drink in hand and slightly intoxicated by the alcohol. The two were standing close, very close, closer than anyone usually was to another person, and they were murmuring something, laughing every few seconds. Are you sulking about Robbie chasing after your little sister? They're both grown up, Naruto growled, looking away as his sister and Robbie kissed. I'm not going to interfere with their choices, not when I want to live. You're not afraid of fighting 100 people, but you're afraid of a girl who weighs 30 kilos less than you? That's surprising, if you ask me. Do you include me among the girls you fear? Naruto raised an eyebrow and took a sip to avoid answering. Was Moon one of the women he feared? His sister was like his mother, so fearing her was part of his agenda, and his paternal grandmother was terrifying. But could Moon be as terrifying as the Senju and Uzumaki women in his family? He hadn't seen her angry and always saw her as positive, seeing the bright side of everything. I wouldn't say I could fear you, Naruto admitted, kissing Moon's lips, but I certainly wouldn't want to anger you. You're certainly fearsome. It was at that moment that the party guests began to leave, attracting the couple's attention. Moon stood up and looked out the window. Sam fights with Tori. He turned to look at Naruto. Stop that fight. I'm not a babysitter, he grunted, but that's okay. She put her soda on the coffee table and walked out the door just as Miguel was leaving the house and moving people out of the way, so she took the opportunity to follow him. The two boys reached the edge of the circle and saw Sam kick directly into the trash can while Tori dodged the impact. "Sam, stop." Miguel grabbed Sam's waist and pulled her back, but the girl dodged the punch in the boy's stomach and charged at the blonde girl in anger. It was at that moment that Naruto intervened, deflecting Sam's blow and pushing Tori away by grabbing her waist, pulling her behind him. "Stop it, LaRusso," he shouted, pointing his index finger at the girl. "Why are you attacking directly without asking? Focus, girl. He's from Cobra Kai. He's probably here to crash the party." "You know what?" Tori stepped out from behind Naruto. "Buck you, LaRusso. I came in peace. I'm out." "Sam." "Tori." Both girls went their separate ways, sulking. "Do you know anything about this, Miguel?" The boy shook his head and when Naruto looked at Robbie, he shrugged. "Tori and I broke up and haven't spoken since, Naruto. I don't know what happened to him." Naruto looked back at Tori, seeing her back. Something was going on with the girl, something that involved her presence at the party, her escape from the Sekai Taikai test, and that, without a doubt, involved Cobra Kai in some way. He sighed and nodded. "I'll take Nichols," he said, looking at the two of them. "Get Sam under control. I can't take another attack like that. You're not kids anymore." Chapter 31. The main Cobra Kai dojo had fallen silent. A silence broken only by the screams and sobs of one person and the harsh words of another, one of the Cobra Kai teachers and Terry Silver's partner. Kim Da-yoon, who was staring at the bloody hand of her best student, the All-Valley champion, the Cobra Queen as her classmates had dubbed her after the victory. But to Da-yoon, Tori Nichols was just an indecisive girl, a brat who ran away from her job as the dojo's representative to the Sekai Taikai committee and was forced to use Devon Lee. Although she was no better than Tori, Devon was the best student Cobra Kai had, finishing second only to Tori, whom she was now reproaching for her lack of commitment. Tori had fled the conflict and hidden behind Silver's tricks, but Kim Da-yoon didn't see the problem or the conflicts that must be tormenting her. As the granddaughter of the founder of Doksa, the under-the-table and behind-the-scenes dealings were something she knew about and something her students were allowed to do. What she didn't allow for were feelings, much less pride or ego, things that made Tori flee. Her enormous ego as a champion clouded her judgment and gave her no understanding of Silver's actions. Where was the Cobra Kai champion she'd been promised? In order to beat Tori up and make her see her mistake, Kim Da-yoon had her hit a piece of concrete with her bare hand, without any protection. And she did. She hit the piece of concrete again and again until, after the 10th hit, it finally gave way and shattered into smaller fragments, but at the cost of nearly losing her right hand, which was now a bloody, slimy, mangled form. If Tori didn't learn to be a representative of Cobra Kai and her grandfather's teachings as she should be, Kim Da-yoon had no moral qualms about making the girl see her mistake and would correct her, regardless of what others thought. Her grandfather had always been tough on her and now she was tough on her students, all of them. And he had the support of Silver and Gun, although the Korean man didn't seem too interested in Tori or Kenny, Silver's best students, something that surprised Kim Da-yoon, but she wouldn't question it. It wasn't her place to question. Tori's moans brought her back to reality and she looked down at the girl at her feet. She was kneeling, holding her mangled hand, with thick uncontrolled tears falling from her flushed cheeks. Her hair, usually perfectly combed or tied back, was now completely disheveled, with several strands of hair covering her forehead. "This is what awaits those who disobey, Nichols," she said, forcing the girl to look at her. Seeing those eyes filled with silent rage delighted the woman and made her smile. Many students before Tori had already hated her, but she ended up turning them into true fighters. What did an injury matter now? She would eventually heal again and be ready for the World Cup. "If you keep running and hiding like a dog, then I'll end up slaughtering you like one, do you hear me? I'm done with your attitude and with you hiding who you are. You're either with Cobra Kai or against Cobra Kai, Nichols. There's no middle ground. Loyalty or betrayal. You need to know which path is best for you, girl." Kim Da-yoon waited for a witty or angry retort from Tori, but the girl didn't open her mouth. She silently pressed her forehead to the ground and sobbed, holding her bloody hand up, a sight that made her smile. Had she hoped to pity her? She shook her head and stood up, leaving the girl there, almost begging for a bit of her mercy. But there was no forgiveness for cowards. Tori had to learn not to hide, had to accept that she shouldn't run away. "I'm doing this for your own good, Nichols," he said, crossing his arms in front of the girl. "These teachings will help you when the world tries to bring you down. At that point, you won't be able to hide behind a mask like you are now. You must fight. And if you stay loyal to Cobra Kai, you will discover the truth of who he was. Fight, Nichols, even if your life depends on it. Put aside mediocrity. What does it matter what Silver did? You're the champion, and pride and ego won't save you." Harassing a student, causing injury and pressuring her. Kim Da-yoon reacted and turned, ducking her head away from a kick that would have hurt and nearly injured her. Out of inertia, she jumped back, putting a larger gap between herself and the unwanted guest, who looked at her with icy mockery. Uzumaki. What? I came to find Tori, the boy replied, taking a few steps, which Kim Da-yoon took longer. This allowed Naruto to stand between Tori and his sensei. And I see a grown woman harassing her students. Is this what they teach at Dokusa? The teenager's blue eyes looked directly at the woman and didn't seem to hesitate. Naruto held that gaze, waiting for the woman's response and at the same time preparing himself. Kim Da-yoon was not a woman he could intimidate directly, and he would only achieve it using the name of her master, the legendary ghost of Uchiha, the legendary Madara Uchiha. He knew that the woman recognized him by the way she acted when looking at her elderly shifu and by her body language. Maybe the beating she gave to the Cobra Kai sensei didn't dissuade her from continuing with a battle between dojos, but the presence of the old man Uchiha Naruto had no doubt that the mere presence of the old man would make anyone reconsider many of their ideas, including Kim Sun-young, the grandfather of the woman in front of him, the same one who was weighing up the idea of attacking him or not for having interrupted the dojo. This time, though, the woman was right. She'd interfered with the master's teachings to her student, something no one in the martial arts world should have done, but she couldn't just sit back and watch Tori destroy her hand and Da-yoon go completely unpunished. Her own pride prevented her from doing so, something her master had told her would be the end of her, and Naruto already knew. But he wasn't going to back down now and abandon the girl. To reassure himself, Naruto took another step forward and watched as the woman backed away. She either feared him or respected him enough to leave a space between them and maintain it when he closed that same gap. And he liked that. He knew Da-yoon wouldn't fight openly, not unless she knew she was going to win or he didn't have Shifu's backing. The teachings of the Dokusa are none of your concern, Uzumaki, the woman replied, keeping her eyes on the boys, monitoring every movement. You should know better than anyone that even the Uchiha will scold you for this. Interfering in how we train young people is a great insult to the martial art. An insult? The boy muttered, raising one of his eyebrows. Really? An insult? Ha 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 ha, he repeated, laughing dryly with a certain mockery afterward. Don't give me that, Kim Da-yoon. Cobra Kai has insulted the entire martial art. Silver has spat on what we were taught as children. And you come to me with that answer? Don't be an idiot. I didn't interfere because I was disrespectful. Naruto and Da-yoon glanced at each other briefly, and the woman snarled when she saw that the boy didn't lower his gaze, but instead made it much more intense, much more deadly. Those blue eyes hardened like ice itself and became sharp and pointed like two daggers that he directed only at her with the intention of making her back down. How was it possible for a teenager to have such a presence? Only her grandfather made her feel so vulnerable. Almost as if she were a little girl again, hiding to learn the lessons her grandfather didn't teach her. You're crossing a fine line, kid. Don't play with what you don't understand. That threat sounded too weak and unsupported, something Kim Da-yoon knew perfectly well, and that Naruto noticed as soon as the last syllable left her mouth. He also saw it in the woman's body language and how she seemed to want to end the conversation sooner than he did. I crossed you long ago, ma'am, the boy replied, crouching down beside Tori. He slipped one arm under her legs and the other behind her back. He picked her up in his arms and she, using her left arm, wrapped herself around his neck. Tori Nichols is no longer your student, Kim Da-yoon, and is now under the care of my Shifu. You can make any excuse you want or even try to stop me right now. He shifted his eyes to Gun, who had just appeared in the dojo. He had his hands in his jacket pockets and was staring at them without saying anything. Don't you dare interfere, Gun. No, I'm not going to do it, kid. Our confrontation will be in Japan, not here, as we agreed. Naruto nodded and left the dojo, carrying Tori in his arms. He passed by the Korean master's right, but the latter only looked at Kim Da-yoon and walked toward her when the two teenagers finally left the building. That brat. Stop, Sensei Kim. Gun halted the woman's tirade with a gesture of his hand. He smiled slightly, apologetically and to get the woman to look at him. Uzumaki is a kid with this behavior. Don't judge or pursue him now. You like him when you meet him. Let's just say he's the prototype of the perfect fighter your grandfather seeks and Silver yearns for. He embodies many martial philosophies only too well and is a competent student, otherwise Lord Uchiha wouldn't have taken him as his favorite apprentice, his only apprentice in fact. Do you know the boy? I do. And his family. The man shrugged slightly, dismissing the fact. If he came after the girl, it means he saw something in her, and if you go after Nichols, he's probably coming after you. And he's already taken out several of your best students, hasn't he? And he did it completely alone and before training with the Uchiha ghost. Now, after weeks with that old man, I have no doubt the boy will be a danger. But it doesn't matter what Uzumaki has done, Kim. We must continue working for Silver and Cobra Kai. The rest doesn't matter. Losing Nichols was something that would eventually happen. She doubted our actions and the side we chose. and Naruto can ruin everything if you push him hard enough. She shook her head. Leave it aside. The Sekai Taikai is more important, more than just a fight with a proud teenager willing to die to destroy your grandfather's Dokusa. Un's words and advice reached the woman. Kim Da-yoon's shoulders slumped slightly and her teeth ground together hard enough to make them grind. She wasn't one to let someone who had insulted her get away with it, but she also couldn't afford to abandon her job with Cobra Kai over a fight with a teenager. He nodded. We'll settle it at the Sekai Taikai, Kim Da-yoon agreed, looking back at the place where Nichols and Uzumaki had left. I'm sorry for old man Madara Uchiha, but we'll destroy the white tiger. We'll skin it like any other prey. Chapter 32. The mess in the Nichols' living room didn't stop Naruto from laying the girl down on the couch, though before doing so he removed several children's toys that were on the cushions and left Tori sitting on it while he walked over to the freezer. The girl's hand had swollen, but she didn't appear to have any broken bones, and the blood was coming from superficial cuts, so her recovery would be much faster than he initially expected. Forcing a student to hit the concrete like Kim Da-yoon did to Tori could have caused a serious and irreparable injury to the girl, which would cut short her martial career and force her to stay away from karate for the rest of her life. And he didn't like that. The teachers he had always treated him with the respect appropriate for being their student, something Naruto was grateful for in Silver Fang, Madara Uchiha, and the many other teachers who were present during his training as a martial artist. Perhaps not all of them were soft-hearted at the beginning, and he suffered a little more than Tori, but none of them wanted to cut short his martial future or force him to do anything he wasn't prepared for. The good teacher, no matter how harsh, always looked out for the safety and well-being of their students, something Cobra Kai had completely ignored. There was a huge chance that Madara would scold him for breaking into Tori's training, as it was disrespectful to Cobra Kai the Dokusa. But being who he was, Naruto hadn't been able to stop himself when he saw the girl's bloody hand. Would Tori be able to break the concrete? Would her hand end up destroyed? The girl was a natural athlete, Naruto knew that, but he couldn't risk allowing her future to be destroyed in a simple test that could have caused bigger problems. He grabbed the ice pack and wrapped it in a rag that was lying on the kitchen table. Naruto walked back to the couch and Tori stepped to the side, allowing the boy to sit down. Without warning, she took his hand and gently pulled it up. I can do it myself, thank you. She snatched the ice pack from his hand and Naruto shrugged, remaining seated on the couch as Tori placed the wrapped ice pack over his swollen hand. As she did so, he winced a few times at the pain that shot through his hand whenever something pressed against the swollen area, but Tori didn't let a single whimper escape her mouth, nor did she allow him to see beyond those small gestures. Why did you go looking for Miyagi-Do Nichols? The question came out completely on its own, making Tori stop the expressions on her face, the twitching she made as she placed the ice on her swollen hand. Why had she gone looking for LaRusso and the others? Why had she gone looking for Robbie when she was the one who cut all ties with the boy? She asked herself those questions as she went to the dojo, before punching a piece of concrete to destroy it. And the answer was simple. Pride. She was a fighter, nothing, proud and fierce. Seeing how Silver had paid off the referees had bothered her immensely and damaged her pride as a fighter. And staying in Cobra Kai had been the choice to bring the man down, but no one seemed to be able to move him from where he was. Silver was a good strategist, with things tied up. It's none of your business. Besides, why are you still in my house? Why did you come after me? Tori's eyes glared with enough intensity to make anyone flinch. But Naruto was no ordinary person, and he simply smiled when he felt her gaze on him. Why did he go after Tori? It was a simple question to answer. Moon asked him to stop things, and that led him to follow her and guide her steps toward the Cobra Kai dojo, where he witnessed Kim Da-yoon injure her own student by making her hit a piece of concrete. Call it stubbornness or fate if you want, the boy replied, shrugging. I followed you because I thought I had to. And thank goodness I did. You didn't look your best punching a piece of concrete and your hand was almost beyond repair. Why are you still in Cobra Kai? Do you want to die? She blinked but didn't respond. Doing so would force her to betray her connection to Kreese and her role in Silver's attempted downfall, but how would the boy react to her? Tori knew of the blonde's hatred for Kreese and Silver from what happened with his family and the Japanese cafe that was vandalized. If she opened her mouth, she would likely be judged, even by Robbie, Miguel, and the rest of the kids she was trying to get close to in order to get away from Silver. I can't answer truthfully, nor do I want to. Tori bit the inside of her cheeks for a few seconds and remained focused on wrapping her hand. She didn't seem to be doing it right, though, because suddenly she felt another hand, larger than hers, holding the bandages and beginning to wrap her hand gently, almost as if it were going to break. You know what, Nichols? You shouldn't stay with Cobra Kai, even if you feel loyalty to John Kreese. That man is a little crazy, really, but he's not as crazy as Terry Silver, Naruto admitted as he bandaged the girl's hand. His years of bandaging his own wounds gave him the experience to do the same with other people's injuries. You fear Silver and Kim Da-yoon. You should even fear the new teacher, Gun. That man is dangerous, though he'd never hurt a student, and I'll give him credit for that. He might even fight Silver if he saw something he didn't like, no matter how much he was paid. However, you staying with Cobra Kai will screw up your future. You have options. Naruto finished tightening the bandage, and a moan came out of Tori's mouth, but her hand was already fully protected and the cloth firmly attached to her wrist, which would allow her to move her hand to some extent and would protect it in case of any external problem, although she would not be able to fight. You can't outrun Silver. Tori's voice came out a small whisper, even for her. I fear him. I fear Terry Silver and everything he's capable of. He paid off the referees to give me the win, and he attacked your grandmother with one of his past students, another Cobra Kai member. He's been buying and selling the Valley dojos through blackmail and intimidation, and he was able to beat Mr. LaRusso, and he even got Stingray on his side with checks. He's got money and connections. I can't just walk away and let him continue. Kenny and the others believe his propaganda, even though you've proven that Cobra Kai doesn't make us stronger. Fear of men like Silver is natural, Nichols agreed, giving him a reassuring smile. But you're stronger than you appear at first glance. At least mentally. You've noticed things that others haven't. And, I must admit, I admire your courage to remain under the watchful eye of Silver and his allies within Cobra Kai, following your loyalty to Kreese. I suppose John Kreese is the only one who's shown you any empathy and supported you. That support is gone, Tori murmured. It's left me alone, like everyone else. It's always been me against everyone else. When I met Miguel, I thought I might have something, but Sam stepped in, and I realized I'd still be alone. Then Robbie came along and abandoned me within Cobra Kai, although I must add it was because I brought Silver down. But I couldn't tell him that. And Robbie's changed since training with Miyagi-Do. He's matured so much more. Despite the idiocy and ego clashes, LaRusso is a good man, and so is Lawrence. He shrugged. They don't have the destructive mindset of Silver, Kreese, and Kim, and that's helped Robbie grow as a person and a martial artist. I guess because of his changes, he realized that the two of you wouldn't work out. He wanted to leave Cobra Kai and be with you, together. But your mind is focused on destroying Silver and Kreese's betrayal of you for that man. You won't be able to move forward until you let go of them. Your fear of Silver and your dependence on Kreese, which is more mental than physical. When you let go of that, you can grow. Emotional burdens ended up stagnating people. Naruto was well aware of this. He stalled his life based on a promise and family honor, something even his parents rejected through his sister Mito. They were supporting him, but he stubbornly believed they hadn't for 5 long years. If he had talked to his parents, he could have made changes in his life much sooner, but it was never too late for some changes. That's why he allowed himself to advise Tori. The girl was having similar problems to his own and seemed to have fallen into a spiral that would eventually swallow her up, engulf her. For Tori, there was no way out, something Naruto could see, but there was always a way out except for death itself. You say that like it's easy. The girl frowned, her eyes fixed on her injured hand. How could she run away from Silver and Kim Da-yoon when they knew where she lived? She couldn't escape to Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang, and she'd already asked Mrs. LaRusso for help getting back to school, only to end up on trial by Sam, even though she was the one who started the conflict, something she never apologized for. And she didn't want to be with her. Sam would always judge her actions from his privileged position, where nothing ever happened to her. And no one would ever scold her, not even her parents. Sometimes the exit is a lot closer than you think, Tori, Naruto said, standing up. You just have to open your mouth, ask for help, and look around. Who's going to help me against Silver? You. Despite the fear you've generated, Silver has always struck back. You can't bring him down. Even if your teacher is famous enough to make Sensei Kim bow down to him. Madara Uchiha is far more dangerous than I am, even as a 100-year-old elder. He's capable of fighting the White Tiger's upperclassmen using only his staff and would win, even if they're 50 or 100 years younger than him. If Silver and Madara fought, my Shifu would win, and Silver would be crippled for the rest of his life. And he might be able to fight back, but he's just stirring up the beast, Nichols. He hurt your grandmother? She's already awakened, the answer made Tori open her eyes and look at the boy more intensely, surprised. We kept it a secret, but a security force protects my family members now. Naruto thought of Aijin and the security forces protecting his sister and grandmother. Silver didn't have enough money to hire someone who would risk their life to get past them. So, the game is over for Silver. He can't hurt me, even if he hires foreign senseis. You want to take down Silver and Kim? Then we'll expose them. But I have no proof. The doorbell rang at that moment, causing Tori to look at Naruto's smile in confusion. The boy walked to the door and, with an apologetic smile at Tori, opened it. Did you get it? Demetri and Hawk entered the house, followed by Robbie and Mito, who in turn was followed by Aijin and Sikju inside. The latter two teenagers were dressed in suits similar to their bodyguard uniforms, which suited them well. From what I could find out, the main dojo has a surveillance system from the company I worked for last summer, Demetri began, giving a brief smile. If they recorded the conversation and the admission of blackmail, then it should be on their servers at the new dojo. Wait, Tori stood up from the couch, revealing her injured hand in the process. How what? Naruto snorted with some amusement. I knew about Silver's blackmail plans, he admitted, his smile widening. Do you think I was going to stand idly by when he attacked my grandmother? I was just preparing for the final blow. What better situation than this when you're willing to bring him down for his mistakes? Silver is conceited and thinks we can't launch an attack against them. Do you think I've trained the boys only to defend themselves? Excuse me, Nichols, but I've prepared them for this moment. Tori was surprised, something reflected in the gleam in her eyes. They were planning an attack on Silver even before she went to talk to Miyagi-Do or Eagle Fang. Sam's actions discouraged her, but Naruto he had arranged everything as if he'd been waiting for the opportunity to carry out his plan. And it had been presented to her on a silver platter. I've sent a message to the others, Hawk assured. They're going to gather in front of Cobra Kai. But Naruto nodded. Are you ready, Nichols? He extended his hand toward the girl with a fist. Tori looked at him for a moment and bumped Naruto's fist with her own left one. Yes, go ahead. Let's finish Silver. Chapter 33. The lights of Cobra Kai's main dojo came on as the main gates opened, and the combined group of Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang students entered the facility with confident, determined steps. Together, including Naruto and his teammates, they had decided to launch their final attack against Cobra Kai no, against Terry Silver and Kim Da-yoon. They took advantage of the fact that it was already nighttime, almost midnight, to sneak in using Tori's keycard. The girl herself was supporting this operation, dissuaded by Naruto's convincing words and the boys' plan, who had been working since May to completely destroy Terry Silver. Confidence is a feeling capable of making people perform almost impossible or improbable acts, things they wouldn't normally do or to which they were limited. Terry Silver wasn't one of these men, but his confidence had created the opportunities they needed to finally defeat him. Men like Terry didn't expect a direct attack on their own dojo, much less one organized by teenage students who were raised in the teachings of Miyagi-Do, so in his opinion, they wouldn't be capable of such a daring move. But the man made the mistake of becoming overconfident and passing his confidence on to his partner, who seemed to have abandoned the idea of finishing off Madara Uchiha's student and was only focused on pursuing the elderly fighter. This mistake, coupled with Terry's mistakes and ego, gave Naruto the time, place, and weapon to use to bring down the man who seriously injured his grandmother. And, Silver, confident and focused on his expansion and the Sekai Taikai, didn't even foresee a move against the main dojo. Cobra Kai was full of strong-willed kids with anger and emotional control issues, as well as kids willing to cheat to win. This had been something Silver had instilled in the teens, something Kreese had kept away from the new Cobra Kai, and something Johnny had condemned. And that would be Silver's downfall. Cobra Kai must have moved the central server to this dojo, Demetri's voice echoed through the dojo walls. The boys had gotten in without any problem, all of them, and were on the ground floor of the dojo. If Silver has the server in this dojo, then he'll have the access we need in his office. Demetri and Falcon were convinced of the plan for the simple fact that Cobra Kai would keep the servers from the previous location, which would contain recordings of Silver blackmailing the All Valley referees. This was what motivated the dojo guys to break into Cobra Kai and take them out. But there was still a chance those recordings were out of reach, that Silver was keeping them away from anyone who might want to get their hands on them and bring him down. If they couldn't get their hands on them, that assault wouldn't have the effect they needed to bring Terry down and finish him off. But I have the files. From the moment Silver appeared in the Vale, Naruto kept an eye on him, learning everything the man did, who he met, and what he could do if he crossed the boundaries of his sanity. He also learned about Silver's bribes when the All Valley began. If the bribe files weren't taken from Silver's computer, he could still use the ones he had stored thanks to his connections, something the other boys didn't know about. Hawk. Demetri. You guys go up there, Miguel took command and pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor. We'll defend this. In Miguel's eyes, Demetri and Halkin were the best at computer science. If they couldn't get the files off the computer, the whole operation would be useless and they'd have arrived at the location for nothing. By sending both of them, they could find a solution to any problem they might encounter while searching for the files and solve it with minimal fuss. At least, that's what Miguel thought. Hosikju, come with them, Naruto requested, shoving his hands into the pockets of his dark sweatpants. You're pretty good with this stuff. And I don't have Jay to finish the job. But. Don't worry about my little sister, the boy patted the young assistant on the back. Aijin will be with her. Baki too. And Mito can kick your ass if she wants to. A drop of sweat trickled down Saku's chin before she nodded nervously and accompanied Demetri and Hawk upstairs to search for any information on Silver's work, as well as to disconnect the security cameras. Once they had the files, they would escape the place without a trace. But it's very quiet here. Most of the boys stayed on the first floor, watching out for anyone from Cobra Kai. The only difference they had with them was that there were many more of them. A full-scale battle could turn out to be unfavorable for them in many ways, and they didn't want to end up in an open confrontation. "We didn't break in," Naruto's voice sounded deep, a little sleepy from boredom. "There's a slim chance Cobra Kai or Silver found out, but there's never a zero chance of that. We have the cowards of Miyagi-Do." The Cobra Kai students stormed the dojo, led by Kenny and Kyler, followed closely by Devin and Silver and Kim's other students. They were practically double their number compared to the outnumbered Cobra Kai students. "They've got a rooster in the group," Baki pointed out with some amusement, lazily pointing at Kenny with his index finger, almost as if he were pointing at a stain on his shoe. "This kid was the one who fainted, Naruto-senpai." Naruto stared at Kenny without taking his hands out of his pockets. The boy had grown muscular thanks to working with the dojo's machines and Silver's training. He had a different posture, a fiercer gaze than a few days ago when he'd beaten him to the point of being sent to Morpheus. There was nothing kind or gentle in his dark eyes. Only a cold, dangerous darkness shone. "Madness shines in those eyes," the Uzumaki admitted, pulling his right fist from his pocket. "I think we'll have to keep these kids here." "I thought so," Baki admitted. "Us, or them too." He pointed towards Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang, causing Naruto to look at his friends. "Yeah, them too. We can't take their fight away from them, not when Robbie's trying to convince the dwarf to leave Silver aside. But this reminds me of the Nazis." After discovering that there was a traitor in Miyagi, the Cobra Kai boys launched themselves at them with ferocity, so Naruto couldn't finish his sentence and moved away from Baki, dodging a front kick only with his right arm. "That guy's iron fist is the only thing I'll use." He took a deep breath. He used his shoulder to deflect a punch from another Cobra Kai member and raised his right arm to block a kick from the first attacker. Visualizing the difference in coordination between the two in his mind, Naruto attacked. He swung his right arm and swung a straight punch that connected squarely with the first boy's arms, but the force of the blow sent him back several feet, giving Naruto time to spin around and kick the second boy, this time knocking him down by catching his heel against his chin. "Good." The Uzumaki flexed the fingers of his right hand and closed it tighter. The veins stood out under his skin, and his knuckles became much more visible to anyone who cared to look. He drew his arm back until his fist was right at his side, and when the Cobra Kai kid came for him, he struck out. Swift and powerful, the fist struck the teenager's chest with a force that stopped his heart for a second, causing him to choke. He fell to his knees, spitting saliva and blood, while gasping for a way back to life, to feel alive and not dead as he had thought. But for a second there had been. "Are you using those weird things of yours?" Baki was dragging two other Cobra Kai boys under his arms, completely unconscious. The young Japanese man showed no signs of having been hit and ignored the other Cobra Kai boys who tried to approach him. "Yeah. He won't be using Shifu's kung fu," Naruto muttered, stepping aside just as another boy charged at them. "I'm saving that for Gun." He pushed the third Cobra Kai boy's leg to the side, using only the palm of his hand. The moment the young man tried to reverse punch him, Naruto caught his arm and pulled it down, while simultaneously pushing his arm upward. A quiet crunch caused a piercing scream to escape the boy's throat with considerable force. He had broken his arm. "Be careful, Naruto-san." Following the bodyguard job, Ijin kept all the Cobra Kai boys away from Mito, using his fast, safe and lethal movements, although he did not kill any of the boys using these movements. "I have it." Even as he said that, Naruto spun around and smashed another boy's knee in one precise motion and pushed him, throwing him into several of his teammates. Ijin shook his head, and Baki laughed dryly, but with some amusement at what his eyes saw. Naruto didn't respond to these gestures from the boys and slammed his fist into the face of another Cobra Kai student, sending him to the ground. "The egg protecting tactic won't be necessary with us here." Naruto didn't respond to what Baki said, instead he grabbed the face of a fifth Cobra Kai student and slammed him into the ground, sending him unconscious. "I guess the young master was worried about those brats, don't you think, brother? Especially that one with the highlights, bro. Those three look really dangerous." Two men had discreetly entered the dojo, using the case as a camouflage that worked perfectly. They had remained silent until now, when they decided to act on Terry Silver's orders to ensure Cobra Kai's victory. "Hitting children, this is wrong." The first blow came swiftly. Naruto covered his face, but the force of the blow sent him rolling in a ball on the ground until he was crouching. His eyes fell on the man who had done the hit. An older man in his late 20s, with a scar on the left side of his face. He wore light gray military clothing, and his black hair was combed back. Let's see why the young master didn't send us, boy. Young master? I take it, then, that you are Gun's assistants or servants. He stood up and cracked his neck. Naruto walked toward the man with slow steps. I'm going to give victory to Silver, old man. Even if the Yamazaki clan is involved. Oh. These young people. I want to see if you have the strength to back up your words. Naruto and the man looked at each other. Go ahead, old man. You'll see why your master is afraid of me. Chapter 34. The Kojima brothers had once belonged to the Yamazaki Yakuza clan, a clan that terrorized Japan during the golden age of gangsters. They were known as the Ghost Brothers and participated in various conflicts against other Yakuza families and street martial artists, where they perfected their own style of Kudo, a hybrid martial art that combined karate and judo. Both brothers had become legends in the underworld and in street fighting, where few fighters could defeat the brothers when one of the brothers, Hiroki Kojima, had taken it upon himself to learn a Kudo dedicated to blows, to direct attacks, so the strength of his counterattacks and attacks were much greater than those of the usual judo and karate fighters. On the other hand, Shigeki Kojima had perfected the Kudo dedicated to grips, to keys, so his fingers were better than those of the fighters who dedicated themselves to grips. Altogether, the Ghost brothers complemented each other and used Kudo together to defeat their enemies. Although, both brothers were guilty of pride and egocentrism, so they tended to fight individually against their enemies. When their young master, Gun Park, hired them as Cobra Kai teachers, the brothers found it an insult to their skills. Did they end up as just old men teaching foreign brats? Hiroki was the most annoyed, even when Gun and Silver shoved a huge suitcase in front of them, so thick they couldn't see the bottom. Layers and layers of bills filled it to the brim, some falling onto the table. On the other hand, Shigeki wasn't as reluctant as his brother, as they'd worked with teenagers before, and the pay was quite generous. It was Gun's words and his real plan that truly caught the Ghost brothers' attention and led them to become mere teachers for some foreign teenagers. To fight in the Dojo War for him, to give Silver victory against his enemies. This was similar to a war between Yakuzas or mafias, so the brothers were much more comfortable than being hired only as teachers for children. They could keep fighting for real. And when the Miyagi teenagers entered the dojo, it was their moment to show both Silver's children and Miyagi and Fang's children what a real fight to stay alive was. Even if it was against mere teenagers. So, old man, Naruto's voice sounded arrogant and towering over the fighters throughout the dojo. His blue eyes sparkled with amusement. You're reminiscing about your younger days, and that's why you're not going to fight. With a shake of his head, Hiroki Kojima shook off the thoughts and memories of his conversation with Gun and returned to the present, placing himself in his usual Kudo pose in front of the Japanese boy who was smiling smugly at him. The boy was being too daring. That boldness made him smile and show a dark gleam in his eyes. You look down on me, kid. You should know what I'm capable of then, so you can respect your elders. You're not my senior, old man, the Uzumaki retorted, falling into an ordinary karate stance. So don't seek respect from a junior who isn't your family, old man. Hiroki lunged forward as the last syllable left the teenager's mouth. He broke through the boy's defense, entered his own, and swung his arm to drive his hand into the boy's chest. Using his legs and rotating his torso, Hiroki threw the blonde back with force. You should see more. Naruto planted his feet on the ground and grabbed Hiroki's arm as Hiroki planted his hand in his side. The man had expected to push him and maybe damage his ribs, but he had expected Hiroki to do just that and minimize the damage by shifting his torso slightly to the side. This, of course, gave Naruto the opportunity to grab Hiroki's arm and pull him up. He twisted his torso, turned, and planted his feet on the ground as if he were in a judo lock. With force, he threw the man and slammed him into the ground, hoping to land a solid blow. Maybe we underestimated you. Shigeki grabbed Naruto's waist as he attempted to throw Hiroki. Taking advantage of his brother's arrival to save him, Hiroki spun around and drove his right knee into the boy's face, pushing him back and allowing his brother to throw Naruto backward and straight into the ground. A sharp lacerating pain shot through Naruto's back, making him grit his teeth. But he couldn't afford to dwell on the pain and crossed his arms in front of his face, blocking a knee from Hiroki that was aimed directly at his stomach. TCH. He pushed Hiroki's leg up and rolled on the ground after hitting Shigeki's face, allowing him to free himself from the man's iron fingers that were trying to grab his waist to perform another lock on him. I was underestimating you, he admitted, wiping the blood from his lower lip. I guess you guys are bastards like the White Ghost, huh? Naruto flexed his fingers and changed his stance. He underestimated the Ghost brothers, and they caught him slightly off guard, but they were proud and self-centered. He was going to take advantage of their flaw to defeat him, even if he had to fight both of them at the same time. He had to use the martial art he had trained so hard in, the one his muscles knew as well as simple breathing. The brothers lunged forward. Shijiki angled his body as if about to tackle his opponent. On the other hand, Hiroki went straight up toward his target's torso, swinging his arm toward him. But Naruto didn't move or dodge, even though he would be left defenseless. No, contrary to what the Ghost Brothers expected, he moved forward. Tackles were typical of judokas and jujutsu fighters, so he knew how to dodge and defend against them. He moved and drove his knee into Shijiki's face and, using that small momentum, spun around the man and delivered an axe kick toward Hiroki, forcing the man to cross his arms over his face. It was a feint. He swung his leg and launched a crescent-shaped kick straight at the man's liver and planted the ball of his foot in this area of Hiroki's abdomen, eliciting a grunt of pain from the latter. When Hiroki tried to catch his foot, he spun and struck him in the face with a spinning kick that sent him sprawling against the mat. Phew. Ha. Hiroki massaged the area that had been hit. The boy had dug his toe in like a knife, nearly splitting his liver with the force of the pressure. This brat. Naruto pushed Shijiki to the ground, grabbing him by the back of the neck, slamming his face directly into the mat. Really? Shijiki pushed himself up with his arms. He had shielded his face with his arms, rendering Naruto's blow completely ineffective. Do you expect something like that to stop us, brat? Hiroki launched himself with a high knee, causing Naruto to raise his arms, at which point Shijiki caught him, charging him hard, and the elder brother's knee pushed the boy to the ground, hitting his head against it. That's unfair. Brats. Shijiki smirked, looking at the Miyagi and Fang boys with mockery. He agreed to this fight, one-on-one against us, the Yamazaki Ghost Brothers. Hey, man, the brothers stopped staring at the teenagers just in time. They raised their arms and blocked the blows coming at them, but they kept them away from their enemy. Can you stop focusing on my friends and come after me? The boys watched as Naruto stood up. Blood dripped from his face, some areas appearing to darken in color from the bruises from the blows. Despite these injuries, Naruto stood tall, wiping the blood from his chin with his hand and staring at the brothers. I said I'd face you, he extended his arm, stopping Baki. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. He turned to Baki. Help the boys, okay? And, without further ado, it was for the Phantom Brothers. The two adults reacted to the boy's movement in a coordinated manner, but not quickly enough. Naruto drove his knee directly into Shijiki's face and with the momentum of the movement, pushed him away from his brother. When he felt his feet touch the ground, the Uzumaki turned and blocked Hiroki's fist with his foot. He pushed the man's arm down and swung his own to catch the man's face, catching him off guard. Without further ado, he shoved Hiroki and dug his fingers into his face, scratching him. Ah. What are you? A furk. But the words died in Hiroki's mouth when Naruto struck his neck. He did it swiftly, precisely, using his hand to squeeze Hiroki's Adam's apple with enough force to leave him speechless and breathless, causing him to choke for a few seconds in which the boy went to Shijiki. You're a bucking bastard, brat. Don't judge me, old man. The moves were exchanged. Shijiki changed his fighting style and started attacking like his brother. He could no longer use the holds or serium moves he planned to use against the boy. He was forced to switch to a more aggressive style, throwing more strikes and counterattacking until his brother recovered. But he wasn't the only one who decided to change. Naruto switched from using the Eagle Claw form to using the Tiger Claw form to overload his opponent's defenses until he could overcome them. When he did, he slammed the first blow directly into his enemy's face, shattering his chin with an upward blow that knocked Shijiki backward. NGH. But he didn't stop. He flexed his legs and ran, tackling the man and charging into him. He braked hard, spun his torso around, and slammed Shijiki into the ground with a fluid powerful movement that even caused an echo that stopped some of the nearby clashes. Don't look down on me for my youth, the teenager spat, straddling Shijiki. You can't defeat someone who has risen from the dead. One punch, another, and another, and another. Naruto unleashed his rage by slamming his fists into Shijiki's face, smashing his face to pieces. He didn't care that blood stained his knuckles or that a tooth remained loose in the man's dentures. No, he didn't even care that others could see it. He finally stopped, perhaps unconsciously. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up, his back to Hiroki the whole time. The man had been unable to stop him, preoccupied with his own drowning, but now Hiroki was fully recovered, ready for revenge. I'm not going to hold back with adults who are going to hit children. The arm moved quickly, straight to the back of the teenager's neck. Do you have eyes in the back of your head? The boy had turned around and stopped the punch with his own hand. Hiroki's arm was trembling, showing that he was using a lot of strength, but Naruto didn't seem surprised or worried by his opponent's efforts. I have a sixth sense for this. He pulled Hiroki's arm, which pulled the man towards him, and used his head for a direct blow against his nose, which produced a grotesque breaking sound, and, shortly after, blood began to fall. You. I told you I'd show you why gun is afraid of me, he declared, swinging his arm. The blow to Hiroki's chin sent the man stumbling backward and caused him to bite his own tongue. Fighting with mere teenagers makes you look grown up, huh? But I'm no ordinary teenager. I'm the demon of Yamazaki. Hiroki's eyes opened, but too late. Naruto's arm was already moving, and it took less than a second to connect with the man's face. Using the force of the blow and the movement of his arm, he slammed the last phantom brother directly into the mat, completely unconscious. A burst of applause halted the fighting. Slowly, with his hair disheveled and his clothes in disarray, Terry Silver entered the dojo with a confident stride and a raging, burning gaze. Behind him, Gun Park walked silently, staring at the unconscious Ghost brothers. "I suppose I should commend your efforts in bringing me down," Silver admitted, looking at the teens and the video of their blackmail playing on TV. "But is that all you can do? A video edited to make me look like the bad guy? Please." The kids stopped their fighting. The Cobra Kai kids stood behind Kim Da-yoon, while the Dojo Alliance kids stood behind Sam, Tori, Miguel, and Robbie. "Their sensei broke into my house. They attacked me. And you believe that video?" Silver's wide eyes looked at all the members of his dojo before looking at the other kids. "You really follow men who attack a poor sensei in his home? Is that what Lawrence and LaRusso teach you?" "That's what the frying pan said to the pot." Another man entered the Cobra Kai dojo. Naruto expected it to be Daniel or maybe Johnny, maybe even Chosen. But his eyes widened slightly when they saw him. Tall, muscular, with dark red hair almost like blood itself. He walked with his hands in his pockets, and his smile was, if possible, more ferocious than that of a natural predator. "Who are you? What are you doing here? My son wrote to me that an adult was messing with and manipulating children. Even though I'm not the best parent," the red-haired man stopped in front of Silver, much taller, much fiercer, "but you're a piece of trash trying to justify yourself. Who are you, bastard?" The lips twisted. "Don't you know me? Everyone knows Yujiro Hanma." Chapter 35. Yujiro Hanma was a man nearly 2 meters tall, with hair as red as blood itself and almost black. He had a muscular body, but not in a way that left him an overly grotesque view. His teeth shone in a face with slight wrinkles that indicated his age, which was probably close to or over 50, but it was barely noticeable. The man was well preserved for his age, and exercise had caused his body to develop excessively, making him look even more imposing, at least in front of Terry Silver, Gun Park, Kim Da-yoon and a handful of teenagers, who looked at him with some uncertainty and confusion, especially the boys from Miyagi-Do and Eagle Fang. Daniel, Johnny, and Chosen students had expected it to be one of their senseis, but they didn't recognize the man standing in front of Silver, his hands in his pockets and a huge grin on his face. But they could see, especially Tori, that the smile wasn't one of joy or amusement, but rather a smile filled with mockery, a mockery that shone in his eyes like a huge declaration to Silver, something Tori thought Silver understood. By inertia, perhaps due to his sixth sense, Tori shifted her attention from the men to the other group of young people in Cobra Kai. Baki didn't seem surprised by the presence of the strange adult, and the bodyguard seemed a little reluctant to approach or be involved with the man's presence in general. It was Naruto and his sister's reactions that made her realize the man was familiar to them, that he wasn't strange to them, and that they seemed a little surprised, but not reluctant or worried. Seeing that made her wonder. Who was the man standing in front of Terry Silver? Silver was unhinged, dangerous, and capable of causing the greatest misfortune anyone could see. But despite everything Silver was, Tori couldn't understand how anyone could stand so calmly, even relaxed, in front of him. But that man did it. They both looked at each other, though Silver was forced to tilt his head back slightly and look up, just as he had to do with Gun when he spoke to him. Those black eyes shone with mockery, with amusement, as if they were waiting for him to do something. Yujiro Hanma, huh? The name meant absolutely nothing to him, but Silver believed it was important, that the name must mean something to him, and that he should bow to him. Who? Sensei Kim was the one who bowed appropriately to Yujiro, while Gun made a strange face, as if he had already understood something he had been mulling over since the man entered. "Mr. Hanma. It's a pleasure to meet you." There weren't many world-renowned martial artists left alive. Many of those who had followed the traditions were buried or cremated, and some were even lost over time, leaving no one to know where their days ended. But Kim Da-yoon, thanks to her grandfather, knew the name Hanma, the surname of the Hanma clan of Japan, that had rocked the world with the strongest man, capable of securing treaties even with the United States Army. And that name was Yujiro Hanma. "No need to bow down, woman," Yujiro muttered. His eyes never looked at Kim Da-yoon or Gun Park. They were completely fixed on Terry Silver, waiting for any move he wanted to make. "I guess Yankees never know when to kowtow to someone superior, huh?" Yujiro Hanma's smile widened, revealing his teeth and a fierce face, like that of a real-life ogre. "Oh, do I have to show you respect?" Silver demanded, not flinching from that gesture, which was a veiled threat, but very real and directed at him. "I don't even know you. And you entered my dojo without permission. And during Silver's voice turned into a pitiful growl, and soon after, a little blood and saliva flowed from his mouth. He took a few steps back and fell to his right knee, clutching his stomach with his left hand. "Don't shout." Yujiro drew back his arm and flexed his fingers. He had driven his fist directly into Silver's stomach as he spoke to him. "You almost made me deaf, you know. And it would be too bad if I went deaf, being so young." Naruto took advantage of the conflict between Mr. Hanma and Silver and ran over to Anthony LaRusso and the rest of the boys. He snatched the tablet from his hand and began typing, entering some passwords. The Cobra Kai boys were being stubborn, very hard-headed, and wouldn't even see the truth when it was put in front of them. Therefore, he had to put the truth right in front of their noses so they couldn't deny anything they were seeing. The video of him admitting to cheating at the All Valley hadn't been enough, and Naruto wasn't satisfied with that result. It was proving to him that teenagers were narrow-minded and a bit idiotic, something he'd say when asked. Silver admitted to cheating and got off scot-free because it was a doctored video, even though it was clear no one had altered it. But that was normal. Silver had turned them into his followers by brainwashing them, putting ideas into their heads they didn't have before. "What are you doing?" Tori's face appeared right in front of him, but Naruto just shrugged as he typed. He couldn't waste time talking. Yujiro's presence kept the Kojima brothers and Gun Park stationary, away from the conflict. But how long would it take for Cobra Kai to move? Naruto had no doubt that if Silver gave the order, Kyler, Kenny, and the others would rush into the fray again, and he wouldn't be able to type while he knocked the boys out. "I need to give them more evidence," he murmured, finishing entering the last digit of his account password. "Thanks to Jay, I was able to obtain several files on Silver blackmailing and bribing more than one of the All Valley judges, and not just your admission. I also managed to see the transfers the man made to pay those bribes, so that adds enormous weight to the evidence against him. He may have diverted attention a bit, but not with this." He moved his finger and pressed a button. Where the video of Silver admitting guilt to Tori had been playing, it now showed looping videos of Silver paying the referees, interspersed with footage of the transactions he made after the All Valley match to those referees' accounts. "That's it." The blonde man handed the tablet back to Anthony and turned to look at the adults, hoping to see Silver try to defend himself or Yujiro hit him, sending him to the mat again. But what he saw instead were Terry Silver's eyes, darkened by madness, which contorted into a furious expression that promised silent pain to everyone else watching. "I see." The murmur rose above the whispers of the teenagers. Silver slowly stood up just as Daniel and Amanda entered the dojo with Stingray right behind them. "Is that what you're going to do? Believe them? After all the work I've done with you, all my wasted time? Ungrateful people. LaRusso and his students are messing with your heads. Focus. Maybe the one who's messing with their heads is you, Silver." It was Daniel LaRusso who responded to the Cobra Kai sensei, and it was he who received Terry Silver's crazed stare. But he didn't hide behind his wife or the fear he'd felt just a few weeks ago. When Silver looked at him, he took a step forward and returned the look, a much more confident and determined one, a look Silver certainly hadn't expected to receive. "You've turned my students against me with your idiocy, LaRusso. I was ready to leave you alone." "Leave me alone, huh? Silver, that's a statement even you don't believe. Leave me alone. You should have left the valley and never come back. But you, who manipulated these kids and cheated your way to success, have no right to blame me or judge me." Those words seemed to shake something inside Silver, who was being watched by all the teenagers and adults in the room. "Then I'll have to get rid of you. Get rid of all of you." Daniel and Silver met in the middle of the mat, but it was Silver who threw the first punch, a blow that went straight for the Miyagi-Do sensei's chest. It seemed Terry Silver had forgotten that he was Daniel's teacher for a time. A mediocre teacher, but one who prepared him to block the blow and return it with force, knocking him down and making him crash into the Cobra Kai logo, which was made of glass and on display. Daniel LaRusso. One kick. Just one kick, and Terry Silver slammed into the logo, shattering it and showering himself in glass, falling unconscious to the ground with blood staining his lips. The move was simple, Naruto thought. It was a simple roundhouse kick that connected with a man's jaw, but with enough force to force Silver back. However, that simple kick was a symbol of the end of Terry Silver and Kim Da-yoon's Cobra Kai. The end of the Dojo Wars and all the dojo conflict that had raged in the San Fernando Valley. That simple kick finished off what little remained of Silver and sealed his demise. "I guess those strange friends of Silver's will leave now." Naruto was sitting in the back of an ambulance, accompanied by Devon Lee and Tori Nichols, as they were being checked over by one of the paramedics. He hadn't suffered too many injuries. Just a few cuts from his confrontation with the Kojima brothers. But Tori's hand was still injured, and the paramedics had taken care of changing the bandage and protecting it properly. "We better," the boy muttered, shrugging when they both looked at him. He didn't think that was the end of Gun Park, at least not until he was done with the man. "Now, you just have to focus on the Sekai Taikai. You have a spot and a few months to prepare. Are you going to participate too? Evan was intrigued by the boy and everything he'd done. Miguel, Robbie, and Hawk were all good fighters, but Naruto had proven to be at a higher level than them. Maybe if they all fought together, they could become a sliver of what the Uzumaki was in the world of martial arts. Yes. My dojo has been selected as one of the invited dojos. That's why Geru came in the first place and why Shifu came later, aside from ensuring the legitimacy of the committee's choices. Few people knew the legendary Madara Uchiha, and even fewer ever understood or appreciated him for who he was. Being an old man, much older than most, he had lived through hundreds of events and consequences that shaped his life and made him who he was, but he was never a monster. Madara always had a harsh, surly personality and didn't care about people, at least not at first glance. A person like they believed Madara to be would never have gone to the valley to ensure the committee made the best decisions to choose the best teams for the Sekai Taikai, but he had gone after hearing certain stories and made sure the selection was fair. Naruto admired Madara, an admiration that had only grown over the years. The old man shaped him into a person capable of setting a bone, healing a wound, and fighting for his own life. He turned him into a true martial artist and guided him so he could fight his own battles. You greatly admire the old man who came during the trial. You don't know how much, the boy admitted, giving a shy nod under Tori's intense gaze. In a few days, I'm taking a flight to Japan, to Tokyo. From what Geru told me, old Sensei Fang is preparing things for the Sekai Taikai, but we still have to go through a selection or something like that, I'm not sure exactly. He sighed, finding it a little boring. That's why I have to go. There are going to be tests that I must participate in if I want to go to the Sekai Taikai. I suppose it's like an internal selection of the best fighters in the dojo. I'll have to put aside my Shaolin style and focus on Kyokushin in order to participate. It's a world karate event, not a kung fu one. He was a little reluctant to depart from his style, but he couldn't go in with the intention of killing his rivals, not when it was an honest, fair competition to choose the best in the world. And it would be an insult to Madara if he used the kung fu he taught him to emerge victorious, hurting everyone else. So I won't see you for months. No. You may never see me again. Fate is fickle, Tori, and if I don't get a spot at Sekai, I probably won't come back. At least not for a long time. My grandmother should come back now that she's woken up and we're going to spend some time as a family. I have to talk to my parents and 100 other things. Tori blinked and swung her legs slightly, mulling over a bold, or perhaps stupid, idea. But she hadn't been the girl who pulled her family forward by being shy, submissive, and accommodating. She hadn't joined Cobra Kai because that was her way, either. She was determined, brave, and strong. And even though what she was about to do wasn't right, she wanted to do it and needed to do it. So she stood up and turned to Naruto, who blinked and looked at her. Those sapphire blue eyes were incredibly calm, like a sea bathed in sunlight. And they made her lean in and kiss his lips for a split second. A simple peck, a loving gesture for the encouraging words that made her go to Cobra Kai that night. Maybe we won't see each other again, Tori murmured, clinging close to him, but at least I have a memory of you. Thanks, Naruto, for your support. Chapter 36. The Los Angeles Van Nuys airport was packed with people moving back and forth, carrying their enormous suitcases, causing the small wheels that supported the kilos of clothing and belongings they carried to rattle constantly. These people were both natives of Los Angeles and foreigners. There were even some people from the San Fernando Valley there to say goodbye to family and friends who were leaving the valley to study or vacation abroad, because you didn't see many older people with others. They were usually seen alone, on their phones or checking tickets at the ticket counter to make sure everything was okay. One of the groups at the airport was the only foreigner from the San Fernando Valley who had come to the city for an indefinite stay. But that time had ended with the fall of Terry Silver and those who had supported him in his dream of world domination, with Cobra Kai karate leaving his mark internationally. However, the man was defeated and arrested by Valley police and sent away from the city on charges of fraud and, soon after, bribery of local referees, in addition to various financial transactions that didn't seem entirely legitimate. Among this group leaving the valley was Naruto. The boy wore beige chinos and a tight black t-shirt that highlighted his muscular torso. A dark brown belt and white sneakers completed his outfit if you didn't count the bracelet on his left wrist, where the center of it was a small, silver heart that shone in the light coming through the enormous windows. When the boy moved his hand, the intensity of the glow redirected the rays, creating a strange illumination on the jewel. That had been Moon's gift, the only one they had given each other in their short time as a couple, a relationship that he burned and turned completely into ashes. I am not a man who deserves love. That had been his phrase, words that came out of his mouth and that Moon's ears heard without omitting even the cold tone Naruto had used to say them. He had, in fact, intensified that tone with his intense blue gaze, with his cold indifference as he looked at her and let go of her shoulders before turning his back on her. Everything had ended abruptly between them, though Naruto justified it himself. How could he be with Moon when he had to fight Gun? How could he be with someone when his life hung by a thread that the fate seemed ready to cut him if he made a false move? Before he could fix anything else or try to get his time with Moon back, Naruto knew he had to defeat Gun, make sure he lived so he could have a normal life, and represent the White Tiger at the Sekai Taikai. But for that, he had to live. The boy massaged the right side of his neck while using his left hand to tug on his backpack. Then, he felt someone stick to him and arms wrap around his biceps with a certain strength and gentleness combined. His sister had been clingy these past few days, probably because she'd read his mood, and Mito was too intuitive for her own good, plus she considered Moon her sister, and had been hurt to hear about the breakup from him. But his sister hadn't scolded him, perhaps because she knew him or because she sensed something. Both siblings stopped and handed over their plane tickets, allowing the kind young lady behind the desk to smile and check them over, to make sure everything was correct. Luckily for them, their grandmother was awake and back in Japan. She had been sent with Yujiro Hanma to return to her family and complete her recovery so she could return to her normal self. That was the real reason for the enormous Hanma's presence. To pick up Tsunade Senju and take her to Kyoto. Naruto was grateful to the man. He couldn't imagine how his grandmother could be better protected than by the strongest man in Asian countries or the entire world if one were to believe every myth and legend about Yujiro Hanma. "You're too thoughtful, brother. Moon." Naruto blinked and came out of his thoughts, realizing that he had been walking arm in arm with his sister, who had guided him to the waiting benches before boarding the plane. "Not exactly," the boy replied, shaking his head. Moon had been a recurring thought, something Naruto couldn't deny his sister. But what had occupied his mind the most in the last few hours was what lay ahead. A fight to the death with one of the strongest men in Korea and Japan. One of the cruelest criminals, with many physical skills that a normal person couldn't emulate or achieve through training alone. And he, a teenager, was thinking about fighting and killing a man of that caliber. "I just have a lot to think about and digest." For a brief moment, Mito's eyes narrowed and stared at her brother for a few seconds. In that time, she examined his face, seeing how his lower jaw was tense. How the bicep of his arm, which she was hugging, bulged slightly with tension. And how his back seemed to have become much stiffer, almost as if he were stretched out completely, receiving their parents' intense gaze. But her parents weren't there, and it didn't take Mito long to understand why her brother was so tense. "You should stop worrying," he finally said, looking back ahead. The others had arrived behind them, but were several seats away from them. "You're going to win, brother. I have faith that you will. You're Lord Uchiha's apprentice, Lord Fang's student, and apprentice to other martial arts masters. Mother always said you were a martial arts prodigy. You're going to survive." Naruto wasn't sure he'd survive, and he didn't know where Mito got such confidence from when he didn't even believe he'd be able to defeat Gun without dying in the process. He was the one who caused the death of Menma, his older brother. And Menma was always better than him at martial arts and a much better person, both with family and strangers. "I'm not sure about that," the boy muttered, throwing his head back. "Gun is the personification of human perfection within the martial arts. No one has defeated him. And no one has survived a fight against him, except you." Mito withdrew his arms and let go of his brother's limb, allowing the boy to cross both arms over his chest. "You're the only one who has survived a fight against him, and you'll do it again. He didn't go to kill. And neither do you," the girl replied, her eyes now fixed on Naruto's face with intensity. "You've never gone for the kill, not after doing so against the men of the Omizaki clan. You sealed all of that with a promise to your masters and our family, a stupid promise that has atrophied who you truly are." She stood up and walked a few steps toward one of the glass walls. "Brother, do you enjoy fighting?" Indigo eyes turned a little darker, with a much more intense glow, when they met blue ones. Brother and sister stared at each other, remaining in complete silence, broken only by the sounds of the airport, their companions discreetly watching them. Naruto was the first to break eye contact. He leaned forward in his seat and placed his backpack between his feet. He separated them a small distance apart and rested his elbows on his knees as he processed his sister's question. Did he like fighting? Did he love seeing the blood of his opponents? If he answered no, Naruto knew he would be lying to himself and his sister. He loved fighting, the adrenaline rush of potentially dying. So to deny that would be to deny himself and what he was. Yeah. That monosyllable of affirmation made Mito's lips stretch into a brief smile before she turned her head completely, looking outside again. A plane was beginning to take off from the runway, and a voice over the PA system was calling passengers for the plane bound for Tokyo. "Then, brother, it's best you bury what you've been in the San Fernando Valley. Let the boy die and bring out the man," he replied, taking one last look outside before proceeding to walk toward the loading area. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stood up and picked up the backpack. The Sekai Taikai was a few months away. The White Tiger Dojo had an invitation, and to join, he would have to defeat Gun in hand-to-hand combat. A fight to the death. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.